Chapter 27, Misty Horizon 7. Naruto and Sarah's both stood crouched in a tree cloaked in mist just outside Kirigakure. Naruto-sama, spoke Sarah's, drawing the attention of her master. What's the plan? Asked the vampiric queen. You do whatever you need to do to find out how badly Vigari exposed us, I'll handle the drop-off, declared Naruto. And after you're done with that? Asked Sarah, slightly confused. I'm going to find Vigari and I'm going to make him beg for death, snarled Naruto, narrowing his now blood-red animalistic eyes. Even in a war zone my family is off limits, growled Naruto, more to himself than Sarah's, but still. Okay, so head back to base when I'm done, asked Sarah's, looking to Naruto, who nodded to her before he leapt from the branch, vanishing into the mist around the village. Sarah's herself quickly stood to her full height and dropped from the tree branch to the shadows below her, sinking in the second she touched the ground. The vampiric queen rose out of the shadows within the walls of the village using the memories of a prisoner she had drained of blood. Sarah's quickly made her way towards the Mizuki's tower at the center of the village. Walking into the building, Sarah's glanced around and found no one within the room on the ground floor aside from the man seated behind the receptionist desk. Can I help you? Asked the man, glancing at Sarah's, who stepped up to him. I sure hope you can. I'm looking for the mission records, spoke Sarah's, holding her hand forwards, dominating his mind. The mission records are downstairs. Is there any record in particular you are looking for? Spoke the man, the first part shocked before lulling into the vampire's control. No, spoke Sarah, stopping mid-sentence before she dropped into the shadows as two ninja walked into the building. Did you hear? Questioned one of the two. What? About Vigari? Asked the other ninja. Yeah, I can't believe that he was found out. He was one of the village's best spies, spoke the first ninja as they moved towards the stairs. Haven't you heard he's been sent to psych evaluation since he got back? Says the rebels got a bunch of backup, and that some of them are even supernatural. I think he went crazy, spoke the second ninja as the two disappeared up the stairs. So Vigari's being mentally evaluated. That means any information he will have supplied will be ignored until he proves he's sane, thought Sarah's to herself, rising back out of the ground. I was never here, declared Sarah's to the receptionist, who nodded robotically as Sarah's quickly headed down into the depths of the tower. Deciding not to murder her way to her goal and attract any unnecessary attention, Sarah slipped into the records room past the masked guards via the shadows. Sarah's found the room to be twice as big as she expected it to be, at least 20 foot tall, and as large as a decent-sized home, filled wall to wall with shelves of scrolls. This could take a while, muttered Sarah's to herself as she began her search for the S-rank section, guessing that would be the classification of Vigari's mission. #with Naruto. The high-class devil landed on the another roof. He again glanced down at a map in his hand before looking out over the village. After he folded the map, he quickly took off towards the destination. After about 10 minutes of stealthy movement through the village, Naruto found himself nearing some of Kirigakure's prisons. Quirking his brows at that fact, Naruto continued to move quickly towards his destination. After a few minutes, Naruto saw a small house come into view. Despite being confused at the placement of such a home, Naruto quickly moved to the cottage. Not sensing anyone inside, Naruto carefully pried one of the back windows open and quietly climbed through and moved towards the kitchen, where he placed the scroll May had given him to leave on a seat, before the king retraced his steps and left through the same window he had entered through. Once outside, Naruto quickly took off back towards the village, widening his senses trying to find Vigari. Gotcha, you son of a bitch, growled Naruto, kicking off the ground and flaring out his wings as he took off as fast as he could towards the man's chakra signature. Flying over where Naruto could feel the man's chakra signature, Naruto saw two people beside his target. Not caring about them at all, Naruto formed a pair of fireballs which he quickly threw at the two unlucky people beside Vigari. Naruto landed with a thud as the two fireballs hit the two ninja, engulfing them in a tower of blue flames. Vigari, snarled Naruto, glaring at the man pulling Excalibur from the sheath on his back and summoning Brynhildr. Hey there, Gremory, spoke Vigari with a cocky smirk, looking to Naruto, who glared at the man. Chaos Dragon Balance Breaker, called the voice of Akatora from within Naruto's form as Naruto was quickly cloaked in a black glow before he was encased head to toe in the black and silver scale mail of his sacred gear. You will die here today, Vigari, and it will be painful, snarled Naruto through his armor. Vigari pulled out a kunai, smirking as he did. Naruto kicked off the ground, running forwards, his two blades becoming engulfed in blue flames as he charged forwards. Leaping up into the air, Naruto descended upon Vigari with his two flaming blades at the ready. Vigari, however, brought up his kunai looking to block the weapons. Brynhildr was deflected by the small knife. Excalibur, however, managed to get past the small knife and slice into Vigari's shoulder before he could stop it. However, the blade barely cut in an inch before the rebel traitor managed to move and get away from the blade. You bastard, snarled Vigari, holding a hand over his shoulder. "Oh, don't worry Vigari, this is just the beginning," declared Naruto, stalking forwards. Vigari quickly jumped away from Naruto only for the devil himself to spin around the bladed tail of his armor, whipping around and leaving a small slice in the man's leg. While Vigari put his hand over his slightly bleeding leg, Naruto ran forwards, jumping up and flipping over, slamming his heel into Vigari's head, knocking the man to the ground. "Get up," snarled Naruto, glaring down at Vigari, not noticing that a small amount of people began to form a circle around the two, watching on. Vigari growled, pushing himself to his knees and throwing a handful of shuriken at Naruto. "Blizzard," snarled Naruto, pointing a hand forwards at Vigari, creating a stream of icy wind that flew towards Vigari, disrupting the flight of the man's kunai, also throwing some chunks of ice at the man, hitting him and leaving him with several cold open wounds. "Suitun Suryuden no Jutsu, water-style water dragon jutsu," called Vigari, flipping through hand signs before a dragon of water flying at Naruto. The devil snarled and flared out a huge light blue fireball that he threw at the water dragon, hitting it and shooting back to Vigari. However, what no one noticed was that within the light blue of the fireball there were flickers of harlequin green. Vigari screamed as the flames that engulfed his dragon caught him and burnt his hands. Naruto, using the lull in Vigari's attention to his advantage, quickly ran forwards and swung his light blue flame-coated Excalibur in a downwards arc, slicing at Vigari's chest, leaving a gash about an inch deep from the man's shoulder to his hips, making Vigari scream even louder. Once again Naruto's flames held flickers of harlequin green in them. Naruto, deciding he's plaid with Vigari enough, Naruto ran forwards and sliced at Vigari once more, however this time with Brynhildr. Using the weapon, Naruto sliced at Vigari's arm. With the flames and the sharpness of the blade, Naruto cut clean through the man's appendage. "Banishing shift," called Naruto as Vigari's severed arm fell, blood spurting from the man's torso, before it was sucked into the emerald green slice in the open air. "You son of a bitch, you cut off my fucking arm," screamed Vigari, only for Naruto to reach behind the man and grab him by the back of his head and slam the man's face into his knee, breaking his nose. As blood poured out of the many open wounds over Vigari's body, the crowd that had gathered began to reach for their various weapons. Naruto, noticing the hostility in the area, quickly leapt into the air. "Earthquake," called Naruto as he slammed back into the earth with a huge amount of force, making the earth under him and for miles around quake, knocking the crowd down as Naruto lunged forward, stabbing the flaming Excalibur into Vigari's stomach. When Naruto went to pull back, he was slammed in the face by a blood-red fist, throwing the blonde devil Excalibur in hand backwards into a building. Naruto cracking his neck as he pushed himself out of the destroyed building he found himself in. He saw a Yukai cloaked form. The being looked vaguely like a turtle but had three blood-red tails swaying hypnotically behind it. "You must be Yura," declared Naruto, a cold edge in his voice, glaring at the man as flickers of harlequin green flames floated in the air all around him. "If I am?" questioned the creature. Naruto narrowed his eyes and spun his blades in hand. "Then die!" roared Naruto, his own Yukai exploding out of him as his scale mail vanished and 9 blood-red and blonde fury tails with white tips grew from Naruto's tailbone, and 2 fox-like ears sprouted from the top of his head, and his whole form, tails and ears included, engulfed in a bubbly red substance, and a ring of harlequin green fire shot up around him before his light blue flames turned green, matching the flames around him. Naruto then kicked off the ground, flying inches above the ground at Yura, who flicked a staff out in front to him to block Naruto's strike. His blades having stopped, Naruto threw his whole body forwards, kicking Yura in the chest. "Mizukage-sama," called many of the voices from around the group. "Stay back, I shall deal with this pest myself," declared the man, getting up, glaring at Naruto, who stood, his 9 tails slowly swaying to an unknown rhythm. Naruto even went so far as to dismiss Brynhildr and sheath Excalibur before his hands were engulfed in his new green flames. Yura and Naruto began running at each other, Naruto dropping onto all fours as he ran. As the two reached each other, they slammed together, each of them trying to push the other back. Naruto kicked off the ground with one foot, spinning the pair over, throwing Yura into a building. However, before Naruto could even blink, Yura was out of the building and had slammed into Naruto once more, throwing the blonde back into yet another building. As Naruto extracted himself from the building, he saw a water dragon flying at him. Acting quickly, Naruto formed a green fireball and threw it towards the dragon. However, to everyone's shock, the fireball, instead of hitting the dragon and both turning to steam, or even exploding back to Yura, the green fireball flew through the dragon as if it wasn't even there. However, it did nothing to the dragon, so the dragon crashed into Naruto. However, the blonde Yukai devil's fireball hit Yura, throwing both men backwards. Naruto pushed himself up and glared at the Mizukage, who was glaring back at him as he too pushed himself to his feet. Naruto let out an animalistic growl before he once more ran forwards. However, this time Naruto ran on all fours, his fingernails becoming cloaked in green flames. Lunging forwards, Naruto's clawed strike was stopped once more by Yugura's staff. however 3 of Naruto's tails snapped forwards and smacked into Yugura's face, making man flip backwards. Landing on his feet, Yugura charged forward, slamming side first into Naruto, who used several of his tails in an effort to block the attack. However, the Mizukage just burst right on through the shield and hit Naruto, launching him backwards and once more into the previously destroyed building. Naruto pushed himself out of the rubble and onto all fours once more. However, this time he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of green fire 10 foot long and 3 foot wide at the tip. Yugura and the people around him jumped out of the way of the flames. However, some of the more observant ninja saw that the green flames didn't burn any plant life, where it tore through one unlucky ninja who had been caught in the path of the flames. As the unlucky soul burnt to a crisp, Naruto stopped his flames and snarled at Yugura, who glared back at the man annoyed. Naruto's fox-like ears twitched as a whistling sound was heard and a kunai came sailing at Naruto, who caught the kunai with his tail and pegged it right back at the kunoichi, who threw it. "That's it," snarled Yugura as his blood-red form suddenly parted, revealing a blue-shelled turtle but with a crab-like shell, spikes all over its body, and 3 shrimp-like tails. Under the shell, it had red, muscle-like tissue. It had a pair of human-like arms and hands, but no hind legs. Its face was concealed between a large forehead and lower jaw, both of which had spikes. Its eyes were red and had crimson pupils. The moment the veil of red chakra vanished, the creature began building up a large quantity of small blood-red and light blue orbs, which quickly came together to create a large purple ball in front of the creature's mouth. Naruto let out an animalistic snarl and began to run towards the turtle. However, the creature shot the purple ball towards Naruto, who didn't stop running. However, just before the ball hit Naruto, a shadow dropped between them and then Naruto vanished in a plume of blue flames. #RebelBase. Naruto, still mid-sprint, appeared in the rebel base in a plume of flames, Sarah's appearing in front of him. Naruto, still in an animalistic fury, swiped at Sarah's with his flaming claws. Sarah screamed as she fell backwards after the flaming claw strike, alerting the people around her and Naruto to their arrival, and drawing Naruto out of his haze. Sarah's? Questioned Naruto hazily before he caught sight of the claw marks on the woman's stomach and looked at his own hands. "Sarah's, I'm so sorry," spoke Naruto, moving forwards to help his queen, only for the vampire herself to involuntarily flinch and Naruto stopped. As people all around them rushed to the 2 devils, Naruto turned and ran. After taking about 10 steps, the blonde was engulfed in a plume of blue fire. "Naruto-sama," called out Sarah's, but it was too late. Naruto was gone. Sarah's winced as she went to push herself up, gently placing her hand on her stomach. Sarah's channeled flame magic to her hand, sealing the claw-like wounds. After a few minutes, Sarah's gently pushed herself to her feet and quickly made her way to May's tent. Pushing through the flaps and stepping inside, she saw May was not alone. "Sarah's, you're back. How went the mission?" asked May, looking to the vampire. "Main objective completed. The loyalists have no idea on anything. They thought Vigari was insane because he told them about supernatural beings and thus had set aside everything he had said until he was proven mentally competent, and I managed to destroy all of the material," declared Sarah's. "And the secondary objectives?" asked May. "And where's Naruto?" asked Kushina, causing Sarah's to look down. "He isn't dead, is he?" questioned May unbelievingly, only for Sarah's to shake her head, confusing the 2 red heads. "Then where is he?" asked Kushina. "I don't know," spoke Sarah's, quickly continuing before May or Kushina could ask questions. "I found him in a fight with Yugura, but he wasn't himself, so I got him the hell out of there, but when we got back here something still wasn't right and they attacked me. He came back to his senses and saw what he did and teleported away. I have no idea where he is or if he completed any of the other objectives," muttered Sarah's before looking worriedly to Kushina, as was May. "Thank you, Sarah's," spoke Kushina, glancing to the woman who looked nervous. "There's something else, isn't there?" declared May, looking to Sarah's, also noting the woman's uneasiness. Sarah's nodded. "When Naruto-sama wasn't himself, his flames, they were green," said Sarah's. #with Naruto. Naruto appeared outside Phoenix Castle in the mid-morning sun. Stretching out his senses, the blonde located his aunt, and quickly moved to where he could feel her energy. Walking around the castle, Naruto let his thoughts swirl around in his mind. Thankfully, it didn't take too long to each Ruby's energy signature. He found the woman sitting at the back table reading a newspaper. The younger blonde took a moment and was about to turn around when Ruby looked up. "Naru-chan? What are you doing here?" asked Ruby, concerned seeing her nephew before her with a sad look on his face. "Something happened, Oba-san, and I," muttered Naruto, stopping, not really sure why he had come to Ruby. "And you want to talk about it?" questioned Ruby kindly. Naruto nodded. Ruby motioned to the seat opposite her. Naruto smiled an unsure smile before taking the seat as Ruby put down her paper. The 2 sat in silence for a moment, Naruto not sure how to start and Ruby giving him the time he needed to get his thoughts in order. "I suppose I should start with I recently discovered a mole in the rebel forces and exposed them," began Naruto. Ruby nodded, listening intently to Naruto. However, he had in place a plan to kidnap Ravel for her healing abilities or to make a clean getaway, I don't know, but his plan was stopped and Ravel is safe, but the man got away, declared Naruto, getting a nod and a somewhat displeased look from Ruby, but she didn't speak. And a couple of days ago Seize and I were assigned a mission. We were to infiltrate Kirigakure, and find out how badly the rebels were exposed along with a couple of other secondary objectives. I used the opportunity to hunt down the bastard who planned to take Ravel and I found him, I killed him. I was already pissed off at that point, but then the loyalist leader showed up and attacked me, and I just lost it. I don't remember much about. All I can remember is my flames weren't normal, they were green and they didn't have the same effect with water as they normally do, continued Naruto, tears forming in his eyes. Ruby reached out and put her hand over his, and Sarah, she saved me from an attack teleporting us back to the main base, but, said Naruto, choking up as he went to explain. You lashed out and attacked her, spoke Ruby. Naruto bit his lip and nodded, not looking to Ruby. Naru-chan, look at me, said Ruby. Naruto glanced up at his aunt to see a soft smile. The elder blonde stood up and walked over to her nephew and pulled him into a gentle hug. It's okay Naru-chan, you're under a lot of stress right now, you're fighting a war and from what you've said it sounds like you're a key player. You had a member of your family kidnapped. While she is safe, that doesn't make it better. You still feel guilty over it. Your emotions got the best of you. I'm sure Sarah's-chan knows this too, and she's probably worried about you right now, and I know Kushina will be worried about you, declared Ruby softly. Naruto smiled as he hugged his aunt. After a few moments Naruto pulled back from his aunt with a smile on his face. Better? Asked Ruby, getting a nod from Naruto. Several hours later, Rebel Base. Naruto appeared just inside the base in a flash of blue fire, his tails and ears hidden with a simple henge. The blonde had spent some time with his aunt trying to recreate the green flames, but he hadn't even managed a flicker of green flames, which he was somewhat thankful for, as he was blaming the lack of emotional control on the flames. Childish and wrong perhaps, but Naruto didn't care. Walking into the base, Naruto headed straight for Mei's tent, knowing Sarah's would have reported in, but she wouldn't have been able to report about his part of the mission, as well as wanting to let the woman know he had returned. Stepping into the Mei's tent, he wasn't surprised to see Kushina, Sarah's, Mikoto, Ravel, Hana, Luffy, Pira, Rainier, and Kuroka standing there. Naruto, we were just about to go out looking for you, spoke Mei. I'm sorry for worrying you, replied Naruto, looking down ashamed of himself. It's okay Naruto, said Mei. I'm sorry about attacking you Sarah's, I wasn't fully in control of myself, declared Naruto sadly, not looking to Vampiric Queen. I know you weren't, it's okay, replied Sarah's, hugging her master with a smile. Everyone let the two hug for a moment before Mei spoke up. Naruto, I know you're probably tired at this point, but there is a couple of things we need to discuss, said Mei. I delivered the message, and Vigari is dead, declared Naruto, looking to Mei, getting a nod from the woman. Alright, I want a full report as soon as you can, but with that out of the way, there is someone here that I'm sure you'd like to see, and we're fairly sure she would like to see you, spoke Mei, drawing a confused look from Naruto. Come on Naru-chan, I'll take you to her, said Kushina with a soft smile, holding her hand out. Naruto extracted himself from Sarah's hug and followed his mother, taking her hand as they walked along, Sarah's quickly dropping into Naruto's shadow as he left. The rest of you are dismissed, declared Mei, looking to Naruto's peerage, who nodded and went their separate ways. Naruto meanwhile walked down the street with his mother, still confused about what was happening. Where are we going Kaa-chan? Asked Naruto, looking up to his mother. To the tents Naru-chan, spoke Kushina, not willing to ruin the surprise for either party. Mei and Kushina had managed to keep Yuki in the dark about Naruto for 4 days. She wasn't going to let Naruto know before it was time. Naruto just looked to his mother, confused, before shrugging. It was only going to be a few minutes at the most before he found out anyway. The two Gremory devils walked into the tented area of the rebel base. After a few moments of walking, Naruto and Kushina came to a tent where Kushina stopped. Naruto looked up to the woman who motioned to the tent. Naruto shrugged and stepped into the tent, however the second he stepped inside he saw a face he hadn't seen in years and his jaw dropped. Why Yuki? Screamed Naruto. The woman looked to him equally shocked. And Naruto-kun, stuttered the woman. Yuki, yelled Naruto, running forwards, hugging the girl, who just as quickly hugged her childhood friend. I never thought I'd see you again, whispered Naruto, hugging the blue-haired girl tightly. The girl smiled and squeezed Naruto tightly. I missed you Naruto-kun, declared Yuki, hugging the blonde, tears forming in her eyes. I missed you too Yuki-chan, whimpered Naruto, not pulling back from the girl, not willing to let her see his crying face. However, when Yuki pulled back he didn't resist her. Where were you? Asked Yuki, looking at him somewhat angrily. Naruto blinked, his tears still in his eyes. When? Asked Naruto, confused. The funerals, Naruto. My parents were killed in that attack. I didn't want to believe you had something to do with it, I couldn't, but the elders said that you left before the funerals and you weren't there, spoke Yuki sadly. They said I left? Questioned Naruto indignantly. You didn't? Asked Yuki, even more confused now. Naruto shook his head. No, I wanted to be there, Yuki. I wanted to say goodbye to everyone that died and apologize to those affected by it, but I couldn't. The elders banished me. I begged them to let me stay for the funerals at least, but they told me no. They told me I couldn't even say goodbye. I didn't have a choice. I am so sorry, Yuki. Spoke Naruto, even more tears threatening to spill, learning he had been responsible for orphaning 2 of his closest friends. It's okay, Naruto, I was worried about you, so was Karumi, at least for a while, spoke Yuki. She hates me, doesn't she? Questioned Naruto sadly. Yuki nodded, sad that someone who had been so close to her family was forced to live with the guilt of not being able to say goodbye to anyone he had known, the ones he had killed or the ones he would leave behind, as well as the fact that her baby sister, who loved Naruto like a brother when they were younger, now hated him. What about you? Asked Naruto, looking to Yuki, who smiled to her friend, shaking her head. No, Naruto, I don't hate you, spoke Yuki with a smile. Naruto let a soft smile grace his features as he once again hugged his blue-haired friend. Yuki just relaxed into his hold, smiling. However, after a moment, Naruto pulled back. Not that I'm not happy to see you, Yuki, because I am over the moon seeing you again, but why are you here? The hero village has never much cared about the conflict of the elemental nations, said Naruto, confused. It's not a mission from the hero village, it's from Azazel-sama, spoke Yuki with a small smile. Azazel? Questioned Naruto, confused. Yeah, he came to the village and asked me to look into a recent rise in unholy energy here in Kirigakure, declared Yuki. And he asked you specifically? Asked Naruto, surprised. Aha, wait, what are you doing here in Kiri? Aren't you from Konoha? Asked Yuki, looking to Naruto. Huh, what? Yeah, I defected from Konoha a few months ago, said Naruto, stepping back from his friend. Listen, I need to speak with someone, so we'll catch up in a bit, okay? Asked Naruto, getting a nod and smile from Yuki. Naruto stepped out of the tent, a confused mixed with annoyed look on his face. Walking away from Yuki's tent so she wouldn't sense his unholy energy, Naruto vanished in a swirl of flames. #human realm, near Kuoh #. Appearing in the human realm, Naruto set about looking for his father figure's energy signature. After finding it, Naruto set out for where he could feel it. It took all of 10 minutes to reach the building that housed the man. Walking in, Naruto found it to be a rather nice building. Walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor, Naruto knocked on the door. He could feel Azazel's energy signature behind. Coming, came the voice of the man himself. As the door opened, Naruto stepped inside. Naruto? Questioned Azazel. Is there any particular reason you're sending Yuki to me on a silver platter, or do you honestly expect me to believe you had no idea the recent increase in devil activity in Kiri has been me? Asked Naruto, glaring at the man. Naruto, you are like a son to me. You have my daughter with you. I want you to be safe. It's not much, but Yuki is just some extra help for you. Besides, she was the only one who likes you enough not to kill you as soon as she looks at you, declared Azazel, trying to make Naruto see his reasoning. Do you honestly not think I can take care of myself? Asked Naruto, almost insulted at his father figure's lack of faith in him. No, Naruto, that's not what I'm saying. I want to be sure you are safe, and I want you and Yuki to be happy, spoke Azazel, shocking Naruto slightly. Seeing the blonde not speaking, Azazel continued, Yuki, she has never been the same since you left. She retreated from everyone except Karumi. She only focused on training and her sister. She's burnt herself out from training more times than I'd care to count. She spent about as much time in the hospital as you told me you had spent in the hospitals in Konoha. Naruto, all of this happened after you left. If losing you causes her that much pain, having you back might just take it away, declared Azazel. Naruto sighed, looking to the man before he just turned around, vanished in a plume of fire. Chapter 28, Misty Horizons 8. Naruto sighed, looking down at the multiple other occupants of his bed. Next to him was Mikoto, on the other side was Sarah's, between his legs and on his chest was Kuroka, on his left leg and part of his lower body was Rainier, and on his right leg and part of his lower body was Yuki. It had been several months since Yuki had shown up at the rebel base. Naruto had not been able to hide from her his true nature for very long. It was a week before he came clean to her about his true origins. Thankfully she hadn't attacked him outright, however she had avoided him for a week, which saddened Naruto. However, after the week she had come to see him for one of the happiest yet saddest conversations in his recent history. #flashback. Naruto sat in his tent, his head in his hands. It was a week since he had told Yuki he was a devil, and she had not said one word to him since. He missed talking with her. She was his first friend, and if he were perfectly honest with himself, she was probably also his first crush, and having her in his life recently had reminded him of exactly why that was the case. Naruto looked up, hearing the tent flaps be opened. You began Naruto happily. I want you to turn me, spoke Yuki, shocking Naruto. What? Questioned Naruto, looking to the blue-haired girl who stepped forwards before straddling Naruto's hips, hugging him. I want you to turn me, Naruto-kun. I don't want to lose you again. I don't care if the village sends people after me for leaving. I don't care what happens. I don't want to leave you, spoke Yuki, burying her face in the nape his neck. What about Kuoh? Spoke Naruto, only to feel something wet hit his neck. Please don't leave me, whispered Yuki so low that Naruto's normal ears didn't hear her. The blonde devil only caught it with his kitsune ears, making him pull Yuki back from him to see her crying. Please Naruto-kun, whimpered the girl. Naruto just smiled, hugging her close to him. Of course not, Yuki-chan, spoke Naruto, pulling the girl close to himself. I won't leave you again, Yuki-chan, I promise, declared Naruto, squeezing the girl reassuringly. Good, said Yuki, muffled slightly as she was still crying against his neck. #flashback and #. Naruto had used his mutation night piece on Yuki, and she had not once let him down since then, and had thankfully agreed to hide any knowledge that Naruto knew Azazel from Rainier. And thankfully, through Naruto and Yuki talking to Azazel, no heroes had shown up looking for Yuki. In the several months since Naruto had infiltrated Kiri, he had found out what the note that he had left in Kiri was and who he had left it with. When Ikaru, Rikari's brother, had walked into the rebel base about a week after Naruto had infiltrated Kiri, Mei had informed her commanders, Naruto, Rikari, Zabuza, Mangetsu, Pira and Kushina, the truth, which was shortly after the rebellion had begun. Ikaru had come to her asking her to protect his sister before volunteering to become a mole inside the loyalists under the promise that Rikari not be told. Also thankfully, in the months since Naruto had infiltrated Kiri, the rebels had forced the loyalists back almost to the village itself. They still held a few bases, but the war was finally looking like it was coming to an end. Naruto-sama, spoke a voice softly. Naruto looked up to see Pira standing in his doorway, nodding to the woman indicating he was listening. She continued, Mei-sama has a mission for you and would like to see you right away, declared the red-haired woman. Naruto nodded quickly, creating a clone to leave behind in his place so the women who shared his bed could sleep. As Naruto and his clone switched places, Pira left the tent, headed on her way, while Naruto quickly changed clothes, before leaving the tent to go and speak to the red-haired rebellion leader. After a few minutes of walking through the dark and misty base, Naruto walked into Mei's tent to find the woman herself looking over a scroll with narrowed eyes. Intel from Jiraiya? Asked Naruto, drawing the red-haired woman's attention to him before nodding. Pira told me you had a mission for me, spoke Naruto. Yes, I do. Jiraiya's spies have informed us that Jinpachi Munashi has been given a mission from the Mizukage to deliver orders to the last prison the loyalists hold outside of Kiri. Given they hold a large number of our troops and we are closing in on Kiri itself, those orders can't be good, said Mei. So I'm to capture him and bring him back here? Asked Naruto, only for Mei to shake her head. No, we don't need him alive at this point, even if the only orders are verbal ones, replied Mei. So I'm to assassinate him then? Questioned Naruto, getting a nod from Mei. Okay, who's my team? Asked Naruto. That's up to you this time, up to 4 others, and remember Jinpachi will not be alone, it won't be Genin with him, and you can't afford for even one of those Nin to escape. And get word to Yura that Jinpachi didn't deliver the orders, declared Mei. Naruto nodded. Any word from Kuoh-chan? Asked Naruto, looking to Mei hopeful. Jiraiya's spies had located Tsunade over a week ago, and so Kushina had set out as soon as she had heard about it, but Mei nor Naruto had received word from her since. Mei shook her head sadly at Naruto's question. Back to the task at hand, muttered Naruto, a bit disheartened his mother hadn't reached out. Do you have an idea of who you want for this mission, Naruto? Asked Mei. Yes, Yuki, Pira, Sarah's and Rainier, spoke Naruto, getting a quirked brow from Mei. Jinpachi is one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Like you said, he won't be with Genin, he will most likely be with others as capable as he is in both ninjutsu and kenjutsu. Pira and Yuki are 2 of the best blade fighters I know, and as Zabuza and Mangetsu are both already out on missions, I can't utilize their skills. Rainier, while not the best with a blade, she can handle herself. And finally Sarah's, she is the best person for crowd control aside from yourself or Red Ari, but neither you or she can use that crowd control around others, declared Naruto, getting a thoughtful shrug from Mei before she nodded. Take him out somewhere away from both Kiri and the prison. We don't need word reaching either one. Quickly, ordered Mei, getting a nod from Naruto. Dismissed, spoke Mei before Naruto turned and quickly left the tent. Once he was outside, Naruto created several clones to quickly locate his team and inform them of the situation as he himself headed towards the gates. #the next day. Naruto and his team trailed behind Jinpachi and his unit. The swordsman had proven Naruto and Mei right by traveling with 9 Jonin-level ninja, all with blades strapped to their bodies. Naruto had, once his team assembled, teleported them to the outskirts of Kiri, where luckily Jinpachi had just been leaving, and the team of 5 had been following him ever since. The Kiri loyalists had stopped only 4 times in the whole time Naruto and his team had been following them, and that had only been for maybe 10 minutes each time, even running almost all the way through the night. I think we've let them get far enough, decaled Naruto glancing back to his peerage who nodded to him. Remember the two at the front are to be caught alive, ordered Naruto once more getting a nod from his peerage members. The blonde king himself drew both Excalibur and Alaster cloaking both in flames and lightning respectively. Pyrrha quickly turned her spear to its rifle form lining up a shot, Rainier formed a pair of light spears, Sarah's vanished into the shadows knowing her task and preparing to stop any escaping ninja. Yuki quickly summoned her blade Sakuya to her side while another blade formed on her back. The blade itself was a longsword that looked almost like a clock hand, however the part that would actually connect to a mechanism had a clock face on it. Now, ordered Naruto, and the second he said the word a loud bang ripped through the area courtesy of Pyrrha's gun. However, before the bullet had hit its target, Yuki had already slit the throat of one of the 10 ninja. Pyrrha's bullet hit a second target and Rainier throwing both of her light spears, one hitting her target, the other being dodged by the second target. Jinpachi only just managed to turn around in time to block a strike from Naruto's twin blades with his own sword's cutting edge. "You're that little brat who attacked Mizukage-sama," spoke Jinpachi with a smirk looking at Naruto. "Maybe I am, maybe I'm not," replied Naruto jumping back from the larger man who quickly lunged forwards attempting to strike at Naruto with the explosive side of his sword. Naruto blocked the strike with his sparking blade. "Boom," muttered Jinpachi as the explosive tags on his sword lit up before exploding outwards in a ball of yellow fire, only for that wave to stop short of Naruto and turn light blue before circling around the blonde like a hula hoop. After forming the ring of protective fire, Naruto directed the flames back at Jinpachi, who jumped backwards to avoid the flames before slicing through them with the sharpened edge of his sword. "I'm still not used to using that technique," thought Yuki to herself as she glanced at the two swordsmen she found herself in front of, panting slightly as she did. "Time to die, bitch," spoke one of the two swordsmen running forwards. As he ran, Yuki saw 5 different ghostly images come from the swordsman, one going for a strike from the left, another from the right, the third an overhead strike, and the last 2 underhanded strikes from left and right. "There," declared Yuki to herself, seeing the real opponent move slightly following the path of the underhanded strike from the left. The blue-haired swordswoman quickly moved her clock hand blade to block the strike while simultaneously using Sakuya to slice clean through the man's neck. Before the second of Yuki's opponents could even blink, she vanished, the clock on her blade speeding up, being the last thing the man saw before Yuki once again separated a man's head from his shoulders. Naruto was about to charge forwards when he sensed something behind him. Jumping to the side, Naruto found a second Jinpachi standing behind him. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto ran forwards, ducking under a kunai thrown his way before sliding through the second Jinpachi's legs as the man brought the explosive side of his blade down on the ground, exploding the ground around him, only for Naruto to push off the ground, flipping over, kicking the second Jinpachi in the head, making it explode into water. Rainier had quickly, after throwing her 2 light spears, formed another pair and dived at the man who had managed to avoid. However, as she landed and went to attack him, the man turned and drew his own blade, blocking the 2 light weapons before pushing the 2 weapons back, making Rainier stumble. The loyalist ninja quickly went to stab Rainier, only for her wings to flare out and fly backwards, avoiding the strike before throwing her spears forwards again. The loyalist deflected the 2 spears before charging forward at Rainier, only for a pair of white fireballs to form in the woman's hands before quickly flying towards the opposing ninja. Suitun Suryuden no Jutsu, water-style water dragon jutsu, called the Nin, launching a dragon made entirely from water towards the 2 basketball-sized fireballs, expecting to put them out. However, once the water dragon flew towards the fireballs, Rainier smirked. The water dragon engulfed the fireballs, only for the flames to explode outwards, engulfing the water dragon in white fire, which shot back to the man who couldn't stop the jutsu in time and was hit in the face by the holy flames, and was thrown backwards. Thankfully, before the man could let out a blood-curdling scream, a spear of red light pierced his heart, killing the man instantly. After making sure the man was dead, Rainier moved on to her next target, one of the men to be kept alive. She knew why Naruto wanted the 2 men alive, so she wouldn't disobey him. "Especially if it gives me an excuse to sleep with him by myself again," thought Rainier to herself before just short of stopping dead mid-stride. "Where the hell did that come from?" questioned Rainier. She didn't get much chance to contemplate it though, as her target had engaged her, swinging his blade over his head. Rainier quickly brought her 2 light spears up and across above her head, stopping the blade. Rainier quickly spun around, kicking the man in the side, launching him into a tree. The man jumped to his feet just as Rainier closed the distance between them, slamming her foot into his stomach. The man, however, used the close proximity of the limb to slice at Rainier's leg. The sword cut into Rainier's skin, making her hiss in pain, jumping back from the man who used the opportunity to jump to his feet and pull out a handful of shuriken before throwing them at Rainier, who quickly flew up to avoid the projectiles before throwing her light spears at the ninja, who couldn't move out of the way quick enough, and both of his legs were impaled, pinning them to the ground. Rainier couldn't savor the scream of the man as she had a job to do, and doing her job the black-haired fallen angel dropped to the ground and slammed her fist into the ninja's face, rendering the man unconscious. As Naruto landed on the ground, he looked around for the original Jinpachi only to not be able to see him. However, a second later the blonde felt the man as a dull blade slammed into his midsection before exploding, launching the blonde up into the air and throwing him away from the battlefield. Naruto Kun/Sama, came the panicked voice of the three visible peerage members. Pira growled, looking at her master before running at her targets. Running forwards, Pira jumped up, flipping in the air before dive-bombing spear first towards the target who could be killed, who deflected Pira's spear with a kunai. The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes as both the ninja Naruto had ordered to take alive and the other ninja both pulled out a handful of shuriken before throwing them at Pira. As the weapon spun in the air, Pira smirked, putting her shielded arm up before a wave of electromagnetic energy shot out from her hand and pushed the weapons back to their owners at the same amount of force, if not more, than they had thrown them with. Both ninja were shocked by the speed their throwing weapons flew back at them. Trying as hard as they could, they deflected as many as they could before the two of them were overwhelmed and winced as the metal stars cut their skin. However, for one of the two ninja, their pain was short-lived as Pira dashed forward, slamming her spear into the man's heart. Naruto, however, flipped in the air and allowed his wings to flare out of his back, catching the blonde mid-air. Cracking his neck as the remnants of the blonde's shirt and jumper fell from his form, Naruto narrowed his eyes at Jinpachi, who stood in the middle of the battlefield, sword on his shoulder and a smirk on his face. Chaos Dragon Balance Breaker, called Naruto, black scale mail cloaking his semi-scared form. Naruto shot back towards Jinpachi with amazing speed. Earthquake, called Naruto, slamming into the ground, causing a quake for miles around them, shaking up the battlegrounds, causing everyone minus Naruto to stumble, giving the blonde an easy time to lunge forwards, bisecting Jinpachi from shoulder to hip, as the two halves of the former swordsman of the mist slid apart and fell to the ground in a pool of blood. The loyalists who caught sight of the deed began to turn ready to run. As the last remaining Jonin began to run from the armor-clad Naruto, he was suddenly impaled in a non-lethal area by a red and black bloody spear from his own shadow. As the man fell to the ground, Ceres arose from his shadow. Naruto walked over to the two halves of the previous swordsman and searched his pouches and pockets for a scroll or something Yura might have given him to give to the prison guards. After a moment, Naruto pulled out a bloody scroll with the official seal of the Mizukage on it. Breaking the seal, Naruto unfurled the scroll, finding it to be a coded message. The blonde quickly rolled the scroll up before pocketing it. "Grab those two, we're done here," declared Naruto, motioning to the unconscious loyalists before he moved over to Jinpachi's weapon and picked it up. Once they had all they needed, the four lower devils moved over to their master and the five of them vanished in a plume of blue fire. #RebelBase #. Naruto and his group appeared in a plume of fire. "Go extract the gears from them," spoke Naruto. Rainier nodded, walking away with Ceres, both of them holding one of the unconscious men over their shoulders. "I can handle this, you two go and relax," spoke Naruto, getting a thankful nod from Pira and Yuki. With that, the three devils split. Naruto headed towards Mei's tent, his two knights heading off in opposite directions. While he was walking, Naruto took a few swings with the liberated Shibuki, getting a feel for the blade, even though he would be handing it over to Mei to give to someone else. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto stepped into Mei's tent only to blink before turning around and walk back out. "Sochi, wait," called Kushina, quickly pulling back from her rather aggressive kiss with Mei. The rebellion leader simply pulled back from Kushina, sitting calmly on the table, resting her head on her hand. "I can explain," spoke Kushina, only for Naruto to turn to her with a quirked brow. "Explain? You're a woman, you have needs. You have told me before that you don't care. Who cares for those needs? You don't need to explain anything, you just need to let me know if I need to start calling Mei Ka-san," said Naruto. "Told you," stated Mei with a smirk on her face, looking to Kushina, who was breathing a sigh of relief before looking to Mei with a displeased look. "Not at this point, Naruto-chan," declared Kushina, looking back to Naruto. "But maybe once the rebellion is over," spoke Mei with a teasing smirk, glancing to Kushina, who turned back to her. "That soon? Maybe I should just start now anyway, hey Ka-san," replied Naruto, a smirk on his face, looking to Mei with a smirk on his face as Kushina turned back to him with a shocked look on her face. "Oh, calm down, Ka-chan, we're just messing with you, right?" "Ka-san," spoke Naruto, a teasing grin on his face. "That's right, Naruto-chan," replied Mei, a smirk on her face. "Ugh, you too," sighed Kushina, rolling her eyes before stepping next to Mei. "So, Naruto, report," ordered Mei, turning from teasing stepmother/girlfriend to military leader in a second. 8 Miss Jonin and Jinpachi Munashi are now dead, with another 2 to be following within the next few hours. "We have secured Shibuki and Jinpachi's orders, but the orders are encoded," spoke Naruto, tossing the scroll to Mei, who caught it before looking to Naruto, confused. "Too soon to follow?" questioned Mei. "Sacred gear wielders, Rainier will be extracting the gears presently," declared Naruto. Whatever happened to the last one she extracted? Asked Kushina. I still have it. I am waiting for someone who I think would be best to wield it, said Naruto. Alright, dismissed Naruto, spoke Mei, getting a nod from the blonde before he left the tent. Several hours later. Naruto was laying on his bed with a book about Yuki in his hands. While he was reading it, none of the information was really sticking. It had been months since Naruto had been to the Underworld and he was missing his friends. Naruto was interrupted from his musings as his tent flaps were pushed aside and in stumbled Rainier, quickly dropping his book and rushing to his pawn's side. Naruto caught her before she could fall over. Here you are, Naruto-sama. 2 sacred gears, spoke Rainier drowsily, handing 2 orbs to her master, one black the other purple. Within the black one was a pair of simple-looking silver wristbands. In the purple orb was a small ring with a glowing purple gemstone. Naruto smiled quickly, putting the black orb down, and took the purple orb, gently taking the ring and sliding it onto Rainier's finger as if it were a wedding ring. You can keep this one, my lovely fallen angel, declared Naruto, kissing Rainier on the forehead just as her eyes fluttered closed, a smile on her face. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Sado Clone Jutsu, quietly called Naruto, creating a clone to deal with the second sacred gear, while the blonde himself stood up, picking up Rainier before laying her down on his bed before he sat beside her and resumed his reading, Rainier quickly snuggling up to the blonde's side as she slept. 2 days later. Naruto quickly walked towards Mei's tent. Mei had given the scroll that Naruto took to Shikaku and the cryptanalysis team. They had apparently deciphered the coded message and Mei needed Naruto for a mission. Stepping into Mei's tent, Naruto found himself alone aside from Mei, who nodded to the young devil. You needed to see me, spoke Naruto. Mei nodded. Yes, the scroll you took from Jinpachi did indeed hold his orders, and it's as we feared. They're not good. Yura is ordering the massacre of anyone within the walls of the prison before calling his troops back to Kiri. I want you to infiltrate the prison and release everyone. You won't have team for this one, Naruto, so be careful, said Mei. Naruto nodded. Anything else? Asked Naruto. No, just make sure to be careful. We want as many people alive as you can get. I don't care what you do with the loyalists, just be careful. Kushina, not to mention your peerage, would never forgive me if you died from a mission I assigned you, pleaded Mei. Not to mention my fiancé, but you don't need to worry, Mei, declared Naruto before he turned around and vanished in a plume of fire. Be safe, Naruto, muttered Mei, looking at the dissipating flickers of blue flames. With Naruto. A day later. Naruto stood on a large body of water looking at the small island prison that was his mission to break into. On the island was about half a dozen buildings, all of which bar one were not large enough to contain many prisoners, but through his sensing abilities Naruto could tell there were people within all of the buildings. However, one energy signature in particular held his interest. As much as I want to see if I'm right, he'll have to wait until last. He's the only one there, and if I get caught it's better to have more people on my side, muttered Naruto, looking down. Quickly moving forwards, Naruto dove underwater before swimming into a cave he could feel under the island. Swimming into the cave, Naruto found it lit up with torches with several guards along with a staircase leading up to the prison itself. Discreetly Naruto summoned a magical barrier to block the guards from running up the stairs, before he took control of the flames of the torches, turning the flames blue, darkening the room slight. What the hell? Questioned one of the 6 guards as the lights dulled before flames from a torch behind him launched out and incinerated the man alive, drawing the attention of the other guards who were immediately on guard looking around for the culprit. Check upstairs, ordered one of the guards, getting a nod from another guard who moved over to the stairs only to walk straight into Naruto's barrier. What the? Questioned the man, looking at the stairs trying to get past the barrier only to find it impossible. What's the hold up? Questioned the one in charge. I can't get to the stairs, it's like there's a barrier or something here, spoke Gree, confused. That would be me, spoke Naruto, now leaning on the wall above the underwater entrance to the cave. His sudden presence making 2 of the guards actually jump a bit. Who the hell are you? Snarled one of the guards, looking to Naruto, who didn't even bother answering before the flames from all of the nearby torches flew out and swirled around the 5 remaining men as Naruto walked towards the stairs. I wouldn't do that if I were you, spoke Naruto as the men went through hand signs. Sushin Teppadama, water-style liquid bullets, called one of the guards, launching out balls of water hitting Naruto's tornado of flame. Both attacks exploded into flames, incinerating the 5 remaining guards. Naruto sighed as he stealthily crept up the stairs. Reaching the top, Naruto carefully glanced out of the staircase. He could see several guards patrolling the area. Seeing one walking in his general direction, Naruto ducked behind the wall and pulled out a laster, waiting for the woman to step past him. Once she did, Naruto lunged out, wrapping his hand around the woman's mouth before running a laster through her chest, instantly killing her. Gently lowering her body to the ground, Naruto took a set of keys from the woman's corpse before quietly standing up and moving back to the top of the stairs. Glancing out, Naruto saw a cell that none of the guards would see him slip into unless they were looking directly at it, which they weren't. Quickly dashing over to the cell, Naruto unlocked the solid iron door and slipped inside. Looking at the inside of the cell, Naruto narrowed his eye, as he saw a woman in nothing better than rags chained to the wall, looking barely lucid. Thankfully the woman appeared not to have been raped, but she was still in a shocking state. "Who are you?" asked the woman as Naruto moved over to her. "I'm a friend, I'm here to break everyone out. Are you okay to fight?" asked Naruto, unlocking the first of the woman's cuffs. "Once you get these cuffs off, we'll see they seal our chakra. Are you with the rebellion?" asked the woman. Naruto nodded before quickly unlocking the woman's cuffs. She took a sharp breath, rolling her wrists. "Ah, that's so much better," spoke the woman, stretching as she stood up before she looked at Naruto. "Anything I can do?" asked the woman, only for a set of keys to be tossed to her. "Get as many people out as you can. If the guards try and stop you, kill them. Mae-sama doesn't care what happens to the guards," replied Naruto, moving to the door. "Where are you going?" asked the woman. "There are several other buildings with prisoners in them on the island. I want to get to them," spoke Naruto, quickly stepping out of the cell before stealthily towards an exit. By the time Naruto had exited the main building, he heard the sound of chaos within the building, quickly moving to where he could feel the signature that held his interest. Entering a smaller building, Naruto found only 2 guards within the building. However, within the building was a golden sword leaning on a wall. Glancing at the sword, Naruto felt a smirk cross his face. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" questioned one of the guards, looking to Naruto, drawing a kunai. "Banishing shift," called Naruto, summoning Brynhildr, slicing into the air, leaving a green slice in the air before he ran forwards towards the 2 guards who were distracted by the attack, slashing his weapon across one of the guards' throats, spraying blood from the wound, and before the other guard could do anything, Naruto stabbed the man through the chest. The green slice faded just as the second guard fell to the ground in a pool of his blood. Naruto quickly searched the guards for the keys to the door. After finding them, Naruto inserted the key into the cell, opening the door. "Who's there?" asked the occupant of the single room, looking to Naruto. "A friend," was Naruto's simple answer as he looked over the man. Aside from the bruising and blood, Naruto took note of the purple eyes behind glasses, and the blonde hair with a messy short ponytail. "So are you going to let me out?" asked the man, looking to Naruto, confused. "Right, sorry," spoke Naruto, moving to the man and unlocking the shackles around the man's wrists, letting the man push himself to his feet and rub his bruised wrists. "I thank you, sir. Might I know your name?" questioned the man politely. "Naruto Gremory Phoenix," replied Naruto, noting the momentary widening of the man's eyes and his glancing to the sword in the other room. "Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you, Pendragon," spoke Naruto, turning around and walking out of the room, picking up the man's sword, tossing it to the blonde man. "But I will need you to come with me, Arthur," spoke Naruto. Chapter 29, Misty Horizons 9. The sun hung low in the skies over Kirigakure. 3 months had passed since Naruto's prison break, and the next day would bring about the end of the civil war one way or another. Mei and her commanders, Naruto, Kushina, Rikari, Ikaru, Zabuza, Mangetsu, Aoi and Chojuro, all stood at the front of their troops, all little over 3 kilometers away from Kiri. The loyalists, after losing the last of their bases outside of the village, had retreated within the walls and barred the doors. The rebels had arrived not hours ago and would begin their assault in the morning, the devils leading the charge, as they could actually get over the walls to let the rebels in. However, the large force of the rebels would be split into 4 so that they could capture any fleeing loyalists. Naruto looked back from his position in a tree to his bishop and her brother. Naruto smiled as Luffy talked with her brother. Despite Luffy being turned to a devil, the two's relationship hadn't faltered at all. #flashback. Naruto appeared in a flash of fire with Arthur at his side. A clone of the blonde would be leading the escaped prisoners back to the base. He, however, wanted to reunite his bishop with her brother as soon as possible. Stretching out his senses, Naruto found Luffy in her tent, a tent she had originally shared with Rainier until the fallen angel had taken up residence in Naruto's own tent. "Follow me," ordered Naruto, glancing back to the blonde man behind him, who quirked a brow before shrugging and following the blonde. The devil and the holy swordsman said nothing to each other as they walked through the main rebel base, that is until they reached the tents, when Arthur spoke up. "May I ask what this is about?" questioned the bespectacled man. "You may, but I won't answer as that would ruin the surprise for you, and I don't wish to do that," replied Naruto. Arthur quirked a brow but followed the devil anyway. After a few more minutes of walking, Naruto came to a tent and stepped inside. Arthur quirked a brow and was about to follow until he heard a voice and froze. "Hello, Naruto-sama, back from your mission?" questioned Luffy as Naruto stepped into her tent. "That I did, and I found something on that mission that you will love," spoke Naruto with a smile on his face. "What?" questioned Luffy, confused. "Luffy?" asked Arthur, stepping into the tent, shocked to see his sister. Ni-san, questioned Lu Fei standing up looking to her brother shocked, tears forming in her eyes. Arthur stepped forwards and wrapped his arms around Lu Fei who returned the hug, both siblings crying as they embraced each other. #flashback and Naruto looked away from the siblings before glancing to his mother who sat in a tree, her new queen Mei straddling her hips with the two in a lip lock. Naruto shook his head at the scene before sitting back against the trunk of the tree he was on, letting his leg fall off the branch and swing below him. "Ryo, for your thoughts," spoke a voice from the end of the branch Naruto was perched on. "Nothing, Koto-chan," replied Naruto with a smile, looking to the Uchiha matriarch who then moved closer to him. "Naruto-kun, there's something I want to tell you," spoke Mikoto looking to her king, suddenly very nervous, worrying Naruto who sat up straighter and reached out to the woman. "Is everything okay, Mikoto?" questioned Naruto, placing a hand on her shoulder. Mikoto looked to the young blonde with a blushing face. The woman moved closer to Naruto, pushing herself against his chest. "Naruto-kun, I'm in love with you," spoke the woman softly. "You helped me in my times of need, you saved me and my family from myself, you saved us from Konoha, you've treated me like a queen and I've fallen for you hard," spoke Mikoto somewhat nervously before she felt Naruto squeeze her. "I love you too, Koto-chan, you're beautiful, you're powerful, you're kind yet ruthless, loving yet sadistic," spoke Naruto, making Mikoto smile. "But I am a devil, it's in our very nature to take more than one lover, as you know, with my mother and father, and at this point I am already engaged to another woman," spoke Naruto with an apologetic look. Mikoto however reached up and put a finger to his lips. "I know, Naruto-kun, I know, but as long as you make time for me I am happy to be one of many," spoke the woman with a smile, sealing her promise with a gentle kiss. Naruto leant into the kiss, wrapping his arms around Mikoto, pulling the woman against him, giving her but a cheeky squeeze as he did, making Mikoto moan slightly. As the two pulled back, Naruto let her head fall into the crook of Naruto's neck. "Tomorrow's going to be a bloodbath, isn't it?" questioned Mikoto looking up to Naruto. "Yes, but we have no way to avoid this. Yagura has made it clear he won't stop until everyone with a Kekkai Genkai in Kiri is wiped out, and let's face it, if he somehow wins, there's no way he doesn't rebuild his forces and try wiping Kekkai Genkai from the rest of the world too," spoke Naruto sadly. The two fell into a brief moment of silence, only for it to be broken by Naruto. "You should get some rest, Koto-chan, we're leading the charge after all," said Naruto. "Are you coming?" asked Mikoto looking to Naruto. "You're not going to go unless I say yes, are you?" asked Naruto, getting a smile and a head shake from Mikoto. Naruto snorted before shaking his head, a smile on his face. "All right, let's go," spoke Naruto, standing up and gently pulling Mikoto to her feet before the two dropped to the ground. The next morning. Naruto stood on top of a tree, Excalibur in one hand, Alastor in the other hand, Brynhildr attached to his side. The blonde's wings flared out behind him and his 9 tails flowing freely behind him. Glancing down to the ground, Naruto saw Mei standing before the large force the rebels had amassed, Kushina beside her, giving them all one last pep talk. Atop a tree on the opposite side of the clearing from Naruto stood Sarah's, her wings out and her Harkonnens at the ready. As Naruto heard a roar of approval from the rebels, he shot up into the air, his peerage minus Lu Fei and Ravel, Kushina's peerage minus herself and Mei, and Minato's peerage following his lead as the blonde flew forwards towards the walls of the Bloody Mist village. As the strike force of devils flew closer to the wall, elemental attacks started to fly at them. Water, fire, wind, lightning and even earth attacks of all shapes and sizes came flying at the airborne devils. Naruto, using his unique pyrokinesis, took control of the fire thrown their way and intercepted the wind attacks before directing the wind-imbued fire at the water attacks, exploding backwards towards the originators of the water attacks, killing most of them and some of the people around them, only a small number being the lucky few who managed to stop their jutsu in time. "Rooks now," ordered Naruto, using the fear of his own attack as a distraction to destroy the huge wooden doors of Kiri. 2 ear-splitting howls were heard as 2 of the devils dropped from the sky, slamming into the ground as they morphed into the forms of werewolves, with 4 canines running from the armies of the rebels to catch up to the werewolves. Before anyone could worry about the canines, a blonde blur shot forward, slamming into the wooden gates of Kiri, putting a huge crack in the doors before flying back from the gates, revealing Tsunade glaring at the gates. Next, with another ear-splitting howl, 6 tornado-like blurs shot forward, slamming into the gates, expanding the cracks but not breaking the doors, the mother-daughter pair along with their Ninken partners flying back from the doors, making the ninja atop the wall smirk. However, those smirks dropped a second later as the entire earth shook around the village as a red-haired giant slammed into the ground, a pair of yellow fiery wings as big as he was behind him and a giant bow staff in his hands. The man ran forwards and slammed his staff into the already broken gates, once more widening the cracks and creating more in the gates. The loyalists of Kiri breathed a sigh of relief until one last opponent appeared on the horizon. However, after the previous attacks on their gates, the ninja didn't expect much from the scantily clad purple-haired woman. Oh, they were so wrong. Anko dropped into a dead sprint, and about 100 meters short of the gate she was engulfed in a black aura of magic, and a second later her form morphed into that of a 100-meter-long purple-scaled creature with no legs and long tentacles flowing out of the creature. It looked to be a sea creature judging from the gills and fish-like tail, but nonetheless the creature slammed into and through the gates, shattering the gates, before the creature morphed back into the form of a woman who ran into the village. As the gates broke, the rebels took a moment to look on in awe as the devils shattered the gates before they all began charging forwards. Naruto, who hung in the air above the whole ordeal, flew forwards into the village, his blades becoming cloaked with lightning and flames. As Naruto flew down into the village, 3 shots zoomed past him, all 3 of which exploded into large fireballs engulfing several of the loyalists. Naruto quickly spun, nodding to his queen and knight before continuing into the streets of Kiri, throwing a bolt of purple lighting forward, slamming into a ninja attempting to sneak up on Anko, electrocuting the woman before landing next to the purple-haired rook. "Thanks for that," spoke Anko with a grin. "No problem, consider that the beginning of compensation for saving my ass so many times back in Konoha," replied Naruto with a smirk, blocking a blade slice at himself and his mother's rook. "No time for chatting, you two, we have a job to do," declared Yuki, appearing in an instant beside Naruto and Anko, her 2 blades at the ready. Naruto nodded to the woman before pushing off the ground and flying upwards. #with Pira and Mangetsu #. The red-haired huntress and the white-haired blade master ran down the bare streets of Kiri. They were assigned to capture the hospital. Suddenly Mangetsu stopped, holding his arm in front of Pira, stopping the devil knight, who glanced to the white-haired man who was glancing around. "Jinin, I know you're there, why don't you come out?" called Mangetsu. "Very well, traitor, I guess I'll just kill you the normal way," declared a voice as a man stepped out of a side street. The man had a dark-colored beard and hair which was tied into a topknot. The remainder of his face appeared to be rather angular and features a very protuberant nose. He wore a dark-colored poncho cloth over a sleeveless dark shirt and matching pants, along with a waist guard, pinstriped arm and leg warmers. "Brought another pig to the slaughter as well, good," declared the man, spinning his weapons in his hands. In one hand was a large axe blade and in the other was what looked like a sledgehammer. "Not a chance, fat man," declared Pira, kicking off the ground, flaring her wings out as she flew back, turning her spear to its rifle mode as Mangetsu charged forwards. The 2 swordsmen of the mist clashed, Keba against Kaburawari, Mangetsu against Jinin. The loyalist ninja jumped back as Pira let a round fly from her weapon. Mangetsu pushed forwards, his blades arcing with lightning as he dashed forwards. As Mangetsu closed the gap between himself and his former comrade, he leapt into a spin, violently spinning as lightning arced all around him. As he spun, Jinin had to jump backwards from the lightning-imbued tornado. However, as Mangetsu's spinning came to a stop, the loyalist ninja charged forward, slamming his axe blade forwards, Mangetsu crossing his blades to block the strike, only for Jinin to bring his hammer down on the back of the axe, adding additional force to the strike, breaking through Mangetsu's defense, only for the white-haired man to vanish in a plume of smoke and Pira to lunge forwards out of the cloud of smoke, lunging forwards with her spear, stabbing it into Jinin, who grunted as he jumped back from the woman, glaring at her, charging forwards, attempting to slash at her, only for Pira to push his blade back with her ferrokinesis just enough for the strike to miss her, before Mangetsu leapt over his red-haired devil companion and deliver a cross strike at the man's chest, pushing Jinin back. The plump man snarled before quickly flipping through hand signs. "Suetun Bakusui Shoha, water-style exploding water shock wave," called the man, spewing forth a virtual tidal wave of water towards Pira and Mangetsu. Pira flared out her wings and took to the air, avoiding the building-crushing wave of water, while Mangetsu simply allowed himself to become water through the use of his clan techniques, both of their approaches leaving the attack null and void. As the water became calm, Mangetsu reformed atop of the small lake that had formed, while Pira dropped to the surface, both rebels looking for the loyalist who had created the new terrain. Pira quickly brought her shield above her head as Jinin dropped down on her, attempting to slice into the woman's skull with his blade. Before Jinin could attempt to force his blade through the shield, Mangetsu leapt forwards in a lunge with both of his blades, forcing Jinin to push back off of Pira's shield and land atop the water in a slide. Pira once more spun her spear around, switching the weapon to its rifle form and quickly pulling the trigger 3 times, firing off 3 ice dust rounds towards Jinin. The swordsman used his hammer to block 2 of the bullets. Unfortunately, he couldn't avoid the last one and it tore through his shoulder. As blood poured from the wounds inflicted to the man, Jinin heaved heavy breaths, glaring at the 2 rebels, who both broke into a run towards the man, crossing over 2 times before Pira clashed with the axe head end of Jinin's weapon and Mangetsu's 2 blades clashed with the hammer end of the equation. Both rebels jumped back before Jinan lumbered forwards, trying to at least hurt the two before he bit the dust. However, as he closed in on them, Mangetsu flipped over the man landing behind him, leaving another cross slash in his wake. Pyrrha dashed forwards and slammed her spear through Jinan's chest and heart, killing the man before he could even attempt to strike back at her. As Pyrrha pulled her spear back, Jinan's body fell forwards into the water, his weapon floating in front of him. Mangetsu quickly picked up the weapon, storing it within a scroll before turning to his red-haired companion and nodding. "Let's go," declared the white-haired man, running forwards as the water began to drain from the area. With Zabuza and Yuki. Zabuza and Yuki leapt from roof to roof, avoiding as many ninja as they could. They were tasked with capturing the school of Kirigakure. "Look out," called Yuki, pushing Zabuza to the side as a bandaged sword blade almost hit the duo. "Kisame," spoke Zabuza, glaring at the bandaged sword sticking out of the ground like a shark fin before the ground cracked and a fish-like man jumped out of the ground holding onto the bandaged sword. As the man landed, he swung his blade around to block a strike from Yuki, having vanished from next to Zabuza to behind the man in an instant. "Got to be faster than that, kid," spoke Kisame, pushing Yuki back. Yuki flipped over, landing on her feet, glaring at the fish-like man. However, before Kisame could charge at Yuki, Zabuza leapt at the fish man, swinging his blade over his head, only for Kisame to bring his blade up, blocking the strike. "I hope that's not all you have, Zabu-chan," taunted Kisame. However, before Zabuza could take a swipe at the man, Yuki had once more vanished and appeared, this time in front of Kisame, her foot connecting with the fishman's jaw, launching him up into the air. Zabuza decided to use it to his advantage and leapt from the ground and attempted to swing at Kisame, only for the blue-skinned man to once more block the strike with ease. The two master swordsmen landed, still blade locked. Yuki ran towards Kisame, who quickly kicked Zabuza back in time to swing an overhead strike down on Yuki, who, only thanks to the temporal properties of her clockwork blade, was able to cross her two blades above her head and block the strike. Before Kisame could take another strike at Yuki, Zabuza once more jumped into the fight, swinging his blade at Kisame's back. The fishman himself took the strike as a sadistic smirk spread across his face before turning to Zabuza. Kisame kicked Yuki in the stomach and in one motion spun around and slashed Zabuza across the chest, only for Zabuza to be moved back 3 feet before the attack connected as Yuki appeared beside the swordsman, panting slightly. Kisame quirked a brow, thinking that Zabuza should have been hit by that attack. Zabuza glanced to Yuki, giving the slightest nod of appreciation so as not to tip off Kisame that she had saved him. Yuki took a deep breath before both rebels once again turned to face Kisame. In an instant, both rebel swords people ran forwards, weaving in and out, crossing each other's paths, hoping to confuse Kisame. Zabuza was the first to strike, attempting a slash from the ground upwards. Kisame blocked the strike, however Yuki vaulted over Zabuza, slamming her feet into Kisame's head, pushing the man back as Zabuza leapt over the two of them, attempting to slice Kisame as he flipped over the fish-like man, only for Kisame to hold his weapon up, blocking the attack. Yuki charged forwards, the clock on her clockwork blade speed up before the girl herself vanished and appeared a moment later, her katana blade through the left side of Kisame's chest where his heart should be. Kisame coughed up a small amount of blood before he growled and snatched Yuki off the ground by her neck. "Sucks to be you, kid, you got the wrong side," spoke Kisame with a smirk. Yuki's eyes went wide. "Impossible," coughed the blue-haired woman. "No dextrocardia," declared Kisame with a smirk, swinging his blade around to rip Yuki to ribbons. Thankfully, Zabuza quickly charged forwards and blocked the blade with his own before kneeing Kisame in the back on the wound he had put on the man's back. "Son of a bitch," growled Kisame, turning to glare at Zabuza. Yuki, using the distraction, ripped her blade out of Kisame's chest before quickly jumping back as Kisame spun around wildly, trying to slice both rebel sword masters. Zabuza jumped back before flipping through hand signs. "Suitun Suryuden no Jutsu, water-style water dragon jutsu," called Zabuza, launching a water dragon at Kisame, who rolled his eyes and jumped out of the way of the dragon, disappointed in Zabuza's blatant attempt to bait him. As Zabuza lunged forwards after the dragon, Kisame hit the man in the stomach with his samahata, the sword drawing chakra from Zabuza and slicing into the man's torso a bit before the force behind the attack launched Zabuza backwards. The man skidded down the streets before hitting a wall, his body slumping as he did. "Zabuza-san," called Yuki, watching in horror as the man fell unconscious. Yuki quickly sheathed her hero weapon and held both hands on her sacred gear, concentrating all of her power on the weapon. Running forwards, she attempted to deliver a downwards diagonal strike to Kisame, only for the man to block the attack before kicking Yuki in the chest, sending her flying backwards into a building. Yuki pushed herself to stand and continue. She focused her energy on her blade. "Just one more strike, that's all I need," declared the woman as she pushed herself, stopping time around her and rushing towards the frozen Kisame, only for her to take 2 steps and fall to the ground unconscious. Kisame smirked as he looked at the two downed opponents and walked towards Sabuza to finish him off, only to jump as he heard a whistling sound, and just as he pushed off the ground a bullet hit the ground next to him, launching him away from the battlefield. Sarah's landed in a sprint, quickly moving to check both of the rebels. Thankfully most of the wounds were superficial and were quickly healed with the blue flames, but the flames couldn't restore energy to the two warriors, thus they remained unconscious. #with Naruto #. The blonde devil Yuki flew over the village, glaring at the tower at the center of the village. Naruto let his wings dissipate and let himself fall to the roof of the tower before quickly entering the tower before heading down the stairs and stopping at a set of doors. Closing his eyes, Naruto tightened his grip on his two blades and kicked the doors open. "Knock knock, Yugura," growled Naruto, entering the room. "Hello again, rebel scum. I haven't seen you since you were infiltrating my village and destroying my records," declared the current Mizukage. "Actually, that wasn't him, that was another," spoke a womanly voice from behind Naruto. "Karumi, glad to see you could make it just in time for me to lop off your head and put it on a pike," declared Yugura, looking to Mei, who walked into the room, Kushina beside her. "To get to her you have to get through me, Yugura," declared Naruto, standing protectively in front of both Mei and Kushina. "Then you die with her," declared Yugura. The Mizukage lunged forwards with his staff, attempting to attack Naruto, however the blonde blocked the weapon with his flaming Excalibur blade, redirecting the attack towards the roof of the office the four warriors found themselves in. Mei and Kushina ran forwards, Kushina her katana in hand, Mei a kunai, both attempting to slice the Mizukage, only for the man to block each strike with precision and expertise, that is, until the man was pushed back into the windows of his office. As his back hit the glass, Yugura swung his staff around, shattering the large window before leaping out of the building onto a nearby rooftop, all three of the rebellion leaders following after the man. Naruto, being the first to land, pushed off the ground and ran forwards, his two weapons clashing against the man's staff. As Yugura pushed Naruto back, the man's form became cloaked in a red glow and a single tail sprouted from his back. "Shit, he's transforming," yelled Mei, flaring her wings out and leaping backwards from Yugura. Naruto, however, ran forwards, delivering a downward slice with a sparking Alaster, only for his attack to hit nothing as Yugura vanished from sight. Before Naruto could even blink, he felt a huge force slam into his back, throwing the blonde forwards into a building coral sprouting from the blonde's back. "Naru-chan," screamed Kushina, seeing her son get launched forwards before she snarled and flew down, her own form becoming cloaked in a golden yellow aura as she slammed into Yugura, her blade against his staff. "Yotan Yokai no Jutsu, lava-style lava monster jutsu," yelled Mei, spitting out a wave of lava that flew over Kushina and towards Yugura, who pushed back from Kushina just before the lava hit him, kicking off the roof. Yugura lunged forwards, his staff once more clashing with Kushina's katana before the man threw his hand forward, slamming it into Kushina's stomach. The red-haired Yuki hissed in pain before jumping back and pointing a free hand at Yugura before a chain shot out and wrapped around the man's staff before she yanked the weapon out of Yugura's hands. "You think I need my staff to kill you?" questioned the Yukai-coated Yugura as a second tail joined the first one and the glow over his form darkened to a blood red. As the blood-red aura around Yugura grew, he dashed forwards at twice the speed he had been going and slammed a clawed hand into Kushina's face. "Kushi-chan," screamed Mei as the woman flew backwards. The Devil Queen was about to fly at Yugura but stopped when the building Naruto had been launched into just short of exploded outwards. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stalked out of the rubble, his form cloaked in a golden glow, harlequin green flames flickering around the man as he glared at Yugura. "You dare hurt my mother," roared Naruto as a tower of light blue and harlequin green flames erupted from behind the blonde before wrapping around him as he dropped to the ground on all fours. "Well, I hate to separate a family, so join her in death," roared Yugura, his form changing once more. Dissipating was the blood-red form of a two-tailed monster, and in its place stood a three-tailed turtle the size of a small mountain. Naruto's tails waved in a dangerous fashion before he bolted towards the turtle, who quickly rolled up into its shell and rolled at Naruto like a wheel. Naruto slammed into the huge turtle, stopping the movement of the creature with only his hands before Naruto's hands became cloaked in his two different colored flames, his left in the green and his right in the blue. The creature, despite not moving forwards, was still spinning, and as it continued to spin, two lines of flames formed all the way around the shell of the creature. Yugura stopped his spinning, howling in pain as he went to take a swipe at Naruto, only for the blonde kitsune to jump over the strike before flying backwards. In the blink of an eye, Yugura spat out a torrent of water towards the airborne Naruto, who managed to twist around and throw a stream of blue fire at the water, evaporating it in an instant before the flames shot back to Yugura, who quickly retreated into his shell as the flame reached him, his last second retreat saving him from being burnt. Yugura snarled as he unrolled himself and began gathering red and blue orbs in front of his face, the orbs coming together forming a purple orb that grew and grew until it was about half the size of Yugura himself. Naruto jumped back and formed a green fireball. And in an instant both men fired their attacks forwards. Naruto's fireball was clearly faster, reaching the Mizuki's attack in a little over a second. However, to everyone's shock, the green fireball didn't collide with the purple orb and exploded, instead bent around the purple orb and continued on its path. However, the ball grew to double the original size and grew darker in color as it passed the Baijidama, which also changed. However, the Mizuki's attack shrunk and turned back towards a shade of blue rather than purple. Naruto threw his hand out to the side, summoning Brynhildr as the now apparently weakened Baijidama drew close to him. Banishing Shift, called Naruto, swinging his weapon, creating a green slice in the air, sucking in the remains of the Baijidama. Meanwhile, the Mizuki could do nothing as the fireball flew towards him. As quickly as he could, the giant turtle retreated into its shell. However, that was not quick enough. The fire burnt Yura. Naruto, having avoided any damage from the Baijidama, dashed forward, sliding under Yura and grabbing onto the middle tail of Yugura's three tails and ripping the still flaming turtle off his feet and over his head, slamming him into the ground with a huge crash. However, Yura was still conscious. With that in mind, Naruto leapt up onto the underbelly of the Mizuki before leaping up into the air and forming a ball of both light blue and harlequin green flames, the ball quickly dwarfing Naruto himself and continued to grow until it was bigger than Yura, and once it reached that size, Naruto threw the flames down on Yura, slamming into the turtle before exploding. As the smoke began to clear, the buildings around where Yura had been were revealed to be crushed and burnt, and as the last wisps of smoke cleared, the unconscious form of a human Yura could be seen. Naruto glared down at the man before flying over to his mother and stepmother. "We did it, Yura has been defeated," declared Naruto, getting a nod from Mei. "But the war is not yet over, Naruto. Go help the rest of the troops. I'll look after Kushi-chan and make sure that Yura gets locked up in chakra-suppressant cuffs," ordered Mei, getting a nod from the blonde before he vanished in a swirl of blue fire. Chapter 30, Holy Swords and Hero's Eye. A misty day dawned in the village of Kirigakure. It had been several months since the rebels' defeat of the loyalists, and in that time various things had happened. Mei had been elected Mizuki, with only a minor push for someone else, with the two other possible candidates being Naruto and Kushina, who both turned down the position for relatively the same reasons. Either of them being elected Mizuki would tip Hiruzen off as to their current location, and he would send armies to try and take back Naruto. Along with the Mizuki being elected, the damage done by the final assault by the rebels had mostly been repaired. The loyalists who were simply doing as ordered were reintegrated into the forces of Kirigakure, and the one who carried out Yugura's will without a hint of remorse were either executed or imprisoned depending on the level of damage they had done. We find a currently 15-year-old Naruto quickly walking up the stairs of the repaired Mizuki tower. Stepping into the Mizuki's office, he came upon a now familiar sight, Mei standing behind her desk, atop of which sat Kushina, and the two were as usual sucking each other's faces. "Ahem," called Naruto, drawing the attention of the two women to him, neither blushing nor caring that he saw the two women snogging. "If you two can tear yourselves apart for a moment, I need a word with you, Kuoh-san," spoke Naruto, nodding to Mei. "What is it, Naru-chan?" asked Mei, looking at her stepson. Another thing that had indeed happened within the month since the rebel victory was Mei and Kushina had gotten married as soon as Mei had been officially made Mizuki. "If you would allow it, I wish to take several months' leave from active duty," requested Naruto. "Beyond time you went and saw Rias?" questioned Kushina, looking to her son, who nodded. "Granted, I'll sort the paperwork out for you and your peerage, and Arthur to take an extended leave of absence," replied Mei, getting a quirked brow from Naruto. "You know as well as I do that your peerage will follow you to hell and back, and even if you don't need them they will follow wherever you lead, and because of that Arthur will also follow for Luffy," declared Mei, getting a nod from Naruto, who turned to leave only to stop at the door and turn back to Mei. "When I return I will more than likely return with more than I set out with," spoke Naruto, getting a nod from Mei before Naruto left the room and set about finding his peerage for the journey. Several hours later. Underworld. Naruto appeared in a flash of fire in front of Gremory Castle. Around him stood his peerage and Arthur. Upon forming completely, Naruto walked away from the group and into the castle. Sarah quickly followed her master, dropping into his shadow once she caught up to him. "You lot do as you please," called Naruto, glancing back to his peerage, who nodded and went their separate ways. As Naruto walked through the halls of the castle, he found himself unable to locate Rias' energy signature. Slightly confused by the occurrence, Naruto headed towards where he could feel the energy of Venelana, Graphia, Surzex, Zeoticus, and at a guess Milikas. After 5 or so minutes of walking, Naruto found himself outside, looking on Venelana sitting in a small gazebo reading a book, Graphia sitting on the grass next to Surzex with a small child in her arms, and Zeoticus apparently doing some paperwork. "Peaceful day, isn't it, Naru-chan?" Sarah's, spoke Venelana, not even looking up from her book. "That it is, Oba-san," said Naruto, stepping forwards as Sarah's arose from her master's shadow, both of the new arrivals smiling as the rest of the family turned to them. It's good to see you two again, spoke Zeoticus with a nod, a smile, which both blonde devils returned. Surzex and Graphia stood walking over to the two. We're glad you two are safe, said Surzex as he pulled Naruto into a brotherly hug. Thanks Nisan, replied Naruto, hugging the Satan before turning to Graphia and her baby, looking at them with a smile. I take it this must be little Millie Cass, said Naruto, looking down at the baby, getting a nod from the silver-haired mother. Say hello Millie, spoke Graphia in a baby talk tone before taking the child's small hand and waving it at Naruto, who smiled at the two. So may we assume from the fact that you have come back after some months with your peerage that the war you were assisting with in the elemental nations is over? Asked Venelana from behind the blonde, drawing his attention to her, getting a nod from Naruto. Well, I'm sure Rias, Akino, Kaneko, Gasper, Sona and Tsubaki will all be happy to hear that, continued Venelana. Should I assume they're out on a mission of some description because I can't feel them around? Questioned Naruto, only for Venelana to shake her head. No, Rias and Sona both decided to go to the overworld to attend school and look for more members to add to their peerages several months back, declared Venelana, getting an understanding nod from Naruto. Rias asked that I fill out the forms to have you entered into the school should you want to, spoke Zeoticus, drawing the attention of Naruto before the blonde nodded. I think I will use them, thank you Zeoticus-Aji, replied Naruto with nod. Okay, I'll have the forms sent to the school. We already have a home for you to stay in with your peerage once you arrive, and you will start at Kuoh Academy in 3 days, declared Zeoticus, getting a thankful nod from Naruto. When you get to Kuoh, Naruto, be careful, there has been a sharp rise in demonic energy in the last month. We are yet to work out what it is, spoke Zeoticus once more, getting a nod from Naruto. If you plan on leaving shortly, Lord and Lady Citri would like to speak with you before you go, spoke Venelana, getting a confused look from Naruto. They didn't say what they wanted to speak to you about, just that they would like to speak with you, explained Venelana. Naruto shrugged before nodding and turned. I'll be back a bit later then, declared Naruto, vanishing in a plume of blue flames. #Citri Castle #. Naruto appeared in a flash of fire on the path into Citri Castle. Walking down the path, Naruto knocked on the great doors of the castle. Yes? Questioned the soft voice of one of the maids as the doors opened. Hello Liliana, I was told Celtioma and Lord Citri wanted to see me, spoke Naruto, looking to the woman who blinked. Oh Naruto-sama, yes they do, I wasn't aware you were back in the underworld, replied the woman, stepping aside allowing the blonde inside. Just got back, declared Naruto before the maid began to lead Naruto through the castle. After their brief talk they fell into silence as the woman led Naruto to Lord Citri's office, before the maid took her leave and Naruto knocked on the door. Enter, came the voice of Lord Citri from the other side. Naruto pushed the door open and stepped into the room. Naruto? Questioned the man upon seeing the blonde. I was told you wished to see me, said Naruto. Yes Naruto, yes come in, spoke the man. Naruto stepped into the room. I take it given you are here that the war you were fighting in the elemental nations is over, said Lord Citri, getting a nod from Naruto. And I also take it you have been made aware of where Sona and Rias now reside and are going to follow suit, questioned the man once more, getting a nod from Naruto. Liliana told me. Oh hello Naruto-kun, spoke Celtioma, entering the room. Hello Celtioma Oba, spoke Naruto with a grin, looking to the woman as she walked over to her husband. Okay Naruto, let's get down to what this is about, declared Lord Citri. Let's, replied Naruto with a nod. So we'll begin with something that I am sure you know. Sona is at the age that relationships are on the table, and so we have had hundreds if not thousands of requests for marriage contracts since she turned 13, spoke Lord Citri, getting a nod from Naruto. We all know that you hold Sona dear to you began Celtioma, only to stop as Naruto held up his hand. If you are telling me or asking me what I believe you are, I will not consent to this unless Sona herself agrees to it also, declared Naruto. We figured as much and so would like you to give this to Sona. When you see her it will explain to her the situation, spoke Lord Citri, sliding a letter over to Naruto, who picked up the envelope and nodded. If that's all I'll get going, said Naruto, standing up. Just one more thing, spoke Lord Citri, drawing Naruto's attention back to him. You may want to be careful in the overworld. There has been a dramatic increase in demonic energy in the last couple of weeks, declared the man, getting a nod from Naruto before the blonde was engulfed in a plume of fire and vanished. Several hours later overworld Naruto and his peerage appeared in a plume of flames, on an empty street, looking at the house in front of him. As they materialized, Naruto almost felt the urge to slap his forehead. It wasn't a house, hell it wasn't even a mansion. The building before the 11 beings was a drawbridge and a moat short of a castle. Naruto just shook his head before walking to the door, pulling out a set of keys before opening the door. The blonde was thankful that upon opening the door he was not met with the sight of a sea of maids. Thankfully for Naruto there was only one who stood by the door awaiting Naruto's entrance. Good afternoon Naruto-sama, spoke the maid with a bow. Please Hitomi, I have told you so many times not to call me that, stated Naruto rolling his eyes. Apologies Naruto-sama, as you may have assumed by now Zyotaka-sama and Venelana-sama assigned me to be the maid for you and your peerage, declared Hitomi receiving a nod from Naruto. If you wish Naruto-sama I can guide you around the house, said Hitomi. That would be lovely Hitomi, but myself Sarah's and Mikoto have something else to do now, please show everyone else around, we will be back soon, stated Naruto, getting a respectful nod from the maid as Naruto and his two strongest peerage members stepped out of the house. What is it Naruto-kun? Asked Mikoto looking to her boyfriend who glanced back to her. Zyotaka-saji, Venelana-oba, Celtioma-oba and Lord Citri all told me about a rise in demonic energy in the last couple of weeks, I wish to investigate, declared Naruto. Both women nodded as Naruto stepped forwards and closed his eyes, stretching out his senses, searching out for the magical signature. He didn't have to look long, the energy was enveloping a small section of the city. Got it, declared Naruto as he began walking away from the two women who quickly followed their master. The walk through the streets was quiet. There were a few strange looks sent the trio's way, but all three had dealt with worse looks and simply ignored them. After about 20 minutes the trio entered the area that was enveloped by the energy. The energy is so thick I don't know precisely where whatever causing it is, said Naruto glancing back. From there the three proceeded into the area with caution. As the trio moved further into the area Naruto could make out a pair of presences within a derelict building. Naruto stopped the two women before placing his index finger to his lips in a shush motion before pointing to the building. He could feel the presences within. Naruto drew on all of his stealth skills as he walked toward the building. Mikoto leapt to a nearby roof to make sure there was no other exits, and Sarah's dropped into Naruto's shadow. As Naruto entered the building he couldn't help but be somewhat confused by the sight before him. So you two are the source of the demonic energy? Questioned Naruto looking to the two girls who turned to him shocked. The older looking of the two was maybe Naruto's age. She had long free-flowing blood-red hair and matching eyes, and she wore a school uniform. The second girl looked to be Kaniko's age if not younger. The girl had long silver hair and purple eyes. She had been wearing a simple black and white dress, however upon turning to Naruto the girl was engulfed in a glow, and that normal outfit was replaced with what would be at best considered skimpy, consisting of a black bra, panties and pink and white striped socks. Finally, to finish of the silver-haired girl's new look, a pair of wings flared out of her hips. Both girls were dirty, their hair was messy and they both looked a little malnourished. Who are you? Snarled the younger girl glaring at Naruto, pointing her hand at him, energy forming around her hand. I wouldn't do that if I were you, whispered a voice from behind the girl as a sharp object was pressed against her neck. Mikoto, stand down, we're not here to fight, ordered Naruto to his pawn, who pulled her kunai back, nodding before leaping over the woman and landing beside Naruto as Sarah's arose from her master's shadow and stood the other side of him looking towards the now terrified girls. Naruto however noted that the silver-haired girl stood slightly in front of the red-haired girl as if protecting her. If you're not here for a fight, why are you here? Questioned the silver-haired girl, narrowing her eyes at Naruto. When we left we were simply looking for the source of the demonic energy within the city, but now having found the two of you, I wish to offer you both a place in my peerage, spoke Naruto to the shock of three of the women within the room and the confusion of the last. Why offer us places in your peerage? Questioned the silver-haired girl. You two are both powerful, her from the sheer amount of demonic energy leaking from her and you from the power you displayed, and I don't like seeing people on the streets, said Naruto, making the two girls' eyes go wide before they both relaxed. Before we agree, would it be alright for us to meet the rest of your peerage? Questioned the silver-haired girl, getting a nod from Naruto. Alright, spoke the silver-haired girl, being engulfed in a glow before she returned to her former appearance. My name is Maria, this is Mio, declared the now identified Maria. Naruto, Sarah's, Mikoto, introduced Naruto before motioning to his two companions. With that the five beings moved to the exit and headed back to the house in an awkward silence, Naruto leading his two peerage members behind him, with Mio and Maria behind them. The five mystical beings walked through the streets and back to Naruto and his peerage's home, the two girls awkwardly following the trio of devils. As the group entered the street, Mio's confusion got the better of her. I'm sorry, what is a peerage? Asked the girl. After the last great war the devils were left with minimal numbers, so a devil created a system of pieces used to convert other beings to devils. These pieces were given to the high class or pure devils, and beings converted with the pieces become part of that devil's peerage, declared Naruto, finishing just as he got to the door. Feel free to talk with anyone here, once you have made a decision come and find me, spoke Naruto as he walked away, leaving the four women by the front door. So you two, what is Naruto like as a master? Asked Maria, looking to Sarah's and Mikoto. Neither of us would be able to give you the most unbiased view, but I would say Naruto is one of, if not the best master in the Underworld. he is caring, kind and will protect us to the last breath, spoke Sarah's. Why would your views be biased? Questioned Maria. Naruto is my boyfriend and Sarah's has seen Naruto's everything, declared Mikoto, making both girls look to the woman shocked. Half an hour later. Mio and Maria looked around the house looking for Naruto. They had spoken to all of Naruto's peerage, all of whom couldn't sing higher praises of the man as a master, so the two girls were looking for the man to explain their own situation to him, and let him decide if he still wished to take them as servants. Come in, called the voice of Naruto as Maria knocked on a door. Opening said door, the two girls walked into the room. Before they both let out shocked gasps, Naruto looked over his shoulder to the two girls, confused before he realized what their shock came from. Standing up, Naruto quickly picked up his shirt and pulled it over his head. So have you two come to a decision? Asked Naruto, looking to the two girls who were looking at him horrified. What happened to your back? Questioned Mio. I don't really like to talk about it, spoke Naruto, looking away from the two, not wanting to explain it to the two young women, before shaking his head. So a decision? Questioned Naruto, looking to the women who nodded. Yes, we have, but before we tell you there is something you need to know about us, spoke Maria. Naruto nodded. The thing is, you know we are demons. I am a succubus, and Mio is a pure demon. She is however the daughter of the previous demon lord and as such currently is being hunted by the demons, those who are loyal to the previous demon lord who seek to have her instated as the demon lady, the remaining demons who seek to kill her in an effort to crush the resistance, and finally the heroes who seek to eliminate her just because she is a demon. So by taking us as your servants it paints a target on your back, declared Maria. I already have so many targets on my back, what's a few more, said Naruto with a shrug, looking to the women whose eyes went wide as Naruto spoke. Naruto walked over to his bed and picked up a scroll from the bed, unfurling it, pushing chakra into the seal on the paper, a chessboard with a knight, 2 rooks and 6 pawns, before he picked up one of the rooks. Maria, catch, spoke Naruto, tossing the rook to the woman, before Naruto closed his eyes and got a feel for Mio's power, picking up a pair of pawns and walking over to the two girls. Hold these, ordered Naruto, handing the pawns to Mio before they began to glow slightly. 3 days later. Naruto walked with beside Mio. The two were both in similar uniforms, Naruto a black over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with black highlights with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants and a simple pair of sneakers. Mio wore a white long-sleeved, button-down with a black ribbon on her shirt collar worn under a black shoulder cape and a matching button-down corset, a magenta skirt with white accents, and brown dress shoes over white crew-length socks. It was early morning and the two of them were headed towards Kuoh. It was only the two of them as none of the other members of Naruto's peerage had been accepted into the school as of yet. However, Yuki would be joining them in the coming days as a student, and Mikoto along with Sarah's would also be joining at a later date as a teacher and an assistant respectively. As the pair of devils walked, Naruto could almost feel the eyes on him. Glancing around, Naruto could see many people in matching uniforms glancing at the pair of them. I know you said you were popular, but damn, spoke Naruto, glancing to Mio. Just ignore them, that's what I always do, replied the red-haired demon. Naruto shrugged and continued walking along the path. The people around them looking at them were mostly women, all of whom were gazing at either Mio or Naruto, star-struck by the red-haired demon, and smitten with Naruto's appeared. The few males with uniforms matching Naruto's own glared at the devil, clearly jealous that Naruto was walking with Mio, the girl having explained to him that she was one of the most popular girls despite being in the first high school year. As the two walked through the gates, Naruto found even more people looking at him, either with hearts or murder in their eyes. Naruto simply ignored the feeble attempts to scare him and continued to walk into the courtyard. I have never seen someone so instantly hated by the male population of this school, spoke a male voice drawing close to the two of them. And yet you don't? What, you bat for the other team? Questioned Naruto, glancing to the young man. The guy had deep purple-colored eyes and dark green hair spiked up with 2 fringes on both sides of his face. No, I'm just not jealous of you. I already have my eyes on a girl and it's not Mio, spoke the man. Good for you, and from what I know things are only going to get worse for me, declared Naruto with a sarcastic grin, confusing the man. How could things get worse for you? Asked the purple-eyed man. Naruto kun, squealed the voice of Rias as she leapt at Naruto, who turned and caught her in a hug, spinning her around as she giggled. Naruto just smiled at his fiancée. Like that, declared Naruto, glancing back to the man beside him, before in another blur and shout of his name Naruto was impacted by Akino, who hugged him tightly. And before the young man could speak, Naruto was once again pulled into a hug, this time by Sona. I missed you, Naruto-kun, spoke the girl, softly blushing slightly as she hugged her friend. I missed you too, Sona, replied Naruto, hugging the girl tightly, making her smile. After Naruto stepped back from Sona, he looked to Tsubaki and opened his arms, and the heterochromic bespectacled girl stepped into the hug. "It's good to see you, Naruto-kun," muttered the girl, burying her blushing face into the crook of Naruto's neck, causing the blonde to smile. "And Naruto-san," spoke a shocked voice. Naruto looked up from Tsubaki and smiled. "Hey there, Asia," said Naruto with a smile. "Asia-chan, you know this guy?" questioned the green-haired man beside Naruto. "Oh, Yahiro-kun, I didn't see you there. Yes, this is Naruto-san, he is my first friend," spoke Asia with a smile. "Ah, so this is the mysterious Naruto I've heard about," declared the now identified Yahiro. Before any more small talk could be exchanged, the bell rang out through the schoolyard. "Naruto-kun, what homeroom are you in?" asked Rias excitedly, Akino, Sona and Tsubaki all listening intently. 1C, declared Naruto, making the women deflate. Hey, we'll still see each other at breaks," spoke Naruto, trying to bring the girls back up. The girls nodded before the group split up, Naruto, Mio and Yahiro all heading to the room marked 1C. Upon stepping into the room, Yahiro and Mio walked to their seats. Naruto glanced around the room before his eyes froze on a girl and his body froze in place. The female teacher stepped into the room, walking to her desk. "Settle down everyone, settle down," ordered the teacher as the teens all quickly took their various seats and looked to the front, seeing Naruto next to the teacher, only for the girl Naruto froze upon seeing to freeze upon seeing him. "Something the matter, Karumi-san?" asked the teacher, looking to the frozen girl. "We have some unresolved history," spoke Naruto, nervously glancing at the girl he considered a sister, even though the most likely didn't consider him a brother anymore. "Well, since you two know each other, could you be his guide around the school for the next couple of days, Karumi-san?" questioned the teacher. "Yes, sensei," spoke the blue-haired girl, reluctantly narrowing her eyes towards Naruto, who simply looked down upon being glared at. "Well, with that sorted, would you care to introduce yourself, Uzumaki-san?" asked the teacher, looking to Naruto, who nodded. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like mythology of every culture and medieval weapons. I hope we can all get along," said Naruto, bowing quickly. "Take a seat next to Karumi," spoke the teacher, Naruto nodding before moving to the open seat. #hours later. Naruto and Mio were walking out of the main school building. After leaving the building, the two turned to go towards the Occult Research Club building. "Uzumaki, a word," snarled a female voice. Naruto turned back to see Karumi looking at him angrily. Naruto nodded to the girl. "Mio, go on ahead, call Maria and tell her to bring everyone with her," spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the girl, who then glanced to Karumi worriedly before turning around and walking away from him. Naruto turned back to Karumi sadly, memories of a younger dark blue-haired golden-eyed girl running around with him and Yuki smiling at him like they were her world. "Imato began Naruto. "Don't call me that, you lost all rights to call me that when you left," snarled Karumi, glaring at Naruto, who simply nodded, before holding his arms wide as if to hug the girl. "You must be joking. You think I'm going to hug you, you murderer?" questioned Karumi. "No, I don't think you're going to hug me. I know you're going to attack me, and I accept that," spoke Naruto, sadly looking at the ground. A ring of green light quickly formed and circled around Karumi and Naruto, everyone else vanishing. "You son of a bitch," screamed Karumi, running forwards, her hero armor forming around her as she moved. As she reached Naruto, her fist slammed through the green glow and slammed into Naruto's face, launching him backwards. Naruto flipped in the air, landing with a crash on the ground. Standing up, Naruto made no motion to move as a rune formed in front of Karumi's hands and a small cyclone launched forwards and slammed into Naruto, once more launching him backwards into a tree, cracking the trunk. "I am so sorry I wasn't there for you, Karumi," spoke Naruto, pushing himself upwards, only for the younger sister of his knight to run forwards. "And no, you're not, you bastard, otherwise you would have been there," screamed Karumi, punching Naruto in the face again before kneeing him in the gut and then summoning up another cyclone, throwing Naruto backwards. "I'm sorry, Karumi, I really am," spoke Naruto, standing up, Karumi still glaring at him before she ran forwards again. "Stop apologizing, you bastard," snarled Karumi, slamming her hand into Naruto's gut again. However, the blonde noted a lesser amount of force from her impact. "But I owe you an apology," declared Naruto, only for Karumi to run forwards and slam into Naruto, punching his chest multiple times in quick succession. "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up," yelled Karumi, tears beginning to form in her eyes as she hit Naruto with less and less force until she was leaning on him crying. Naruto wrapped his arms around the girl. "Why did you leave us, Nisan?" whimpered Karumi, looking up to Naruto with her eyes stained with tears. "I didn't want to, Amato, and if I'd known it would have done this to you, I would have done anything to stay with you and Yuki," spoke Naruto, gently hugging Karumi. "Then why did you?" begged the girl, looking up to him begging for an answer. "I didn't get a choice, the elders banished me," said Naruto. "What?" questioned Karumi, shocked with what Naruto was saying. "We have to tell everyone, we have to tell Yuki," declared Karumi, only for Naruto to put a finger to the girl's lips. It's okay Yamato, it's okay, we don't need to tell anyone so long as you and Yuki know I don't care, said Naruto. You make it sound like Yuki already knows, spoke Karumi. She does, replied Naruto getting a confused look from Karumi. Come with me everything will be clear in a moment, said Naruto holding a hand out to Karumi who smiled wiping away her tears before taking the blonde's hand before the two of them walked away. Letting the barrier that was created for their confrontation the two moved towards the occult research clubhouse. Karumi, there is something you need to know about me before we go inside, declared Naruto. What is it Nisan? Questioned the girl looking to Naruto. I'm not human, I'm a devil, declared Naruto. Line break. # make Naruto's alternate entrance #. It was a sunny morning in the town of Kuoh, and as usual for the morning students were filing into the various schools around the area, however for one school in particular everything was not as it seemed. On the streets outside of Kuoh Academy a loud roar of an engine could be heard, not unusual in itself however the sound was louder than that of the usual engines that drove past the school. As more students grew more and more curious they looked out of the gates and down the streets to where the sound was coming from only for their sight to be captured by the sight of what appeared to be a modified Nissan Skyline GTR. It was black in color however the body of the vehicle is covered in white tribal-like patterns and a silver gray and white claw painted on the hood of the car with purple pulsing neon underglow. The car drove into the school and pulled into the car park and one of the open car parks. The students confused by the car watched as both the driver's side door and passenger side doors opened slightly before swinging upwards and out of the car stepped two teens, one with spiky blonde and red hair wearing the boy's uniform, the other a red-haired girl wearing the girl's uniform. NAARRUUUTTTTOOKUUUUNNNN. Chapter 31, Holy Swords and Heroes 2. Naruto and Karumi stepped into the occult research clubhouse. Karumi instantly felt on edge entering only for Naruto to place a hand on her shoulder and smile at the girl. It's okay, declared Naruto getting a nod from Karumi. The two quickly moved up the stairs to the second floor where they saw a set of double doors. Pushing the doors open the duo stepped inside to see a large group of devils consisting of all four Sona's peerage, the 5 members of Ria's peerage minus Gasper and all of Naruto's peerage. Before Naruto could take so much as a step inside a white blur shot at him. Naruto-kun, happily yelled a voice as the blur impacted Naruto. It's good to see you too Nico-chan, spoke Naruto with a smile rubbing the top of Kaniko's head. Karumi, questioned the shaky voice of Yuki looking to the girl whose head shot to the owner of said voice. Nei-chan, spoke Karumi looking to her sister who she hadn't seen for almost a year and a half. Yuki quickly ran forwards hugging her baby sister. Naruto, who had managed to extract himself from Kaniko's grip, stood and walked over to the two other kings in the room, both of whom stood leaning on Ria's desk. You've expanded your peerage quite a bit since your raiding game with Razor, spoke Sona as Naruto leant on the desk between the two women. Yeah, well with the potential within them it's worth it, spoke Naruto. I see you both have expanded as well, said Naruto glancing to the 3 devils he didn't recognize. Yes, the blonde guy over there he's Keba my knight, spoke Rias proudly. The white-haired girl, Momo she's my bishop and the blue-haired girl is Tsubasa she's my rook, spoke Sona evenly. Well the tall red-head is Pira my knight, then Yuki the light blue-haired girl my other knight, the little white-haired girl is Maria my rook and you already know Mio she's 2 of my pawns, said Naruto pointing out the various members of his peerage to his friends. Sona-chan before I forget this is for you, you parents asked me to give it to you, declared Naruto pulling an envelope out of his pocket and handing it to the bespectacled woman who examined the letter curiously. What is it? Do you know? Asked Sona looking to Naruto as she opened the letter. Yes, it's about an important matter, spoke Naruto making Sona quickly look down and begin reading, missing Naruto's smirk. As Sona read the letter her face went red, darkening the more she read. Just before she got to the end Tsubaki evidently noticed and walked over to her master. Sona-sama are you okay? Questioned Tsubaki causing everyone in the room to look to the blushing Sona. What the? Sona's blushing I didn't think she had any emotions, spoke Mio from the back of the room speaking the shock of most of those present in the room only to go silent as Sona sent her a death glare, before turning to Naruto. You know about this? Questioned the violet-eyed woman. Yes but I said I wouldn't have it unless you wanted it, said Naruto with a smile. I want to but if you don't want dash, spoke Sona. I said I would if you said you wanted it, declared Naruto interrupting Sona. I'm just saying like you for me I don't want to force you into something you don't want, replied Sona. What are you two talking about? Asked Rias causing Sona's already bright red blush to darken to the point a tomato would be jealous. Sona's parents met with Zyata Kasagi, Venelano Oba, Rilvainaji and Rubioba and requested a marriage between Sona and me, spoke Naruto turning to Rias who blinked at the comment before looking to the blushing Sona. Well, aren't you the lucky boy Naruto-kun, spoke Mikoto, appearing behind Naruto and wrapping her arms around him. Relationships with 3 different women, continued the woman, drawing a confused look from a number of the occupants from the room including Sona and Rias. 3, questioned Rias, looking to Mikoto. Yes, you, me, Sona, spoke Mikoto, kissing Naruto's cheek, causing the blonde to blush slightly. Rias looked to Mikoto, then to Naruto, then back to the Uchiha woman. Since when? asked Rias. Since the night before the final battle for Kirigakure, spoke Naruto. Several hours later. Naruto sat in his room reading a book. Looking up as he heard the door open, he saw Karumi standing in the doorway looking somewhat nervous. Something the matter, Amato? questioned Naruto, looking to the girl who looked down. Nisan, would you turn me? asked Karumi, looking up. I'm not saying no, but I am curious what brought this on, asked Naruto. When we were kids you were my brother, and when you left I didn't give you the benefit of the doubt like Yukine did. You and Yuki are the only people I care about. I want to help you, spoke Karumi, looking to Naruto, who closed his eyes, nodding. All right, Karumi, lay down, spoke Naruto, motioning to his bed. The blue-haired gold-eyed girl nodded and lay on Naruto's bed while Naruto moved to a chessboard set up in the room, taking 2 of the red pawns, one of which was subtlety glowing. The blonde moved back over to Karumi. This may feel strange, said Naruto as he climbed onto the bed next to the woman, who simply nodded to him, not caring either way so long as she could be with her brother and sister again. Naruto then placed the 2 pawns on Karumi's chest and stood up, letting his magic wrap around him and Karumi. I commendeth thee as Naruto Phoenix Gremory. Mine command, Karumi, is to stay by mine and Yuki's sides and serve me to the best of your abilities. I seal this contract. Be reborn, commanded Naruto before Karumi was engulfed in a red glow and the 2 pawns sunk into her chest. The next day. Naruto quickly walked towards the occult research clubhouse, Sarah's within his shadow, Mio and Karumi quickly following after their master. The blonde had been informed earlier that there was a pair of exorcists within Kuoh wishing to speak with the devils of the area. Tsubaki having been the one to find the exorcists, the queen having then told her king, who in turn told Rias and Naruto. As soon as he had heard about it, Naruto had sent for the rest of his peerage to once again convene at the occult research clubhouse. As Naruto drew close to the building, Sarah's arose from her master's shadow and followed him into the building. Walking into the main room, Naruto narrowed his eyes at the 2 holy maidens sitting on one couch opposite Rias and Sona. Is that finally everyone? asked one of the 2 holy women. She had short blue hair with a single green bang. Yes, that's everyone, spoke Rias as Naruto moved forwards and sat between Sona and Rias, who both leant on either side of him, while the 3 members of the blonde's peerage stood with the members of Rias and Sona's peerage behind them. I'm Zenovia, spoke the blue-haired woman. And I'm Irina Shido, spoke the other girl, introducing themselves. So what do followers of the mighty bearded man in the sky wish to meet with us lowly devils about? asked Naruto sarcastically. I know it seems random, but here's the thing, the church holds 6 holy swords, 3 of which can still be accounted for, the other 3 however we know to have been stolen by fallen angels, spoke Irina. Go on, ordered Naruto, confused what this had to do with them. These are from the 3 that we do still have their made form from Excalibur, spoke Zenovia, not noticing the slight stiffening of Naruto and Mikoto. This one's mine, the Holy Sword of Destruction, continued Zenovia. And then there's this one I have here, known as the Holy Sword of Mimicry, spoke Irina. Well, this is lovely, but are you 2 approaching anything resembling a point? asked Naruto sarcastically. What we wish to ask of you is to not to intervene. This is between us and the fallen angels. We don't need the devils in this town to interfere, spoke Zenovia. I feel like we're being accused of something here. Do you think we'd side with the fallen angels and keep the holy swords from you? questioned Naruto. We know to a devil a holy sword is a detestable thing. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to side with the fallen angels? questioned Zenovia, only to feel the energy in the room to change and green sparks to start to snap and crackle around Naruto. Naruto-kun is getting angry, thought Mikoto to herself, all of the devil behind the king's back up slightly. And if that's true, we will have no choice but to annihilate you all, even if 2 of you are related to 2 of the 4 Satans, spoke Zenovia. Now that would be a neat trick, annihilating all of us even with 2 of the fragments of Excalibur. I'd like to see you get through even 2 of us before your heads are rolling on the floor, spoke Naruto, making the 2 women tense. However, to set your mind at ease, we will not actively interfere with your work, nor will we side with the fallen angels. However, we will not simply leave the matter be, as you have given us no guarantee that once you have retrieved the other blades you will not turn on us. And more importantly, anyone with any emotional awareness could tell someone in this room would rather die than let this opportunity regarding the Excalibur fragments pass for whatever it is he wants to do with them, said Naruto, casting a glance back at Yudo, who he could see even out of the corner of his eyes was glaring at the Excalibur blades and their wielders. That will suffice, come on Irina, spoke Zenovia pushing up from the seat and beginning to move to the door only to glance back at Asia. I have been wondering since arriving here, are you Asia Argento? Questioned Zenovia looking to the blonde girl. Why yes, replied Asia weakly. Figures we'd run into the witch here, declared Zenovia only for in the next moment her to be staring into the blood-red eyes and slitted pupils of Naruto as he wrapped a hand around the blue-haired exorcist's neck and hoisted her off the ground. Call her a witch again I fucking dare you, snarled Naruto glaring into the eyes of the blue-haired woman. Irina who had stood beside her blue-haired friend was about to draw her weapon when her hand was grabbed with inhuman strength. I wouldn't do that if I were you, spoke the sickly sweat voice of Sarah's in Irina's ear. Why do you seek care? She's not even your witch, wheezed Zenovia looking at Naruto. Because she is my friend and because I'm the one who brought her into this life after your people betrayed her, snarled Naruto glaring at the woman, so much as blink at her funny again and I will end your miserable life, spoke Naruto letting Zenovia go, the woman dropping to floor landing on her but with an oomph as she sucked in a huge breath of air. Is that so? Surely even a foolish devil like yourself would know ending my life and that of Irina would bring the church down on your head, spoke Zenovia with a smirk. You think that scares me? I have defeated armies of thousands by myself, these two hands are coated in oceans of blood, you want to send your pathetic church after me? Fucking come at me, roared Naruto Yuki, tainting his voice, his comments drawing a variety of looks from those within the room. Most of Naruto's peerage looked away from their master sad and angry that what he said was true. Keba looked at Naruto shocked, Mio, Maria, Asia, Momo, and Tsubasa looked at the blonde horrified, Rias, Sona, Kaneko, Akino and Tsubaki not much better, and finally the two exorcists looked at Naruto in fear. Leave now, yelled Naruto glaring at the two girls who could do nothing but scamper out of the room with their metaphorical tails between their legs. Naruto scrunched his eyes shut and took a deep calming breath before turning back to the worried looks of his friends. Are you okay Naruto-kun? Asked Kaneko looking to the blonde who gave the white-haired Nakomata a half-hearted smile and a nod. Before Naruto took a step he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. Glancing back he saw Rias behind him hugging him. Thanks Rias-chan, spoke Naruto with a smile. Several hours later. It was dark, the sun had set several hours ago and Naruto found himself wandering the streets of Kuoh just taking in the cool nighttime air. The blonde didn't have any of his weapons with him aside from the ones that were always with him. Naruto had contemplated going to see Azazel about the Excaliburs, but he knew that the man wasn't stupid enough to try and take the weapons, nor would he want to risk another war, so Naruto was sure Azazel wasn't behind it. The blonde devil could feel he was being watched but simply ignored it for the time being. However, that changed when out of the shadows of a side street strode a young man Naruto was familiar with. Takashi, spoke Naruto in a low tone looking at his childhood friend, before glancing over his shoulder and seeing another person he was familiar with from his childhood. Basara, said Naruto narrowing his eyes as the two heroes appeared to be trying to surround him. To what do I owe the pleasure? Questioned Naruto. Where is she? Asked Takashi. Where's who? Questioned Naruto, half doing it to annoy the sandy blonde-haired boy and half because he wasn't sure who he was talking about. Mio, we know you're protecting her, hand her over, declared the sandy blonde hero pointing a spear-like weapon at Naruto. I don't think so, replied Naruto. You think you have a choice? Questioned Basara right behind Naruto. Looking down, Naruto noted the blade at his throat. You think you can force me? Questioned Naruto, slamming his elbow into Basara's stomach, making the man double over before Naruto turned slightly and picked the brown-haired boy up by his arm and flipped the hero over his head and slammed the boy into the ground as Takashi ran forwards lunging at Naruto with his spear. Naruto effortlessly dodged the pointed weapon only for Takashi to try again and Naruto effortlessly dodged it again. However, this time following up on the jab, Takashi turned and attempted to hit Naruto with the back end of his spear. Naruto caught the pole weapon in one hand and dropped low, sweeping his legs out wide but not wide enough to hit Takashi, but as Naruto slid his foot along the ground he sent out a wave of blue flames forcing Takashi to jump, and with that Naruto pulled the spear out of his former friend's grip and slammed the tip of the weapon against Takashi's head, knocking the man out. Dropping the spear, Naruto turned and walked out of the alleyway only to come face to face with yet another familiar person. Shiba, I thought I could feel your vile presence, spoke Naruto looking at the man. Oh, your words wound me so, Naruto-kun, so rude, replied the man dramatically clutching his heart. Are you going to move or will I need to move you? Questioned Naruto, narrowing his eyes at the hero. Shiba stepped aside letting Naruto walk past him. We will eliminate Mio, she is a threat to everyone around her, and we will not spare anyone in our way, be that you or any of her demon allies, spoke Shiba. No you won't, because we both know even now you so much as leave a scratch on me, Azazel will make you all pay in blood, declared Naruto, walking away leaving Shiba to mull over the threat. And given I have better things to do than deal with you lot, tomorrow, Kuoh Academy 3:30, 3 against 3, when I win you go back to the village and tell them that Mio is under my protection and any further attempts on her life will result in meaningless deaths, spoke Naruto glancing back at Sheba who nodded and Naruto vanished in a flash. Hashtag the next day hashtag. The time had come, it was just shy of 3:30. Naruto stood with Rias and Sona who had agreed to be the two to fight beside him. The blonde had entertained the idea of Sarah's and Mikoto, but in the end he had decided that much of a power display was unnecessary, and besides he had Mikoto keeping an eye on the two exorcists and Sarah's an eye on Keba for Rias. Naruto and his two fiancées walked to the front of the school where they found Takashi, Basara, Sheba and to all of their confusion a sad-looking Karumi. "Karumi, what are you doing here?" asked Naruto confused. "You said a 3-on-3 match, I am here simply as an observer, so we had to pull Karumi for this," said Sheba with a smirk, causing Naruto to grit his teeth in anger. "So shall we get this started?" asked Sheba getting a nod from Naruto as Takashi stepped forwards and tapped his spear against the ground causing a green energy to ripple outwards. Naruto too pushed magic into the barrier which shot up around the 6 people making Sheba vanish from the created arena. As the barrier formed, Sona smirked pushing her glasses up her nose. Rias also let a smirk form on her face allowing her power to build. Naruto closed his eyes and was quickly engulfed in a plume of smoke, which quickly cleared revealing his 9 kitsune tails, his fox ears and his weapons. Naruto stepped forwards drawing the 2 swords from his back. "Karumi, if you don't want to fight me, back away now," spoke Naruto looking to the girl who nodded and stepped back. "Karumi, you coward," snarled Takashi turning towards the retreating girl. However, before Takashi could attack Karumi, a ball of red and black energy came flying at him. Takashi managed to twist out of the way, only having part of his hair singed, forcing his attention back towards Naruto, Sona and Rias. Naruto at this point dashed forwards with both blades at the ready, blocking an overhead swing from his right. Naruto glared at Basara who tried to push down on Naruto's blade. Naruto quickly pushed his former friend backwards just in time for a serpentine dragon of water slam into him, launching him away from Naruto. The blonde Devil King glanced up at his bespectacled fiancé and nodded his thanks before pushing off the ground and running forwards towards Takashi. The spear wielder swung his weapon down on Naruto who dropped low and crossed his 2 blades over his head, catching the spearhead of Takashi's weapon between them. Pushing upwards, Naruto jumped, kicking Takashi in the chest, throwing him backwards. Naruto charged forwards, running lightning through Alaster and flames through his Excalibur. Lunging forwards, Naruto didn't give Takashi time to defend himself, swinging Excalibur over his head and down on the man who just managed to bring his staff up to block the strike. However, Takashi forgot that Naruto had a second sword which he brought down in another downward strike. However, Takashi managed to bring his shoulder up enough to make the second sword strike glance off his shoulder armor. Hashtag with Rias and Sona hashtag. The 2 women had, after Naruto knocked him backwards, gone after Basara. Thankfully the 2 were able to keep the hero boy back far enough that his sword meant nothing, the 2 of them throwing a barrage of magic at the unfortunate Basara. While he wasn't getting hit all that much, he was making no headway towards the 2 women to fight them close up. "Sona, together," spoke Rias getting a nod from her friend, the 2 holding a hand towards the other, forcing a large amount of magic towards the center of their hands where an orb of red and black energy formed with a shell of water around it. The break in the attacks gave Basara the moment he needed to lunge forwards towards the 2 girls attempting to end them, but before the hero could get close enough to them, a small cyclone kicked up and threw the man back. Looking up in shock, Basara glared at Karumi who stood beside the 2 devils, both of whom sent a quick nod of appreciation towards the girl before launching off their combined attack. The ball of energy that had formed between the 2 launched forwards in a serpentine shape. Basara, who had managed to jump to his feet, quickly brought his blade up in a futile effort to defend himself from the attack. The combined attack of the 2 devils slammed into the basic hero blade, pushing against it with an unreal amount of force until it snapped the blade and threw Basara backwards into a tree, rendering him unconscious. Hashtag with Naruto hashtag. Naruto glared at the man he once called friend, a man that at one point Naruto would have taken a bullet for, but now? Naruto lunged forwards attempting to stab Takashi through the chest, only for the spear wielder to manage to deflect the strike. Naruto kicked off the ground and flipped over the sandy blonde-haired hero, managing to slash at the man's back, leaving a foot-long half-centimeter deep cut along Takashi's back, making him hiss in pain, wildly swinging at Naruto. The blonde devil jumped back from Takashi, who glared at the blonde and charged forwards as the tall man got within striking distance. Naruto kicked off the ground and let his wings flare out and fly out of Takashi's reach. "You fucking coward Uzumaki, come down here and fight like a man," yelled Takashi. Nah," spoke Naruto sarcastically before pointing a laster at the ground near Takashi, letting bolts of purple lightning rain down on the man who tried to dodge, but the frequency of the attacks and the oncoming wooziness from the slash on his back made him sloppy. And not even a minute later Takashi was struck by Naruto's purple lightning, the electricity quickly following the path of least resistance and shooting into the ground through Takashi, rendering the man unconscious. With that, Naruto dropped to the ground and let the magic he had put into the barrier recede. "You lost, Shiba, now take Takashi and Basara and go," ordered Naruto, glaring at the man. "Fine, you win this time, Uzumaki, but there will come a time when you fall and I will be there to watch you as you fall," declared Shiba before turning to Karumi. "You're coming back with us as well and you will dash," began the brown-haired man, only for Naruto to step between them. "No, she's not Karumi's mine now, Shiba, and feel free to tell the elders that," spoke Naruto, turning around and walking away, with Sona, Rias and Karumi quickly following. Several hours later. Naruto with Sarah's behind him walked into the apartment block that housed Azazel. Walking to the man's room, Naruto knocked on the door. "Naruto? Sarah's? What can I do for you today?" asked Azazel. Naruto and Sarah's calmly stepped inside. "The Excalibur fragments," spoke Naruto. "There's 7 of them, 6 being held by various churches?" "What about them?" questioned Azazel, confused. "No, 3 of them were stolen by fallen angels, which you clearly don't know about," said Naruto, getting a head shake from Azazel. "No, why would I risk a war with the church over swords?" questioned Azazel. "That's what I thought, but someone under you is stupid enough to try," declared Naruto, making Azazel frown. "By the way, I also take it you're not behind the heroes showing up knowing Mio's under my protection?" questioned Naruto. "What?" asked Azazel, confused. "Shiba, Basara and Takashi showed up yesterday, attempting to execute Mio, despite knowing she's under my protection," said Naruto. "That can't be a coincidence," which narrows down the pool of suspects who may have done this, and the only one who I can think of that would have stolen the swords and sent heroes after you in the same week would be Kabile, declared Azazel, annoyed. "Yes, he was a little stupid and a warmonger," said Naruto, thinking it over. "How do you even know about the swords being stolen?" asked Azazel, looking to his son, confused. "Members of the church came to Rias, Sona and myself yesterday trying to intimidate us not to interfere," declared Naruto. "I bet that went well," spoke Azazel sarcastically. "Yeah, they ended up scampering out of there with their tails between their legs," declared Naruto. "Alright, if Kabile is behind this you are free to deal with him as you see fit," declared Azazel, getting a nod from Naruto. Later that night. Hours after the sun had descended, we find a group of 6 devils consisting of Naruto, Keba, Yuki, Karumi, Mikoto and Sarah's walking towards what appeared to be a run-down and abandoned church. "What is this place?" asked Naruto, looking around. "We killed a stray devil here a couple of days ago," said Keba, walking forwards. He began walking up the stairs. That was when everyone felt a chill up their spines. "Someone's here," said Naruto, looking around, drawing a laster from the sheath on his back. "Yo!" yelled a voice above them. Keba quickly formed a blade that he used to block the falling Freed. "How you doing?" yelled Freed as his blade hit Keba's. The psychotic former holy man jumped back up onto the roof of the building, landing on the roof. "Nice to see you again," declared the man with a psychotic smirk. "Be careful, that's an Excalibur," muttered Naruto, spinning his blade into a reverse grip ready to jump at Freed. "You're not going to get away with this," declared Naruto. Oi, 6 against 1, it's so difficult being so popular," said Freed. "Don't jump to conclusions, I'm your only opponent," said Keba, stepping forwards. "Keba, what the hell?" asked Naruto. "Naruto-senpai, I thank you for the help you have provided me thus far, but this is something I have to handle on my own," declared Keba. "Fine, but if it looks like you're going to die, I'm gonna jump in and save your ass. I promised Rias I'd keep you safe," declared Naruto, standing back. "Oh, a brave one. No matter with this Excalibur, if you're a devil killing you will be no problemo," said Freed with a psychotic smirk. Keba held his hand out to the side where a rune formed, and a sword hilt formed. Pulling on the hilt, Keba pulled out a second weapon, this one a katana. The blade was light blue, a frosty aura formed around the blade. Keba jumped up into the air towards Freed. The 2 swords clashed. Freed blocked both blades with his long crisp blade. Keba jumped back from the blade lock, before jumping forwards, left blade first. Freed blocked the blade, only for Keba to throw his right fist forwards to punch. Freed caught the first before it could make contact. Keba then went to knee the former priest in the stomach, only for Freed to sweep Keba's leg out from under him. "It's the holy sword of the heavenly flare, known as Excalibur, rapidly to many, known as the choppy sword to me," declared Freed. "He's fast. The bonus speed Keba gets as a knight isn't giving him any advantage," muttered Naruto, watching the fight closely, making sure he didn't need to jump in. Keba jumped backwards away from the priest, landing on the ground. Keba pushed his power into the ground, making blades sprout up from the ground, stabbing both blades back into the ground. Keba pulled out another 2, one was black and the other was red. Keba charged forwards, bringing the black blade down on the Excalibur. Freed smirked. "Same trick again?" questioned Fried as the black blade started letting shadowy tendrils flow out of the blade and began wrapping around the blade of Excalibur, which began to glow brighter only for Keba to beam his red blade down on Fried, breaking his concentration on forcing holy power into the blade. Fried brought the back end of the sword up to block the flaming sword, with Keba's second blade locked. Fried threw his foot forwards into Keba, knocking him backwards. As Keba flew through the air, both of his swords were knocked out of his hands. Keba, yelled Naruto from behind him, making the knight turn back to face Naruto. Catch, called Naruto, throwing Alaster forwards, the blade flying forwards towards Keba. The young blonde knight's eyes went wide as he saw the blade flying towards him, reaching out and snatching the blade out of the air. Keba was shocked. The sword in his hand was legendary. Oh, the lightning sword? Questioned Fried upon seeing the blade Naruto has just lent to Keba. Alright kid, let's do this, spoke a voice in Keba's head. He quickly realized that it was the voice of the sword. Keba charged forwards, blade in hand, and he channeled his magical power to his hand the way the voice in his head was telling him to, and lo and behold, purple lightning began to form in his free hand. Keba spun around his borrowed blade around. Fried brought his blade up to block the attack. However, he didn't count on Keba slamming his lightning-coated hand into his gut, sending him rocketing backwards, with purple arcs of electricity dancing across the man's body. Fried looked at Keba shocked, before that turned to a glare. The true battle had begun. Chapter 32, Holy Swords and Heroes 3. Keba leapt towards his opponent, his borrowed blade in hand. Fried leapt forwards as well, the two swordsmen meeting in midair before being pushed back, and as Fried landed he had to jump to the side as a bolt of purple lightning shot past him. Looking up at Keba, the insane exorcist could see purple lightning arcing between the blonde devil's fingers. Keba threw his hand forward, sending out a bolt of that lightning once more towards Fried, who quickly ran out of the way before leaping towards Keba. The blonde knight brought Alaster up to block the downward strike from Fried, then kicking the man's legs out from under him, knocking Fried to the ground. Ow Sunofa dash, screamed Fried, leaping out of the way as Alaster was once more swung at him. Keba pushed on his advantage and swung once more at Fried, who spun around and just managed to bring up Excalibur blade to block the strike. However, a smirk split the insane man's face as he struggled to hold the blade lock, confusing Keba. However, his question was answered as several arcs of purple lightning hit Fried's free arm, making him crumple to the ground, revealing a handgun laying behind him. Keba nodded to Naruto before turning back to Fried. However, Keba taking his eyes off the man was a bad idea, as when he looked back, Fried had vanished. An instant later, before Keba could defend himself, Fried attempted to slice at him. However, Naruto appeared between them, having taken Keba's arm and used Alaster to deflect the strike. Never let an opponent out of your sight, spoke Naruto, taking Alaster back from Keba before taking a swing at Fried, who jumped back. By the time he landed, Keba had leapt forwards, a pair of blades forming in his hands as he swung at Fried. The priest brought his weapon up to block as he jumped backwards. However, Naruto held a hound out, and in the blink of an eye a glowing chain shot out of his hand, wrapping around Fried's leg. What the fuck is this shit? Questioned Fried before he was pulled back to roof in front of Keba, who swung at the man once more. Fried however again blocked the strike, but he wasn't able to block the follow-up strike. Keba's second blade hit the man in the chest, leaving a half-centimeter cut across his chest. Fucking devil shit, snarled Fried. The demon sword Alaster, that's a very powerful weapon, said a voice from inside the building. Fried, you're still not used to using the holy sword, are you? Asked the man as he walked outside. Oh, old man Valper, said Fried, looking down at the man. You, snarled Keba, glaring at the man who left the building. You see, old man, this magic has got me all tied up, declared Fried, indicating to the magical circle. Put the flowing power from within your body into the blade, said Valper Galilei. Flowing power, into the blade, repeated Fried, his sword glowing before he slammed his blade into the chain around his leg, shattering it. Fried then jumped at the once more standing Keba, who was about to bring a blade up in defense, only for someone else to jump in front and block the Excalibur blade. Zenovia, said Naruto, looking to the blue-haired woman with a slight nod. What's up? Called another voice. It was Irina running towards the group of devils. Blasphemers, Fried, Zelzen and Valper Galilei, in the name of God I will punish you, declared Zenovia, her blade still locked with Fried's. Don't you ever say that fuckhead's name in front of me, bitch, roared Fried, pushing back against Zenovia. Fried, said Valper, drawing the attention of the insane man to him. Huh? Questioned Fried, looking to the old man. Your job is to eliminate the church spies. Besides, both of them have holy swords and there's that demon blade. Let's retreat for now, declared the former holy man. Hear you loud and clear, declared Fried, pulling a pellet out of his trench coat. Smell ya later, called the man, throwing the pellet on the ground, causing a great flash before the two disappeared. Keba and Zenovia had appeared in their positions by the time the flash had vanished, and in the blink of an eye both had begun running off. Irina, let's go, called Zenovia as all three swords people took off. Naruto and his group were about to follow, but before they could, Naruto stopped dead and cursed. Shit, growled Naruto. What is it, Naruto-kun? Asked Yuki, looking to the blonde. Demonic energy, lots of it, and it feels like Mio, muttered Naruto, closing his eyes. Sarah's, Yuki with me, Karumi, Mikoto go after them, ordered Naruto, getting a nod from his peerage members who at his orders split into two pairs, Mikoto and Karumi running off after Zenovia, Irina and Keba. While Sarah's and Yuki stepped over to their master, and once the three devils stood together, Naruto clamped hands over Sarah's and Yuki's shoulders and the trio vanished in a plume of flames. #elsewhere. Mio took deep breaths as she stood still. She had been on a simple nighttime stroll, liking the smell and feel of the cool night air, when she had been ambushed by demons. The girl, while being the daughter of the previous demon lord and having been turned to a devil by a rather powerful devil, she had little control of her magical power and thus was using it excessively and was tiring herself out rather quickly. You put up a good fight, Mio Naruse, but this is the end for you, spoke a slightly muffled male voice from behind the girl. The red head spun around, a yellow magical rune forming in front of her hands before 7 bolts of lightning shot out of her hand at the man. However, in the blink of an eye, a black orb with light blue rings formed in front of the man, stopping the lightning. The man quickly moved forwards with 2 of the orbs, only to stop just in front of Mio. I'm sorry, are you trying to hurt my little demon? Quietly snarled the voice of Naruto from behind the masked man, the blonde king holding his blade to the masked man's throat. Because that is a terrible idea. Naruto-sama's peerage is his family, declared the voice of Sarah's as the vampire herself stepped forward, standing between Mio, who stepped back, and the masked man, who at this point was sweating a bit. And no one threatens Naruto-kun's family, finished the voice of Yuki, stepping out from behind her friend and stepping in front of Mio on the opposite side to Sarah's. Naruto, Sarah's, Yuki, spoke Mio breathlessly, happy as she was saved. Now you have 2 choices. You can leave now with your head on your shoulders, not to try shit like this again, or I can slice your head off and be done with it, spoke Naruto. The 2 orbs that had formed in the man's hands vanished and he lowered his arms. Good choice, declared Naruto, letting his blade drop from the man's throat. Come on, Mio, we're leaving, declared Naruto, stepping out from behind the masked man before stepping up to the 3 members of his peerage, and all 4 vanished in a plume of blue flames. #several hours later. Naruto growled as he looked down. Sitting next to him was Rias, in front of them was Karumi and Mikoto. So the 5 of you lost them? Asked Naruto with a sigh, getting a nod from his 2 peerage members. And Keba went off on his own? Questioned Naruto, looking up to the 2 women, who again nodded. Okay, thanks, you too, said Naruto, giving the 2 women a half-hearted smile. Mikoto and Karumi nodded before leaving the room. Rias shifted, laying her legs over Naruto's, drawing his attention to her. The red-haired woman was looking at him concerned. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? You seem stressed, spoke the woman. Naruto leaned over to her, pressing his lips to her cheek, gently kissing her, nothing more than a light peck, before he pulled back. Thank you for being concerned, but I'm fine, just a little annoyed. I came here to spend time with my fiancé and friends, and over just this week I've had a conflict with a group of heroes, fallen angels and demons, said Naruto. You just seem to attract trouble, don't you? Declared Rias with a grin. Naruto rolled his eyes and glared at the red-haired woman, who just smiled. Does that make you trouble then? Replied Naruto with a cheeky smile. Oh, that's how it is it? Questioned Rias. Well, that's how it sounds, spoke Naruto with a grin. The next day. Naruto walked into the classroom with Karumi beside him. Glancing around the room, Naruto found who he was looking for. Hey Yahiro, a word, spoke Naruto. The man nodded and stood up, following Naruto as he turned and left the room, headed for the roof. Upon reaching the roof, the 2 young men stepped out onto the fenced-off roof. What's the deal, Naruto? Questioned Yahiro. Just checking to make sure you understood my threat last night, Yahiro, declared Naruto. What? Questioned Yahiro, looking at Naruto confused. You can't play innocent, Yahiro. I'm one of the best censors alive. I know it was you, said Naruto. With that, Yahiro's smile dropped. Usually, I'm the puppeteer in matters like this. What do you want? You clearly don't wish to discuss your threat. You made it clear last night, spoke Yahiro. It's clear from last night that you're the one watching Mio for the demons, trying to awaken her powers. I don't want to deal with you lot now, so tell them that nothing has changed. Tell them that she hasn't awoken her powers, and I won't end your life, declared Naruto. That's one hell of a proposal. It does leave me in a tough space at this point. I have no choice but to agree to it, spoke Yahiro in an uncaring tone before turning around and heading back towards the stairs down. Hey, called Naruto, making Yahiro look back to the blonde. As Mio's observer, you should know who killed her foster parents, right? Questioned Naruto. Zalgir, muttered Yahiro as he opened the door and stepped back inside. Naruto turned around and looked out over the school through the chains that stopped him from falling off the roof. Naruto-kun, called a voice from behind the blonde. Turning around, Naruto saw Rias standing behind him. Yeah, what's up, Rias? Questioned Naruto, confused. I have something that I need your help with, but if now isn't a good time began Rias, only for Naruto to interrupt her. Now's fine, why wouldn't it be? Asked Naruto, confused. You seemed a little out of it is all, spoke Rias, looking at Naruto skeptically. It's nothing, so what's up? Questioned Naruto. I need your help with a sacred gear, declared Rias, making Naruto quirk a brow. Go on, spoke Naruto. Well, I found the holder of the boosted gear, said Rias, making Naruto's eyes go wide. I still fail to see how I fit in, replied Naruto. Well, it's not you exactly I need the help of, but I thought I'd have better luck talking to you than Rainier, spoke Rias. Ah, so what's wrong with the holder? Asked Naruto. He's a pervert, plain and simple, an open pervert. He and his friend started school in the lower grades here recently, and within a month all three of them have been caught peeping on girls 50 times, and that's only the times they've been caught. I hate to think how many times they haven't been caught. Add into that, from what I've seen and heard from the various teachers, he's failing all of his classes and only barely passed the entrance exam and shows no other traits. I don't like him, declared Rias. I see what you mean, spoke Naruto, pointing through the fence, making Rias run forwards, looking where Naruto was pointing to see him pointing at three boys hiding in bushes watching the kendo club practice. Those little snarled Rias until a hand landed on her shoulder. Rias looked to Naruto, who was smirking, making Rias look to him nervously. Naruto, however, molded his magical power and started a small fire behind the trio of perverts, who quickly jumped up screaming, alerting the kendo club to their presence. Before Naruto extinguished the flames, Rias and Naruto watched the trio of perverts get the snot beaten out of them for a few minutes before Naruto turned to the red-haired woman. So do you have a new wielder in mind? Asked Naruto, looking to Rias. I do, sort of. Asia has been asking me recently to turn Yahiro, and I thought this would be as good a reason as any, declared Rias, making Naruto frown. What's that look for? Don't you think Yahiro is a good choice? Asked Rias. No, it's not that. Yahiro is probably one of the best choices you could make, but he's a demon, and more specifically the demon that's watching Mio for the current demon lord, said Naruto, making Rias' eyes go wide. I'll get Rainier on extracting the gear from that pervert, but if you do go through with your plan, first of all convert him first and make sure he's loyal to you first. I'd rather not be handing one of the 14 Longinus over to someone who could potentially be an enemy, spoke Naruto. Rias nodded, understanding his reasoning. Later that day. Naruto walked into the occult research clubhouse. The school day had ended not long ago, however there had been now word of Keba during the day, despite Rias's peerage sending out their familiars to look for the blonde and Naruto sending Mikoto out after him as well. There also had been no word of the exorcists either. While not allies, Naruto had been keeping tabs on them as well, if only because he feared what was planned for them. As Naruto stepped into the main clubhouse room to see Rias, Sona and his own peerages within the room, all three groups having been told to meet there after the school day was over, while the exorcists were within the town. However, before Naruto could speak, his phone began to ring. Pulling it out of his pocket, Naruto saw the number was the one of the phone Mikoto had been given. Yekoto-chan? Questioned Naruto, answering the phone. You might want to come to me on the outskirts of town, spoke the woman over the phone. Why, what's wrong? Asked Naruto. Irina, declared Mikoto. All right, we'll be there soon, replied Naruto before hanging up the phone. Where are we going? Asked Rias, looking to Naruto. The outskirts of town, come on, spoke Naruto. #town outskirts. Naruto and his friends appeared in a flash of fire on the outskirts of town, where they saw Mikoto standing near the unconscious form of Irina. What happened? Asked Naruto, stepping forwards, looking to Mikoto. I didn't do this, I found her like this, declared Mikoto. So you don't know? Asked Naruto, getting a nod from Mikoto. Asia, spoke Naruto. Yes, replied the girl. Heal her, spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the girl, who quickly moved forwards. Who would do such a thing? Questioned Asia, looking over the girl's injuries before she began healing her with twilight healing, and Irina began to stir. Irina, what happened? Where are Keba and Zenovia? Questioned Naruto. Irina turned to him. They ran, said Irina weakly. Ran? Questioned the blonde devil king. I just didn't make, said Irina weakly. Don't speak, ordered Asia. He's incredibly strong, said Irina. Watch out, warned Irina before she once more succumbed to the call of unconscious. Tsubaki, spoke Sona, getting a nod from her queen, moving forwards and picking up the now unconscious exorcist. Take care of her, said Sona as Tsubaki stepped backwards before stepping into a teleportation circle. Keba and Zenovia are alright, I guess, from the sound of that, said Naruto, looking around. I don't like this, it feels too easy, like we were meant to find her. thought Naruto to himself looking around. The only way it could have been made easier was if someone had flared their energy alerting any sensors in the nearby area. It was at that moment all of the devils felt a familiar ominous feeling of a holy object in the area. I knew it, muttered Naruto quickly turning around pulling a laster from the sheath on his back. My looks like everyone took the bait, doesn't it? Said a man walking out from behind a tree. How do you do, devil shits? Questioned Freed in his usual vulgar tone. Oh look it's Mr. Fallen Angel Nobjoki, said Naruto looking at the man. Everyone turned to him. What? Questioned Naruto at the combined stares of Rias's peerage, his own peerage, Sona and even Freed. Well would you look at that it's the traitor Asia-chan, declared Freed as he spotted the girl in the crowd of people. Enjoying life as a devil shit? Questioned the insane former exorcist. Touch her and you're a dead man, growled Naruto glaring at Freed pointing a laster at the man. Rias and Sona both moving next to Naruto putting their hands up magic circles forming in front of them. Whoa! Time out! Time out! Gotta chat with the lot of you for a damned sec, declared Freed. Chat? Questioned Rias looking at the man as she and Sona lowered their attack. Yeah, my boss wants to, said Freed looking up drawing everyone's attention in that direction. Everyone looked up to see a pale-skinned man with 6 pairs of black wings sprouting out of his back. A fallen angel, stated Kaneko looking up at the man. Kabile, muttered Naruto glaring at the man. Well if this isn't a sight for sore eyes. Azazel's favorite pets, Yuki, Karumi and of course little Naruto, spoke Kabile with a smirk as various members of the large group of devils' eyes widened. You know my father? Questioned Rainier looking to Naruto who sighed before looking back to her. Yes, I do, spoke Naruto looking at Rainier before glaring back at Kabile. Oh you hadn't told her, bad Naruto, how dare you treat your older sister like that? Questioned Kabile in a taunting tone. Making Rainier's eyes widen once more. Why you dash, began Rainier only for Naruto to look back to the woman. I promise I'll explain later Rainier, declared Naruto interrupting Rainier getting a small nod from the woman. Now Kabile what do you want? Questioned Naruto glaring at the fallen angel. I would like to have some fun around Kuoh Academy your headquarters in the city, declared the man, making everyone narrow their eyes at him. Our academy? Questioned Rias. If I do Surzex will be forced to come and help. Isn't that right? Asked Kabile with a grin. So you are trying to start another war Kabile, spoke Naruto glaring up at the fallen angel. You are quite clever for such a loud-mouthed brat, declared the pale-skinned fallen angel. Yes that's right, dead right I couldn't resist my boredom after the last 3-way war. Neither Azazel nor Shemhaza wanted another war. Declared the man. Azazel wasn't just against the war, he started collecting these sacred gear things and started doing research on them, declared Kabile. And now with the 3 great factions teetering on the edge of war you wish to be the one to nudge them over and watch the world fall into disorder, declared Naruto glaring up at the man. You're completely addicted to war, declared Rias breaking the conversation. But this time we'll have you devils started, sister of Lucifer, Rias Gremory, and sister of Leviathan Sona Citri. Your place of learning should be chock full of magical power, able to cause immense chaos. The perfect place for a war, declared the man his eyes widening in his lunacy. He's crazy, declared Pira. This guy is completely insane, concurred Luffy. Ha 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 don't you just love how my boss is so fucked up, cackled Freed only for purple lightning to shot at him almost hitting him in the face. Hush lackey the grown-ups are talking, declared Naruto with a half smirk his hand out where the lightning originated. Oh I'm just so excited because my boss got me presents, declared Freed throwing open his jacket revealing that the man had all 3 of the stolen Excaliburs. Naruto narrowed his eyes noticing that on his arm was a very similar piece of cloth to the one Irina had and turned her Excalibur into. Are those Excaliburs? Questioned Asia nervously. It would seem so, declared Naruto his eyes narrowing. Of course indubitably, I can use all of them. I'm invincible, declared Freed with a cackle. Oh yeah, this holy sword of mimicry, Excalibur mimic, though I got this one from the pigtailed girl, said Freed making Naruto narrow his eyes at the man. Let's begin the war, sister of Lucifer, Rias Gremory, yelled Kabile as he formed a magic circle and launched out between 20 and 50 light spears. Everyone run, declared Rias, she, Akino and Sona forming magical circles to block the attack, only for Naruto to leap into the air. Bashing shift, called Naruto slashing into the air leaving a green slice that sucked up the various light spears protecting everyone from the attacks. Once the slash vanished the fallen angel was gone. Where'd he go? Asked Momo looking around for the fallen angel. He went to Kuoh, declared Naruto standing up before walking over to the edge of the road looking towards Kuoh. You lot get whatever you need for a fight, we need to get to Kuoh, ordered Naruto turning back to face the devils who all nodded. Rainier, I know you have questions, so you're coming with me to assess the situation. Sarah's you too, declared Naruto, getting nods from his two peerage members. At that point the group split up and went their separate ways, Naruto, Sarah's and Rainier vanishing in a plume of fire. #outside Kuoh Academy Naruto appeared with his two peerage members. Glancing around, the blonde quickly crossed his hands, creating a hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, spoke Naruto, creating 10 clones to quickly go around the grounds and see what was going on within the school. Ask what you want, Rainier, I promise I will answer honestly, spoke Naruto, looking to the woman. So you're the hero Toussaint would spend days with? Questioned Rainier. Yes, I was an orphan brought to the hero village from Konoha and very skilled, so he took an interest in me, spoke Naruto. I take it he also told you about his plan to officially adopt you, making you my brother in all but blood, spoke Rainier, getting a nod from Naruto. Then why didn't you tell me? Asked Rainier, hurt that someone who was so close to her father would hide something so important from her. It was for your protection as well as mine, spoke Naruto. How? Asked Rainier, not believing Naruto's reasoning. How would you have treated me had you known? Questioned Naruto, looking at Rainier. Like I should have, like my brother, declared Rainier. So when devils or anyone else saw you, the daughter of the leader of the fallen angels, treating me, a high-class devil, like a brother, how would they react? Questioned Naruto. Rainier's eyes went wide at what he said before she looked down. Naruto stepped forwards, wrapping his arms around Rainier, who went rigid upon feeling Naruto's arms wrapped around her. After a moment, however, Rainier let a small smile cross her features as she wrapped her arms around Naruto, burying her face in his neck to avoid him seeing her happy tears. Is that why you really converted me, because I'm as good as your sister? Asked Rainier, not even lifting her face. Yes, I would never hurt my family if I could help it, spoke Naruto, smiling. Does Toussaint know? Asked Rainier. Yes, he does, declared Naruto, still not letting the woman go. Who else knows? Asked Rainier. Surzex, Venelana, Kaa-chan and Sarah's, spoke Naruto, getting a nod from Rainier as she pulled back from Naruto. Half an hour later. It took about half an hour for the rest of the devils to show up. The entire group stood at the front of the school awaiting orders from Naruto, who had become the de facto leader. Rias, there is still time, call your brother, said Sona. In that case, shouldn't you call your sister? Asked Rias. Your brother loves you and will be here as soon as he could, spoke Sona. I've already contacted Surzex-sama, declared Akino. Akino, I didn't ask you to do that, said Rias, turning to the girl. Rias, although I understand you do not wish to cause trouble for your brother, this is a leader of the fallen angels, let's take a Satan's helping hand, said Akino with a soft smile. Rias sighed. I appreciate your approval, President. Surzex reinforcements should arrive in about an hour, declared Akino with a smile. Good grief, always one step ahead of me, Akino, spoke Rias with a smile. Sona, Tsubaki, Rias, Akino, Sarah's, Mikoto, Pira, you're with me, the rest of you, we need a barrier, we don't want this getting out of hand, declared Naruto, getting a chorus of yes from the large group. Within minutes a barrier formed as the 8 devils walked into the school. Walking through the halls of the school, the 8 devils stepped into the large courtyard to see a large rune on the ground. What is that? Asked Mikoto, looking at the giant rune. I heard this man has been dying to fuse 4 Excaliburs into one, said a voice from above them all. Turning to the voice the 8 devils saw Kabile, growled Naruto, narrowing his eyes at the man. Is Surzex coming or will it be Serafal? Asked Kabile, lazily sitting in a chair floating on a pillar in the air. In place of Surzex or Serafal we have come, declared Naruto. Kabile snapped his fingers, making a cloud of light appear over his fingers before it morphed into a light spear which was launched at a nearby school building. Hitting the ground, the building was simply erased. The gym, said Rias, shocked to see the building simply gone. How dull. Oh well. We'll have some laughs, declared Kabile in a bored tone. Since you've come all the way here, why don't you play with my pets? Spoke Kabile, launching a bolt of lightning down at the ground, making a magical seal appear on the ground. Before the ground it was on simply vanished, and a pillar of fire shot out of the ground, and along with it a creature crawled out of the hole. 3 heads appeared in the flames before a clawed paw landed on the ground, dragging the body of the creature out. Cerberus? The dog that guards the gates of hell, he summoned it to the human world? Questioned Rias. Scatter, yelled Naruto as a paw slammed into the ground where they had been standing. Calamity control, called Naruto, his pitch-black dragonic armor forming around his body, shocking Sona, Rias, Tsubaki and Akino, and to push their shock further Naruto ripped his second blade out of his sheath, a uneasy feeling rushing through the unholy beings in the area. A sacred gear and an Excalibur, spoke Tsubaki, shocked at the power Naruto wielded. How interesting, said Kabile, quirking an eyebrow as Naruto flew at the first of the fallen angels' pets, his holy blade bathed in flames while his unholy blade was cloaked in lightning. Slicing clean through the head and body of one of the three-headed dogs, the four young female devils watched on shocked as the two halves fell apart and burst into flames. Meanwhile Pyrrha, Mikoto and Ceres were busy attacking the second Cerberus. Pyrrha firing round after round towards the animal while Mikoto running at blinding speeds attempted to slash at the creature's underside and legs while Ceres attacked it with bloody claws from above. After watching their friend easily dispatch one of the fiercest creatures of the underworld wielding a sacred gear and a fragment of Excalibur, it took a moment for the women to reboot. However, after they did, they all quickly burst into action, running forwards, each of them flaring the respective magic as they ran towards the one of remaining unengaged Cerberus. The creature stood little chance as water, lightning, ice and destruction magic merged together and tore a hole through the creature. By this time Pyrrha had shot all 6 of the eyes of the Cerberus, Mikoto had opened a 3-foot-long slash in its stomach, and Ceres had left more than a few holes in the back of the creature. As the 3 groups converged on the last remaining 3-headed dog, they suddenly stopped when it was impaled by hundreds of swords and one of its 3 heads was sliced clean off. "You two took your sweet time. What, you stop for fast food?" questioned Naruto as Rias Blonde Knight and the blue-haired exorcist appeared, killing the last 3-headed beast. "Sorry senpai, someone forgot to tell me we were having a party at the school," said Keba with a smirk as the impaled dog next to him vanished in a plume of fire. Chapter 33, Holy Swords and Heroes 4. "That was quite the show," declared Kabile, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "Take this," yelled Rias, throwing a serpent of her power at the man, who simply flicked the power away, sending it towards yet another school building that once the power hit was vaporized. "Is that truly the limits of your power, Rias Gremory?" questioned the man, standing up only for everyone to feel a massive surge of power and then holy power. "It's complete," screamed Valper with an insane cackle as a sword appeared in the center of the magic rune he stood by and a beam of light shot up into hundreds of meters into the sky. "Upon the fusion of the holy sword I would take the energy released." "That was our deal," declared Kabile from his seat atop his pillar in the sky. "You put all of that energy into an Earthbreaker spell?" questioned Sona, looking up at the insane fallen angel. "No," said Keba, running over to the now fused Excalibur. "Get out while you can. This city will be razed to the ground in 20 minutes, declared Valper, turning to face all of the devils that now either stood or floated behind him as Zenovia jumped onto the roof next to the area. "If you want to stop it, you'll have to defeat me," declared Kabile from his position in his pillar. "What now, Rias Gremory?" screamed the fallen angel leader with a smirk as his wings flared out. "Need I answer?" questioned Rias, once more throwing forwards a stream of power of destruction magic, only for this time Kabile to catch it in one hand. Akino, seeing an opening, flew above the fallen angel and threw lightning down on him, only for him to catch the lighting as well in his other hand. Slamming the attacks together, Kabile created a 20-foot attack that he then threw towards Rias and Akino. "President!" screamed Akino, throwing herself between the attack and Rias. "Banishing shift," called Naruto, launching his armor-clad form up just in front of the orb and slashing with both his swords in a cross pattern, leaving a green slash in the air in their wake. But as Naruto's 2 blades crossed the huge orb of power, hit the 2 defensive attacks and stopped, but Naruto struggled against the attack, trying to keep the 2 slashes open and absorb all of the power from the attacks. As the orb grew smaller and smaller, Naruto began to struggle against the attack until the orb of combined lightning and power of destruction was about the size of a basketball when it finally exploded, launching Naruto towards the ground. Naruto Kun/San/Sama called the voices of all of Naruto's allies within the area, watching the man get shot into the ground, creating a 10-foot wide crater 2 feet deep with a still armor-clad Naruto in the center of it. "Son of a bitch," groaned Naruto, pushing himself up to a seated position. Looking up from his position, Naruto glared at Kabile. "Yudo?" questioned Rias as she saw her knight walking over to the Archbishop of Genocide. "Valper Galilei," snarled Keba as he stiffly walked over to the man. "I am a survivor of the Holy Sword experiments. In truth, though, you killed me. I could only live by being reborn as a devil. I could not die until I avenged my comrades," declared Keba as he rushed forward, swinging his blade overhead. "Yudo," called Rias as Kabile formed and threw a light spear towards Keba. Naruto jumped up and ran towards Keba, but it was too late. The spear hit the ground before exploding, knocking Naruto back. The blonde looked up to see Valper and his Excalibur in a protective spear. "Keba," called Naruto, looking around before spotting the boy face first in the dirt. He avoided a direct hit. "Nimble little rat," declared Kabile. Naruto turned and glared at the man. "Freed," called the 10-winged fallen angel. "Yes, boss," questioned Freed with a salute. "This is the last act. Use the power of the 4 holy swords, and destroy these devils," ordered Kabile. "Gotcha. Oh, gloriously upgraded Excalibur, you surely doth rest in my hands. Now then, who's going first?" questioned Freed, a psychotic grin appearing on his face. At this point Keba was trying to force himself to stand by. He fell to the ground. I did hear about a subject on the loose, but who would have thought he would have become a devil? Questioned Vapor, stepping closer to the downed Keba. I am grateful for your contributions. Thanks to you, the experiments finally succeeded, declared Valper. Succeeded? Questioned Keba. The power of each of you subjects was not enough to wield a holy sword on your own, which brought me to a solution. I simply had to take the power out of them, declared Valper, making Keba go wide-eyed. Then, I found a way to crystallize it. This crystal is made from the subject's power, declared Valper, pulling a blue crystal out of his coat and holding it high in the air, making Keba gaze at the crystal in saddened longing. The last one, that is, spoke Valper. Everyone else died, 'cause their bodies couldn't handle the power. Makes you think, I got to be made of super awesome sauce, huh? Questioned Freed, lunging forwards at Naruto, who quickly snapped his arm up, blocking the fused Excalibur with a laster. That's, at the time we were blessed with the power to wield the holy swords, she put one of those into her body. It was to give us the power we lacked, questioned Zenovia to herself, remembering Irina's ceremony. Those hypocrites, they shunned me as a heretic, yet they kept using the results of my research. If it were Michael, he probably took the power from people without killing them, exclaimed Valper. There wasn't any need to kill us then. So why? Weakly questioned Keba, forcing himself to his feet. You were simply materials for those experiments. What was I supposed to do with you if I didn't dispose of you? Questioned Valper. We believed we were serving the Lord and bore excruciating pain. Yet you, materials? Dispose? Questioned Keba before the blue crystal was thrown to his feet. Take it if you want. We have the technology to mass-produce even more refined crystals, said Valper dismissively. Keba bent down and picked up the crystal, looking at it sadly, remembering the faces of the friends he left behind when he ran. My friends, muttered Keba, closing his hands around the crystal. Valper Galilei, how many lives did you put to waste for your experiments and your greed? Questioned Keba as a blue glow began to form around his hands. Are those people? Questioned Tsubaki, looking at the blue haze began forming into the shape of people. Yeah, looks like it, declared Naruto, watching on in curiosity. In all likelihood they are the result of all of the forces in this area, and the souls Keba-san released from the crystal, declared Pira. I've always wondered if I deserve to be the only survivor. Many of them had grander dreams than I ever did. Many of them wanted to survive more than I did. Did I deserve to live in peace? Questioned Keba, looking up only to realize all around him were the translucent forms of his friends. He looked down when he felt a tug on his shirt. He saw the smiling face of one of his friends before all of them turned into blue orbs that flew around him. Don't worry, said one of them, briefly appearing before disappearing again. If we all come together, began another, again appearing before vanishing again. Open your heart, continued another voice. To all of us, finished yet another voice. I'm not scared, even if God doesn't exist, spoke another voice. Even if God isn't watching, began a voice. Our hearts will always be, continued a different voice. One, declared Keba, tears in his eyes as his form began to glow with a blue glow as everyone watched on with smiles on their faces. Keba's attained a balance breaker, muttered Naruto, looking at the blonde knight as he glared at Valper. Oh, said Kabile, looking down at Keba impassively. My comrades didn't want me to exact vengeance for them. They never did. However, I must slay the evil that stands before me. I must prevent any from following in your path, declared Keba, walking forward, stopping a few meters in front of Valper as a magic rune formed in front of the man birthing a sword. Freed, called Valper. Coming, exclaimed the man, jumping over and landing in front of Valper, letting his blade hum with holy energy. You fool. You should have died when you had the chance, declared Valper. Go Yuto, you are Rias Gremoris family, an Excalibur should be nothing to my knight, declared Rias with a soft smile to her knight. Yuto-kun, you can do it, called Akino. Go for it Keba, smirked Pira. Everyone, spoke Keba, looking over to the party of devils, all of whom were smiling at him. What's with the hallmark moment? You're making my skin crawl here. Oh my god. I wanna slice and dice ya, and get some satisfaction, exclaimed Freed, only for purple lightning to spark past his face. One more time Freed, one more fucking time, and I will slice and dice you no matter who wants to kick your ass, declared Naruto, glaring at the man. I will become a sword. My comrades, now one with my soul, let us fulfill our regrets and desires from those days, declared Keba, holding up his sword, which began to glow blue. I will become the sword of the president and my allies, sword birth, called Keba, as white and black auras encompassed his blade. Behold, the sword of betrayal, a blade that is holy and demonic, declared Keba as his new blade formed a black strip running up the center of a silver blade before red runes wrote themselves up the black part of the weapon. A sword that is holy and demonic? Questioned Zenovia. A holy and demonic sword? Impossible, two opposing forces coming together? That could never happen, exclaimed Valper. Knight of Rias Gremory, do we stand as allies? Questioned Zenovia, appearing beside the blonde knight walking next to him. I hope so, said Keba. Then let us work together to destroy that Excalibur, declared Zenovia. Are you sure? Questioned Keba, looking at the woman. It is a holy sword, but not a sword that is holy, an anomalous sword. The church instructed us that if it came down to it to destroy the blades rather than let them fall into the fallen angel's hands, declared Zenovia, the two blade wielders coming to a stop. All right, declared Keba. Zenovia slammed the tip of her blade into the ground before holding her hand out to the side. Petra, Basilius, Dionysus, and Mary, the Holy Mother, hear my voice, declared Zenovia, a magical rune appearing beside her before a new weapon shot out of the rune, chains wrapped around it. In the name of the saint which rests within this blade, I will unleash the holy sword Durandal, exclaimed Zenovia as she touched the hilt of the blade, making the Qian snap as she took the blade and spun it in hand. Holy sword Durandal? Questioned Keba. An Excalibur tier holy sword said to be able to cut anything in this world, said Zenovia with a smirk. Impossible. My research hasn't produced anyone who can wield the Durandal, said Valper. Unlike him or Irina, I'm all natural, spoke Zenovia with a cocky smirk. Flawless aptitude? You're a genuine holy sword wielder, questioned Valper. This thing cuts through anything it touches. I can hardly control it myself, so we must keep it sealed in another dimension, declared Zenovia. Ain't that a bit cheap? Questioned Fried, shooting out the tip of his blade towards Zenovia, the tip splitting into multiple blades that all raced towards Zenovia only for her to slice clean through them. Didn't see that coming, did we? Questioned Fried, only for Zenovia to leap towards him, bringing her blade down on him. That isn't a complete holy sword, no match for Durandal, declared the airborne Zenovia. You bitch, spat Fried before he shot off out of the way of the attack. I don't want to hear about your stupid power balance, declared Fried in his blurring speed. Your scrap of a sword, spoke Keba, appearing behind the former exorcist, the two clashing blades before jumping away from each other. Cannot part our bonds, finished Keba as he slammed his blade through the fused Excalibur fragments. It broke, questioned Fried, as he fell backwards. Are you serious that little devil shit is beating me? Questioned Fried before his shoulder split and a glowing aura shot out of the wound. Did you see that, my comrades? My power has surpassed that of even Excalibur, exclaimed Keba. I can't believe my eyes. In theory the holy and demonic can never dash, began Valper, only to fall back as Keba turned to him. Valper Galilei, prepare to die, exclaimed Keba. I see, I understand, everything makes sense if the balance between the holy and demonic are skewed. Therefore both the Satans and God, spoke Valper, only for a light spear to pierce his back. Valper, you were very capable, the fact that you reached that conclusion proves it, spoke Kokobile. Kokobile, what's going on? Questioned Rias, looking up to the fallen angel. I don't need these men to complete my plan. Now I'm done watching, declared the angel, descending from his throne. Good, I've been itching to rip you to pieces for a while now, growled Naruto, glaring at the man. Oh, you think you stand a chance, little Naruto-kun? Questioned Kokobile. More than a chance, Kokobile, growled Naruto, spinning his two weapons spin in his hands. Well then, come at me, spoke Kokobile. Before anyone could say anything, Naruto shot forwards in a blur, the blonde swinging his two blades at Kokobile, who created a pair of light blades to block the strike. The two struggled for a moment before Naruto jumped and kicked Kokobile in the chest with both feet, launching the fallen angel backwards. After coming to a stop, Kokobile quickly slashed with his blades, sending out two shockwaves of light towards Naruto. The blonde was about to use Banishing Shift when a person jumped between the shockwaves and him. Go Naruto-san, spoke Zenovia, pushing against the shockwaves with her side-on sword. Naruto nodded and leapt over Zenovia and the two energy waves, holding one hand up towards Kokobile. Naruto pushed magic towards his hands. Blizzard, called Naruto, an orb of snow and ice quickly forming in his hands before shooting outwards, engulfing the entire area in a powerful blizzard. Kokobile quickly raised a hand to shield his eyes from the snow as Naruto leapt into the air. Meteor, called Naruto, a sphere of molten rock forming above his hand before being thrown at Kokobile. The fallen angel leapt backwards, avoiding the rock before turning back towards Zenovia as she charged at him again. I'm surprised you still fight, having lost your master, spoke the man, confusing Zenovia, who by this point had leapt into the air and was descending upon Kokobile, who caught her holy sword in a blade lock with his own light weapon. What do you mean I've lost my master? Questioned Zenovia as she struggled against Kokobile's blade. Oh, I wasn't supposed to tell, spoke Kokobile with a snicker as he pushed the woman back. Answer me, Kokobile, snarled Zenovia, glaring at the man once more, lunging at him as he laughed. Of course I forgot, I'm stirring up another war, there's no need to hide anything, declared Kabile with an insane laugh. In the last war the 4 Satans died and so did God, concluded Kabile grinning like a maniac the whole time, his statement shocking everyone present. It can't be, muttered Zenovia dropping to her knees. Now die, yelled Kabile swinging his blade around in an attempt to slice Zenovia's head off. However, the fallen angel missed as Naruto jumped forwards, picking up Zenovia and jumping away from the strike, leaving the blue-haired woman to collapse to the ground in shock. Naruto turned back to Kabile as everyone else around him excluding Mikoto reeled in shock. So you knew then, Naruto? Questioned Kabile. No, I have just trained to keep my focus during battle. Earthquake, declared Naruto, launching himself up into the air before rocketing back down and causing the earth to quake, causing most of the mystical beings around them lose their bearings. Naruto ran forwards, his 2 blades behind him as Kabile quickly flared out his wings and flew at the blonde Devil King. As the devil ran forwards, his 2 blades became cloaked in a shower of blue flames and purple arcs of lightning. Leaping upwards, Naruto flew into the air above Kabile, who shot upwards after the blonde. Naruto, after climbing to the top of the barrier, fell backwards and free fell towards Kabile, the 2 men quickly clashing in midair. Naruto's weapon slammed into the 2 swords of light Kabile used to defend himself with, and sliced clean through them with no resistance whatsoever. As Naruto's weapons cleaved through Kabile's, Naruto threw himself forwards and slammed his 2 feet into Kabile, launching him backwards into the ground, creating a 5-foot deep crater. Quickly sheathing his weapons, Naruto allowed his clawed gauntlets to become engulfed in flames, light blue flames with little flickers of green. Spinning as he fell, Naruto became a flaming blur. Kabile quickly formed a golden barrier above his head as Naruto fell. Once more Naruto hit Kabile's defense, however this time the blonde was stopped dead, as was his blue flames. However, the flickers of green flames seeped through the barrier, raining down on the fallen angel leader, who pushed against his barrier, launching Naruto upwards, giving the man enough time to get out from under where Naruto would have landed. Naruto slammed back into the ground just as Kabile got back to his feet. The fallen angel quickly created a light spear as Naruto began running forwards, quickly summoning Brynhildr, jumping up and flipping over. Naruto flew at Kabile, who brought up his weapon to stop Naruto. The devil's weapon clashed with the light spear as Naruto dropped to the ground and slammed his free hand into the ground. Eruption, called Naruto as his hand touched the ground, a crack opening up beneath the 2 of them as violently hot steam hissed as it shot out of the gap, hitting Kabile in the face. "Aggggggghhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh, my face," screamed the fallen angel, stumbling backwards, glaring at Naruto, his formerly ghostly pale face now as red as a ripe strawberry. "I'm going to kill you, you little shit," snarled Kabile, holding his hands out as he gathered an immense amount of energy between his hands. Naruto dismissed his weapon and gathered magical power of his own between his hands. However, what both forgot was an eruption didn't just consist of steam, and as the 2 gathered their magical power, molten magma began to seep out of cracked earth. Naruto noticed and quickly directed the magma towards Kabile, who ignored the magma, quickly shot up into the air and violently flapped his wings, cooling the molten rock to the point it was hard and thus stopped more from rising from the cracked earth. At this point Kabile had gathered a huge amount of magical energy between his hands. The fallen angel formed a huge light spear above his head. The spear was 20 times as big as any of the others Kabile had used, easily dwarfing the man himself. Kabile grinned an insane grin as he went to attack Naruto with his gargantuan weapon, only for a kunai to sail past his left arm, slicing it. "Son of a bitch," growled Kabile, clutching his bleeding wrist as the spear above the man destabilized and vanished. Naruto ran forwards, kicking off the ground, launching himself up into the air towards Kabile, quickly drawing both Alastor and Excalibur. Naruto flew at the warmonger of a fallen angel, slamming blades first into the man. "Die," spoke Naruto, spinning himself and Kabile around so the 2 would fall. Kabile first into the ground, running lightning through his blades and into Kabile's chest. Naruto paralyzed the red-faced fallen angel. With that, both men fell out of the sky to the earth, slamming into it, making the ground under them shatter as they hit. Naruto stood over the broken form of Kabile, his 2 swords sticking out of the man's chest. The blonde devil stepped forwards before closing his eyes and taking a deep calming breath before opening his now blood-red eyes, glaring at the downed form of Kabile. Before anyone could speak, Naruto slammed his foot into the fallen angel's face with as much force as inhumanly possible, quickly but messily shattering Kabile's skull, crushing the man's brain, which splattered out, leaving a puddle of gore. Naruto bowed his head, closing his eyes for a moment, paying last respects to the man before the devil walked to the edge and out of the crater. "Come on, we're done here," spoke Naruto to the group of devils before turning towards the front of the school. "Hold it," called the voice of Zenovia. "If this is about my sword, I will not hand it over, you will have to pry it from my cold dead hands," spoke Naruto, turning back to face Zenovia with a slight glare. The blue-haired woman shook her head before looking to Naruto. "Irina, she and I got separated. Do you know where I might find her?" asked Zenovia. Naruto nodded before looking to Sona. She is at my home, regaining her energy. She was gravely injured. Asia-san healed her, spoke the bespectacled female king. Would I be allowed to accompany you to her? Asked Zenovia, bowing slightly, getting a nod from Sona. Thank you, spoke the blue-haired holy sword wielder before she quickly moved to the various Excaliburs around the area, picking up all of the pieces before moving to the rest of the group. Several hours later. After exiting the barrier, sending clones back into the school to repair it and everyone going their separate ways, Naruto stood with Ceres and Rainier in the lobby of an apartment complex, more specifically Azazel's apartment complex. Come on, spoke Naruto, walking towards the elevator with his two servants in tow. As the trio ascended, Rainier began to twitch and fidget. Hey, calm down, this is your father, he loves you, nothing will change that, declared Naruto, placing a comforting hand on the woman's shoulder, making Rainier look to her master with a smile and a nod. As the doors opened, Rainier once more grew nervous but quickly squashed the feeling as Naruto took the lead, stepping out of the elevator, Rainier quickly following behind. A short walk down the hall and the trio stopped, and Naruto knocked on the door. Coming, called a voice Rainier thought she would never hear again, only for a second later the doors to open. Naruto, Ceres to wa, Nair, questioned Azazel, looking to his daughter. Hey Tusan, spoke the girl nervously, looking to the black and golden-haired man. Nair-chan, you're alright, spoke Azazel happily, stepping out into the hall, quickly engulfing his daughter in a hug. The woman just smiled happily, wrapping her arms around her father, tears forming at the edges of her eyes. Please come in, all of you, spoke Azazel, quickly ushering his daughter, as good as son and son's bodyguard, into his apartment. So what brings you all here? Asked Azazel, looking back to the three devils. Rainier is here because she knows now and wanted to see you. I'm here to tell you that Kabile has been dealt with, declared Naruto. I take it Kabile is the reason Rainier knows, suggested Azazel, getting a nod from Naruto. Well, no matter, muttered Azazel. So Naruto-kun is the one you were telling me about? Questioned Rainier, requesting clarification. Not that she didn't trust Naruto, she just wanted to hear the words from her father. Yes, he's the boy that was going to be your little brother, but when I went to take him away from the hero clan they had banished him, said Azazel. What for? Questioned Rainier, confused, looking to Naruto and then back at her father. You've seen my banishing shift, right? Spoke Naruto. Of course, it's your favorite means of defense, replied Rainier. Only means, but that's beside the point. You know that it banishes whatever it sucks into the zero dimension, making it non-existent, declared Naruto, once more getting a nod from Rainier. Well, that's not just attacks and energy, people unlucky enough to get caught within the attack, spoke Naruto, looking down. I unconsciously used it when the heroes were under attack to protect Yuki. I killed hundreds if not thousands that day, declared Naruto. Naruto, you need to stop blaming yourself, spoke Azazel, making Naruto look to the man. The elders were supposed to protect you and the other children, they failed to do so. I should have taken that sword when we learned it was cursed. There are so many events leading up to that should have been different. It wasn't your fault, declared Azazel. Naruto just took a deep breath before nodding. The next day. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as he was assaulted by the morning sunlight, and as had become routine, Naruto found himself pinned to the bed by multiple weights. However, unlike usual, his head felt elevated, more so than normal. Looking upwards, his eyes met the blood-red eyes of Ceres. Good morning, Naruto-sama, spoke the vampiric queen, gently massaging his scalp as she spoke. Morning, Ceres, muttered Naruto, glancing up to her before looking to his bed companions. On his left, Sona and Tsubaki, on his right, Rias and Akino, on his lower chest and legs he could sense Mikoto and Rainier. Finding nothing particularly out of the ordinary, Naruto quickly and silently created a clone with which he substituted, leaving his clone to the tender ministrations of Ceres. Leaving his room, Naruto headed downstairs to have some form of breakfast. However, when he heard a knock at his door, walking to the door, Naruto opened it to see a nervous Zenovia. Yo, spoke Naruto lazily, seeing the woman outside his home. Naruto-san, hello, may I come in? Asked the woman. Naruto shrugged and stepped out of the doorway, letting the woman in. Would you like some breakfast? Asked Naruto, closing the door and walking towards the kitchen. Not right now, there is something I want to talk with you about first, spoke the woman, causing Naruto to turn back to her with a simple to indicate he was listening. The blonde devil was confused upon seeing the woman drop to the ground in a bow. Please, Naruto-san, convert me to a devil, begged the woman, not even looking up at the man she apparently wanted to be her master. Why? Questioned Naruto. I would make a fine addition, spoke Zenovia, looking up. No, not that. Why a devil and why come to me? Asked Naruto. Now that I know God is dead, my life is as good as over. I live the life of a woman of the cloth. Knowing my lord isn't here makes it impossible for me to go on, and I come to you after having a conversation with Sona-san last night, a brief conversation on the values of a devil. you are creatures of desire, I now desire to bear strong children, you are the strongest male devil that I know of, declared the woman. So you come to me to peruse your desire and you seek specifically to bear my children, spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the blue-haired woman. At this point I will not say either way if I will help with your desire, as I do not wish for you to do this out of nothing but power and lust. If you are to bear my children, it will be an act of love and devotion. I will however convert you if you so wish, but you must be willing to fight my fights, kill at my command, show no mercy to those who stand in my way. Can you do this? Asked Naruto, looking to Zenovia seriously. Yes, Naruto-sama, proclaimed the still kneeling woman. So your blade stands ready to drink of the blood of my many enemies? Even if they are former allies? Questioned Naruto, not trying to scare the woman off but wanting her to know what she would be getting herself into. Yes, Naruto-sama, repeated the swordswoman. You may stand, Zenovia, wait here and I shall retrieve my last night piece, declared Naruto, getting a nod from the blue-haired woman as she stood, and Naruto turned on his heels and returned to his room. Chapter 34, Friends and Enemies. About a week had passed since the Kabile incident. Naruto found himself sitting atop his home's roof just gazing up at the stars. Surzex, Graphia, Venelana and Zeoticus had arrived earlier from the Underworld for Parents' Day, which was the next day. Rias was in the house Bello catching up with her family. Mikoto had gone back to the Elemental Nations for a while to be with Sasuke and Itachi, the former of whom would be officially made a Chunin for his help with the later events of the rebellion, which was something Mikoto wanted to be there for. Rainier was off with Azazel, just spending time together, and the rest of Naruto's peerage were all doing their own various things, from Yuki and Zenovia sparring in the second basement gym area to Karumi and Hana swimming in the third basement pool. Are you alright, Naruto-sama? Asked a voice from behind the blonde. Tilting his head back he saw it was Kuroka. Yeah, I'm good, Kuroka. What about you? I would have thought you'd still be with Kaneko, spoke Naruto. She's gone off on an assignment, spoke Kuroka, stepping next to Naruto sitting beside him. You sure you're okay? You can speak to me about anything you know, declared Naruto. I'm worried about you, said Kuroka. Me? Questioned Naruto, sitting up looking to the woman. Yes, your flames are becoming more and more tainted by the green flames. Began the Nikomata. It's fine, Nikoheim, it's just a quirk of my magic, spoke Naruto, interrupting the woman, a hollow smile on his face, trying to convince himself with his comment as much as he was her. No, it's not, Naruto, I know it's not, declared the black-haired woman, making Naruto's smile drop. What do you mean? Questioned Naruto. It's only recently, since your flames have become more and more green, that I've been able to pinpoint it, but that energy, it's Kitsune Yukai, said Kuroka, looking to Naruto frightened. However, Naruto looked to the woman shocked. Kitsune Yukai? You're sure? Questioned Naruto, getting a confused and concerned nod from Kuroka. Naruto, however, gave a sigh of relief. What is it, Naruto? Asked Kuroka. I'm part Yukai, more specifically Kitsune. My mother had a Kitsune sealed in her during her lifetime and partially absorbed it, only to fully merge with it when some of her power along with the Kitsune itself were sealed into me, spoke Naruto. Be that as it may, I'm still worried. Yukai isn't the easiest energy to control. If you don't learn how to use it, then you might end up snapping and going feral, said Kuroka, making Naruto's eyes go wide. Couldn't you help me then? Asked Naruto, only for Kuroka to shake her head. The different Yukai species have different Yukai and different ways to control it. You'd either need to train yourself or find a Kitsune to train you, said Kuroka. Alright, thanks for telling me, Nikoheim, spoke Naruto, gently pressing his lips to Kuroka's cheek before getting up and dropping from the roof, flaring out his wings before he hit the ground. Kuroka, however, remained on the roof, frozen in place, a blush spreading across her face as she slowly raised her hand to cover where Naruto had kissed her in an effort to recapture the feeling. #the next day. Naruto sat in his first-class English. On his desk sat a lump of clay, and around the edge of the room stood a large number of parents of various members of the class. Alright, students, on your desks are lumps of clay. You're going to create something, anything, so long as it's meaningful to you. Spoke the teacher, only to stop as the door opened up. Sorry to interrupt, spoke a female voice. Naruto blinked and looked to the door and was shocked to see Kushina, with Mei, Hana and Azazel. Are you relatives of a student? Questioned the teacher, looking to the four people. Yes, sorry, we had important business before we came here, spoke Azazel, speaking for the four, getting a nod from the teacher. Very well, we were just getting started anyway, spoke the man before turning back to the class. As I was saying, we all see life and situations differently. It's the same in everyday conversations we may have, declared the man. Naruto sat back in his chair as he began to think about what to make. He glanced around the room seeing various other members of the class begin their sculpting. Mio was making what looked like a person if the basic shapes were anything to go by, as was Karumi. Yahiro looked to be thinking as well. Zenovia, who had joined the class a few days ago, appeared to be making a sword. Yuki, who had also joined the class recently, was also thinking. Naruto blinked before starting to sculpt his clay. The class was quiet besides the occasional comment from parents watching their children. The hour-long class quickly flew by in the blink of an eye, with all of the students completing their projects within the hour, none of them using their full lump of clay. However, half a dozen students' leftover clay was taken by Naruto, who had created a rather detailed sculpture which many of the class had been impressed to see. "Why a fox, Naruto-san?" asked one of the female students, looking at Naruto and his fox sculpture curiously. "Foxes are just interesting creatures to me," spoke Naruto. "Why are its front paws hands?" asked another student. "Creative liberties," replied Naruto simply. "Same explanation for the tails?" asked yet another student, looking to the sculpture's 9 tails, Naruto nodding to the question. Before any other questions could be asked, a bell rang, alerting everyone it was recess. Standing up, Naruto took the clay fox with him as he filled out of the class with everyone else. Once he was out of the class, Naruto made his way to a somewhat isolated area. Within moments, Kushina, Mei, and Azazel joined him. "Kaa-san, Kaa-chan, Tu-san," spoke Naruto with a smile, hugging the 3 people. "It's good to see you, Naru-chan," spoke Mei as she hugged the boy. "Not that I'm not happy to see you, but what are you doing here? What about the village?" asked Naruto, looking to Mei. "Zabuza is in charge while I'm away. Is that why you didn't tell us about today? Because you thought we'd be busy in Kiri?" asked Mei, getting a nod from Naruto. "I thought you knew us better than that, Naru-chan," spoke Kushina, looking at her son disappointedly. "I'm sorry," muttered Naruto, looking down. "It okay, Naru-chan," spoke Mei, gently hugging Naruto. "So I take it, given you 3 are here together, someone introduced you 3, questioned Naruto, getting a nod from the 3 adults. "After hearing about today from Mikoto, I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce myself to Azazel and thank him for taking care of you," spoke Kushina with a smile. Before any more conversation could be made, a large group of students went rushing past them, headed towards the gym. Naruto glanced to the crowd before spreading his senses out before he let out an amused snort. "What?" asked Azazel, confused. "Just a friend being mobbed," muttered Naruto, moving away from the trio of adults and towards the gym. When Naruto opened the doors of the gym, he saw a bunch of students crowded around the stage at the front of the gym, with a woman striking poses atop the stage. Naruto smirked, resting his head in his hand, watching the girl strike poses. "Knock it off, we're still on school property, we don't need a commotion on Parents' Day," declared a blonde man standing on the stage, getting yelled at by the group of photographers. "Enough, get out of here," spoke the man, shooing the students away. The large group of students grumbled as they started to walk away. "Now are you a relative of a student here?" asked the blonde man on the stage. "Don't worry, Saji, I got it from here," spoke Naruto, stepping forwards, drawing the attention of both the woman and the blonde man on the stage to the Devil King, the woman's eyes brightening upon seeing the blonde. "Naruto-kun," squealed Seraphal, leaping off the stage towards Naruto, who caught her in a hug. "It's good to see you, Seraphal-ne," spoke Naruto with a grin. Seraphal beamed a smile at him as Kushina, Mei, and Azazel stepped into the gym as Saji left. "Leviathan-sama," spoke Azazel upon seeing Seraphal, somewhat shocking the woman. "Azazel-sama," replied the girl with a nod. "All right, what's all this commotion?" questioned the authoritative voice of Sona, stepping into the gym. "Haha, found you, Sona-tan," spoke Seraphal excitedly upon seeing her sister before quickly running over to the now frazzled Sona. "As exuberant as ever," muttered yet another voice Naruto was familiar with from atop the stage. "Good to see you're in such good spirits, Ruvel and I," spoke Naruto with a grin, looking to the blonde. "Well, why wouldn't I be?" questioned the man, looking to his younger cousin, who simply shrugged. "You looking well, Ruvel," spoke Kushina with a soft smile. "You too, Kushina-oba, found yourself a new squeeze, I see," spoke the man, nodding to Mei. "That I did, Ruvel, this is Mei. Mei, this is my nephew and Naruto's cousin Ruvel," declared Kushina, introducing the two. "It's so nice to see everyone getting along," spoke another voice as yet another party stepped into the gym. "Do you honestly expect someone to cause trouble, Sir Zexenii?" asked Naruto, looking to the red-haired man who stood with Rias, Graphia, Venelana, and Zeoticus. Rias stepped away from her family, walking over to Naruto, gently kissing his cheek before holding his hand with a smile. "Oh ho ho, what's this?" asked Mei, looking to Naruto and Rias. "Kaa-san, I've told you I was engaged, don't act like this is a shock," spoke Naruto, rolling his eyes, looking back to Mei, who simply smirked. "Kaa-san? So that must make you Mei that Kushina's told us about," spoke Venelana, walking over to Mei, who smiled. "That would be me, and you are?" asked Mei, looking to Venelana. Venelana Gremory, spoke the brunette holding a hand out to May. I can't take this anymore, yelled Sona quickly walking away from Seraphal. Sonatan wait, called Seraphal about to follow Sona only for Ruval to grab Seraphal by the shoulder stopping her dead in her tracks. Naruto mimicking his older cousin's action with the younger of the Citri sisters, Sona stopped and partially hid from her sister behind Naruto. Later that night Naruto stood on his back porch Kushina and May standing on the ground below him. Well today was fun, spoke Kushina with a grin. That it was, replied Naruto with a smile. Take care of yourself Naruchan, said May getting a nod from Naruto. By the way we may need you back in Kiri soon, spoke May. Oh? What for? Asked Naruto confused. We're in contact with the Raikage about an alliance, if it comes to it I'd prefer to have you and Kushina be my guards, declared May, getting a nod from Naruto. Alright just let me know, spoke Naruto turning around as Kushina took May's hand and the two women vanished in a teleportation circle. Walking back inside Naruto walked into the lounge room where Rias, Surzex, Graphia, Zeoticus and Venelana sat drinking tea. So what did you wish to speak with us about Lucifer-sama? Questioned Naruto looking to the red-haired Satan. With the recent incident with Kabile Azazel and Michael both have requested a meeting with regards to peace, declared Surzex. Okay, spoke Naruto confused as to how that involved him and Rias. I suggested for the talks to take place at Kuoh, which they both agreed to, but Michael has requested your presence specifically Naruto, and given we are having this meeting at your school and in what is re-geared as yours and Sona's territory you and Sona have also been requested at the meeting Rias, declared Surzex. Michael requested my presence, questioned Naruto getting a nod from Surzex. Why? Asked Naruto. He didn't say, only that he wished to speak with you personally, said the red-haired Satan, getting a nod from Naruto. When? Asked Rias. The meeting will be held at the end of this week, declared Surzex getting a nod from the two young devils. The room was silent for a few moments before Surzex once more spoke. I must also ask Naruto what is your plan now, asked Surzex looking to the blonde who looked confused. In terms of what? Asked Naruto. In terms of the elemental nations and my little sister, questioned the man narrowing his eyes. I still have things I need to do in the elemental nations but I made a promise to Rias with the civil war over in Kiri I won't stop her from coming with me now, said Naruto confused. Okay then, spoke Surzex. Why? Asked Naruto. As you may have noticed Rias has been without her other bishop for quite some time, spoke Surzex. I did notice that, spoke Naruto. Well Gasper has been sealed away at my request. Gasper is hard to control, while I don't doubt Rias' current abilities I feel she isn't strong enough to keep him in line. However with you and Sarah's here I think it is time he was unsealed, spoke Surzex. Rias and Naruto's eye both going wide. Yes Nisama, declared Rias happily. The next day Naruto, Sarah's, Rias and Akino walked down the halls of the Occult Research Clubhouse. The four all wore happy expressions as they moved, coming to the room closed and locked with chains padlocks and other preventative measures. Rias stepped up to the door unlocking the padlocks letting the chains fall down. Opening the doors it revealed the room beyond was dark except for a computer screen lighting up the face of the pale-skinned Gasper. Gasper, spoke Rias softly making the young boy quickly turn to her. Are Rias-sama, Akino-sama, and Naruto-sama, Sarah-sensei, spoke the boy shocked looking to the four people he respected above all else. Hey little buddy, spoke Naruto with a smile turning on the light illuminating the room, revealing that Gasper wore a female uniform. Naruto blinked before smiling at his friend. Why are you four here? Asked Gasper nervously. Nisama decided that because Naruto and Sarah's are around now you can be let out of here, spoke Rias happily. Before Gasper could speak a loud bell rang throughout the school alerting the students that the day had begun. We'll be back to see you later Gasper for now we need to get to class, spoke Rias with a soft smile. Oh okay Rias-sama, spoke the pale-skinned boy before Rias gently ruffled his hair before the four older devils quickly moved out of the ROM and out of the building as a whole. However once outside Naruto turned away from Rias and Akino. Naruto-kun? Questioned Rias as Naruto moved away. I have some things I need to do today, said the blonde before he and Sarah's were quickly engulfed in a fireball quickly vanishing. Both girls looked at where the blondes had been with concerned looks on their faces. #town outskirts Naruto and Sarah's appeared on the outskirts of the town in a flash of blue and green flames in a clearing in a forest. Looking around Naruto saw no signs of life except Sarah's. Alright let's get this started, muttered Naruto looking to his vampire queen who nodded standing off to the side watching her master for any signs he may have been losing control of himself. Naruto sat in a meditative position allowing himself to become engulfed in a warm feeling originating from his stomach. Sarah's watched over him as he quickly became cloaked in a red bubbly substance. However, after a few moments of meditation, Naruto began twitching and convulsing. Sarah's quickly stepped forwards and slapped her master across the face, snapping Naruto out of his meditation, causing the bubbly substance to recede back into his skin. "This is going to be painful," muttered Naruto, gently rubbing his cheek with a flaming hand, hoping to dull the pain. "Sorry," spoke Sarah's, biting her lip, looking at her master annoyed. "Don't be. This is the only way I might be able to learn to control this. Kuroka is right. If I don't learn to do this, I might go feral, and we don't need that," declared Naruto. "I know, but still," spoke Sarah sadly, looking away from her master. "Hey Sarah's-chan," said Naruto, gently pulling her head so she was looking back at him. "I asked for this, and as the old saying goes, no pain no gain," declared the devil. Sarah's nodded, pulling away from her master, who sat back down in a meditative position. Once more Naruto allowed his Yukai to flow out of his skin and cloak him. However, this time as he became cloaked in Yukai, he opened his eyes and opened his Yukai cloaked hand and formed a ball of fire just above his hand. The flames were however a harlequin green. But again Naruto began to twitch and convulse as he held the flaming ball. His fingernails grew out, becoming more akin to claws. The whisker marks on his face became more pronounced and his eyes turned blood red. Sarah's moved over to her master and once more went to slap him, but as she moved her hand, Naruto's clawed hand snapped up and caught her hand. Sarah's however jumped up and kicked Naruto in the head once more, snapping him out of his temporary insanity. Naruto shook his head as he stood up once more, rubbing his cheek with blue flames healing his face. "Sorry Naruto-sama," said Sarah's. "It's all right," muttered Naruto, dropping once more into his meditative position. Several hours later. Naruto appeared just outside the occult research clubhouse with Sarah's in a flash of fire. The blonde had minimal progress during the hours he had spent away from school. Naruto sighed and quickly stepped into the school building, walking up to the top floor where the members of his peerage that were at the school were gathered with Rias' entire peerage. Stepping into the main clubhouse, Naruto was greeted with a slap by an angry Rias. Wincing as he touched his cheek where he had been slapped, Naruto opened his eyes looking to Rias, who was glaring at him. "Where the hell were you all day?" questioned the woman, glaring at Naruto. "There was something I needed to do," spoke Naruto. "That doesn't answer my question," declared Rias. "Well, that's the best you're going to get," replied Naruto, getting shocked looks from almost everyone in the room, especially Rias. "Look, I don't want to talk about where I've been today, and as much as you want to know, I still have the right to some kind of privacy," declared Naruto. When nobody spoke up, the blonde turned around and left the room. As Naruto got to the bottom of the stairs, he was stopped by a voice. "Naruto-kun, wait," called the voice of Akino. Naruto closed his eyes and waited for the woman to step up to him. "What is it, Akino-chan?" asked Naruto with a sigh. "Please don't be angry with Rias, she was just worried about you. We all were. We thought something might have happened to you when you didn't show up to your classes," spoke Akino sadly. "I'm not angry, Akino-chan, I'm just frustrated," replied Naruto sadly, looking away from the woman. "Hey, look at me," ordered the black-haired queen, making Naruto look back to her to see a soft smile on her face. "You're allowed to be. She has been treating you like she owns you since you got back, and you came here to enjoy some downtime after fighting in a war only to be dragged into more conflict than you can poke a stick at," spoke Akino, taking Naruto's hand in her own. "Rias is just worried about you, we all are," said Akino, gently walking Naruto backwards until his back hit the wall behind him. "Especially me," declared Akino before she leant forwards, crashing her lips into his. Naruto froze for a moment before his arms, which had been at his side, moved forwards, wrapping around her hips, pulling the black-haired woman forwards. Naruto deepening the kiss, his tongue invading his friend's mouth. Akino suddenly found herself being lifted up by her bottom, so the woman quickly wrapped her legs around Naruto as he spun them around and pinned the black-haired half-fallen angel to the wall as they continued their at this point rather intense make-out. After a few seconds of being pinned to the wall, Akino's lungs screamed for air, so she reluctantly pulled back from Naruto, who lunged forwards, kissing Akino's neck. "Ah, Naruto-kun," moaned the black-haired former fallen angel, wrapping her arms around his head. "Yes, Akino-chan," spoke Naruto with a smirk, pulling back from her neck to grin up at her. "Never mind," replied Akino with a small smile before pulling Naruto into another intense kiss. A few moments went past with the two devils making out at the bottom of the occult research clubhouse, before Akino once more pulled back and untangled herself from Naruto. "Come on," everyone was worried, "just come back upstairs," spoke Akino, pulling the blonde by his hand up the stairs. Naruto nodded and the two made their way up the stairs and back into the main clubhouse room, which was unusually quiet. The second Naruto stepped into the room, Rias stepped up to him gently and gingerly tugging on his sleeve. "I'm sorry began Rias, only for Naruto to wrap his arm around her, pulling her into his chest, making her let out an eep. "It's okay, Rias, I'm sorry for being so secretive," spoke Naruto, pausing before he spoke again. This is just something I need to handle on my own, finished Naruto. Rias just looked up at Naruto, before nodding as she hugged herself to his chest. #later #. Naruto stood with Mio, Yuki, Karumi and Maria. The five of them were at the mall just hanging out. Naruto had been heading out on his own to relax and the other four had found him as he was leaving and followed. The five individuals sat around an outdoor table simply enjoying the late afternoon sun. However, their lazy afternoon was interrupted when a magical barrier formed around them originating from someone else. "Oh, for crying out loud, what now?" questioned Naruto, rolling his head before getting up just as a rather large red and black-skinned demon appeared from a nearby. So you're the puny heroes protecting Mio? You don't look like much," spoke the creature. Naruto stood up glaring at the creature. "You've interrupted my relaxing time on a shitty day, asshole. I hope you've made peace with your deities because you're dead," declared Naruto. "Well then come at me," spoke the creature. "Calamity control," snarled Naruto, his form quickly becoming cloaked by his black scale mail. "Get Mio out of here," ordered Naruto, not even glancing back at his four peerage members. "But Naruto began Karumi. "Go," spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the girls as they quickly moved away from Naruto. "Ho, you think you can defeat me by yourself?" questioned the demon. "No, I know I can. You're nothing," declared Naruto, stepping forwards, purple lightning and flickers of both green and blue flames dancing around him. The demon punched the air, sending out a shockwave towards Naruto. The blonde sidestepped the wave as another was launched towards him. Again Naruto simply sidestepped the attack, continuing towards the red-skinned demon. The creature by this point was slightly more weary, so he quickly punched again and again and again, sending out shockwaves for every punch, Naruto sidestepping each one, walking towards him, the elemental flickers around the armor-clad blonde growing more and more violent as he moved. As Naruto got within 10 meters of the demon, he lunged forwards at speeds the red-skinned creature wasn't expecting. Naruto's fist, cloaked in all three of his elements, purple lightning, blue flames, and green flames, slammed into the demon's stomach, launching the creature backwards 100 feet, but before he could skid to a stop, Naruto spoke again. "Tornado," called the armor-clad blonde in an eerily calm tone, pointing his hand towards the airborne demon, a tube of wind forming behind the creature, knocking him upwards into the air and back towards Naruto, who allowed Yuki to cloak his armor-clad hands, forming a volatile claw-like structure around his hands, which he used to claw at the falling demon. The creature screamed as he slammed into the ground, only for Naruto to grab the creature around the neck and hoist him off the ground, tossing him up into the air once more. However, the demon managed to gather his wits and flipped in the air before he began floating there, before once more unleashing a barrage of shockwave punches at Naruto. The blonde himself simply lazily avoided the strikes as he held out his hand, allowing lightning to arc between his fingers in a dangerous fashion. As another shockwave came directly at Naruto, he threw his hand upwards, lightning shooting out of his hand, breaking through the shockwave and hitting the airborne demon, making his yelp in pain. Naruto kicked off the ground, letting his wings flare out as he did. Balls of flames formed over his hands as the blonde shot up towards the demon, one being green, the other being blue, and both arcing with purple lightning. "Now die," ordered Naruto as he flew above the creature and threw both orbs of flames at him, the two sparking balls of flames flying forwards, merging together, creating one huge orb of green and blue fire that hit the demon before quickly engulfing it in flames. The burning demon quickly dropped to the ground, attempting to put out the flames with wind, rolling on the ground, which strangely left not flames behind. The red-skinned demon tried every method he could to put out the flames. Naruto just hung in the air, watching impassively as his target was burnt alive. The blonde floated to the ground as the demon dropped to his knees, screaming in agony, as he was burnt alive. As Naruto landed on the ground, his wings and armor both vanished, as did the storm of elements flying around him. As the armor vanished from the blonde, he stepped forwards towards the screaming demon. Throwing his hand out to side, Naruto summoned Brynhildr and stepped up to the demon, screaming in agony. "Banishing shift," called Naruto, impassively summoning a green slice in the air that quickly absorbed what remained of the burning demon, allowing the barrier that had formed to fall just as Naruto dismissed his blade. Naruto blinked and shook his head before looking around, seeing too many people around. Naruto started walking away from the outdoor area. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," spoke Naruto as soon as he was out of sight, creating a single clone to wait for the four women of his peerage while he went and handled other business. The king quickly left the area, walking out of the mall and headed for a more residential part of the town. It took all of 20 minutes for Naruto to reach his destination, Azazel's apartment. Knocking on the door, Naruto waited for his father figure to answer. "Naruto?" questioned Azazel, seeing the boy at his door. "Hey Tusan, may I come in?" asked Naruto. "Sure," spoke the man, stepping aside to let Naruto in. Naruto wandered into the large apartment, walking over to the couch, which he unceremoniously dropped onto with an oomph. "So what's up this time, Naruto?" asked Azazel, looking to the blonde. "I need help with something," said Naruto. What is it this time? Asked Azazel with a small laugh. I need a kitsune yukai, declared Naruto, shocking Azazel. Chapter 35, Friends and Enemies 2. Naruto stood on the edge of the school grounds, his entire peerage behind him. It was the day of the peace negotiations, and as requested, Naruto and his peerage were to be present. Karumi, Zenovia, spoke Naruto, not turning around. Yes, responded both blue-haired women promptly. Naruto turned his head and gave a "come here" gesture. Both women stepped forwards and Naruto knelt to the ground, pulling out a scroll before quickly unfurling it. Once opened, the scroll revealed several fuinjutsu matrices. Placing his hands over two of them, the blonde devil king quickly pushed chakra into them, causing twin clouds of smoke to appear. Once the smoke cleared, two orbs of energy were revealed, one light blue within which was a glove and the other orb black in color and a pair of silver wristbands within. Karumi for you Vacuo Zone, and Zenovia for you Void Strider, declared Naruto, handing each girl one of the orbs, Karumi the one with the glove, Zenovia the one with the wristbands. Karumi quickly put on the glove, the object shining briefly before returning to normal and vanishing into Karumi's hand. Zenovia, however, looked down at the orb in her hands. Poetic, isn't it, Zenovia? Questioned Naruto, looking to his knight. Poetic? Questioned Zenovia, looking to her master, confused. A woman of the cloth discovering her master is dead, embracing her own darkness and becoming a devil, and in turn being embraced by the darkness itself, spoke Naruto with a smirk. Zenovia snorted as she slipped the wristbands on the metallic rings, glowing briefly before they too vanished. Alright, we've kept the others waiting long enough, declared Naruto as he began moving off, his peerage members following behind. The blonde lead his peerage into the school building and down the halls to where the actual meeting between the faction leaders would be taking place. After a few moments of walking, Naruto and his peerage stepped into the room. Many of the occupants turned to him with varying expressions. One of the few beings within the room not to look to him was Irina, who stood behind Michael and looked past Naruto to his third knight Zenovia, who looked back at her friend, who narrowed her eyes before turning away with a small huff. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the gesture but said nothing. So this is the Naruto-san I have heard so much about, declared the golden-winged angel opposite Naruto, seated at the round table. That I am Michael-sama, with a slight bow to the man who spared the young devil a small smile. Now that we're all present, shall we move along to the reasons behind this meeting? Questioned Surzex, getting a nod from Azazel and Michael. Naruto-kun, would you please give your report of the recent incident with Kabile? Asked the red-haired Satan kindly. Naruto nodded, stepping forwards, his peerage members moving to the walls behind Surzex and Seraphal. It started on the day Zenovia and Irina came to see myself, Rias and Sona trying to intimidate us into non-action in their investigation into who stole the 3 fragments of Excalibur from the churches and why, declared Naruto. Half an hour later. Rias Gremory declare that Naruto has said nothing but the truth, declared Rias. Sona Citri also declare that Naruto has said nothing but the truth, declared Sona. Very well, thank you, replied Surzex, nodding to the 2 girls who nodded and stepped back to their respective peerages. Azazel? Questioned the red-haired Lucifer, looking to the leader of the fallen angels. Kabile had never been happy that I pulled us out of the war when we were on a roll. He viewed my acts as cowardly and had been trying to for years start another war behind my back, hence the little raiding party he sent to Gremory Castle to try and take Akino by force, declared Azazel, making all the young devils go wide-eyed. Still, he was acting of his own volition and without any sort of support from myself, declared Azazel. Very well, then should we proceed on to the main business of today? Questioned Surzex. If I might interrupt, I would like to ask young Naruto a small number of questions, spoke Michael for the first time since the beginning of the meeting, drawing all attention to him. Very well, Naruto, spoke Surzex, turning to the blonde, who once again stepped forwards. I take it you wish to know how it has come to pass a devil of pure blood is able to wield an Excalibur? Questioned Naruto, looking to the man. That was one of the questions I wished to ask, the other being how you hold a sacred gear, let alone one of the 14 Longinus supposedly lost to time, spoke the blonde angel in a calm and collected voice. Naruto sighed, closing his eyes, dropping his head low. Naruto-sama, said Ceres, stepping forwards, placing a calming hand upon his shoulder. Thank you, Ceres, replied Naruto, placing his hand over that of his queen's, a small smile gracing his lips. By this point, all of the beings within the room minus a few of Naruto's peerage who knew part of the story were looking at the blonde with confusion. Naruto took a deep breath before he looked up. It all begins when I was a young child, before I was even taken in by the heroes, spoke Naruto, nodding to Azazel, who looked on with a mixture of anxiousness and fear. I was, well, despised would be an understatement, by my village, and having few people actively helping me in my day-to-day life, I was both naive and an attention seeker. Not a very good combination when you hold a large amount of power within a village full of people willing to take advantage of it, spoke Naruto, wincing as he remembered his earliest memories. I was taken, by a man named Orochimaru, under the guise of training. He took me to a laboratory, where my body became a medical playground for him, continued Naruto, stopping as he heard gasps of shock. He had managed to track down and capture the previous wielder of Akatora and had managed to extract one of the orbs from the man, which was then sealed into me, along with a crystal which I can only assume was something akin to the crystals created by Valper, in an attempt to give me the power to wield the Kusanagi, declared Naruto. Why? Azazel asked, close to horrified as to what happened to his adoptive son. Orochimaru seeks immortality, and has created a way through which he can transfer his soul to another's body and by doing so extend his own life, replied Naruto. So he planned to transfer his soul to your body? Asked Serafal, horrified, looking to Naruto, who simply nodded. Naruto-kun, said Tsubaki, the only one of his 4 childhood friends able to speak at the moment, drawing his attention to her only to see the horrified looks on his friends' faces, making the blonde look away. Why is this the first time we're hearing about this? Asked Tsubaki, stepping towards Naruto. It's all in the past now. What good is there in telling everyone? It's my burden to bear, not anyone else's, declared Naruto, closing his eyes. No, replied Tsubaki, making Naruto look up, only for the bespectacled woman to wrap her arms around him. We're your friends, some of us more. Your burdens are not yours alone to bear. You've helped us all so much. Please, Naruto-kun, let us help you, muttered Tsubaki, squeezing her friend tightly. Naruto just allowed a small smile to cross his features before he wrapped his arms around the woman. Thanks, Baki-chan, whispered Naruto as he hugged his friend. However, after a moment Naruto's head snapped up, looking towards a window that looked out towards where the Occult Research Club was. Blinking, Naruto's eyes went wide. Sarah's, Koto-chan with me, declared Naruto, quickly running towards the window, pushing it open before leaping out of it, confusing everyone. However, Mikoto and Sarah's quickly took off after their master. What was that about? Asked Momo, looking to the open window. No idea, but if it's got Naruto-kun that jumpy it can't be good, spoke Sona, moving to the window. Rias, Akino and Tsubaki following her lead. Let him handle it, you 4, ordered Surzex, drawing the attention of Rias, Sona, Akino and Tsubaki back into the room. #with Naruto #. Naruto ran quickly through the school ground, Sarah's and Mikoto hot on his heels. Naruto-sama, what is it? Questioned the vampiric queen through their mental link. I felt energy signatures materialize outside of the clubhouse. There are only a few reasons began Naruto before a wave of energy shot outwards from the clubhouse, engulfing the whole school and anything that was moving before the wave stopped dead in its tracks, minus Naruto, Sarah's and Mikoto. Someone would do that, muttered Naruto as he screeched to a halt, looking around at the frozen trees. Glancing upwards, Naruto noticed a large golden ring formed in the sky. Inside now, ordered Naruto, as a large number of smaller golden circles descended from the large one, cloaked individuals atop the smaller rings. The blonde devil and his 2 strongest peerage members quickly ran to the Occult Research Clubhouse, throwing the doors open as they stepped inside, only to come face to face with a group of cloaked individuals. Naruto rolled his neck before glaring at the group of cloaked individuals, who all smirked seeing the 3 devils. Naruto snapped his fingers and Mikoto jumped forwards, flashing through hand signs. Katan Gokaku no Jutsu, fire-style fireball jutsu, called Mikoto, launching a fireball at the group of 10 cloaked people. As the wizards dispelled the fireball, they realized it was cover, as none of the devils were at the entrance. How to end you? How to end you? Came the disembodied voice of Mikoto as the wizards formed magical circles in front of their hands. However, before they could send magic out towards where Mikoto's voice was coming from, 3 spikes quickly arose from the shadows of the mages, stabbing 3 of the group through the heart before vanishing back into the shadows before the bodies even hit the floor. What they? Asked one of the mages, turning to the sound, only to quickly join the dead on the floor as a kunai came flying out of nowhere, pricing the cloaked individual's neck, making blood spurt from the fresh wound as the now deceased mage fell to the ground. Back to back, ordered one of the 6 remaining mages as they all backed up, so they were back to back, trying to cancel out the chance of the devils getting a sneak attack on them. However, that plan failed miserably when from above them a large blue fireball flew down at them. 2 of the mages managed to dive out of the way, however the other 4 weren't so lucky and were incinerated by the fireball. Naruto, who hung in the air above the mages, didn't even bother to hide as the last 2 mages turned to him ready to attack him, only for a pair of kunai to be run over their necks, opening their jugular veins, spraying blood all over the floor in 2 crimson arcs in a somewhat beautiful pattern. Come on, you 2, ordered Naruto, allowing his wings to dissipate, dropping to the floor at the bottom of the stairway. Back in the meeting hall. The leaders of the 3 great factions looked around, noticing that most of the young devils all stood frozen. the only exceptions being Keba, Zenovia, Kuoh and Yuki, the three knights all holding glowing blades, and all four young devils looking around confused. Aside from those four, both Irina and Azazel's guards also stood unfrozen looking around confused. Someone must have done something with Gasper, muttered Surzex looking around at the frozen area. Reus vampire, right? Questioned Azazel looking to the Satan, who nodded. Before any other words could be spoken, Seraphal leapt up and ran to the windows as hundreds of energies flooded the area before the many guards for the leaders of the three factions started dropping like flies. We're under attack, declared Seraphal. Valley, spoke Azazel. Right, declared the silver-haired youth behind the man, who moved to the window as white mechanical wing-like constructs flared out from his back before blue energy filled out the rest of the wings as he leapt out the window. Vanishing dragon balance breaker, called a voice not that of Valley as the young man leapt out of the room, a glow engulfing him before he shot outwards clad from head to toe in white armor. As the young man shot outwards towards the sky, many of the mages turned towards him throwing spells his way, only for them to hit blue magical glyphs that appeared around Valley as the attacks drew close and vanish. #with Naruto. Naruto walked through the halls of the clubhouse, the floors and walls cracking slightly as the rage rolled off the blonde. The king had sent his two peerage members to search the rest of the building and make sure no one would escape as he stalked up to the main room of the building, where he could feel Gasper and Kaneko both being held by 5 mages. Naruto ripped his 2 swords from their sheaths on his back, before he kicked open the door. Naruto-kun, spoke Kaneko, relieved as she saw the blonde kick open the door before she quickly blushed as she realized he could see her panties as she was held upside down. Naruto, upon seeing the state of Kaneko and Gasper, the later of whom appeared to be in pain if the tears were anything to go by, his rage only increased, literally throwing Excalibur like a kunai. Naruto pinned one of the 5 mages to the wall with the blade. Before the other mages could move, Naruto spun around, ducking low and stabbing Alaster through the chin of a second mage, the tip of the blade quickly smashing through the woman's skull. However, Naruto wasn't done, pushing the handle backwards until the blade rested horizontally through the mage's face. Naruto then jumped up and slammed himself down on the hilt and tip of the blade, driving the weapon downward, splitting the dead mage in 2. Leaving Alaster on the floor, Naruto spun to avoid a bolt of light shot his way by one of the mages, quickly pulling out a kunai. Naruto slammed the weapon into the chest of the offending mage. The kunai was embedded in the right side of the mage's chest. As Naruto yanked the kunai out, he threw his other hand engulfed in blue flames forward, slamming the flaming hand into the open wound on the mage. Naruto seared the wound shut and watched the horror come across the mage's face as he realized what Naruto was doing. The blonde smirked as the mage dropped to the ground, coughing up blood as his lungs begun to fill with the liquid. Turning to one of the 2 remaining mages, Naruto glared at the somewhat scared woman. Throwing his hand out to the side, Naruto summoned Brynhildr. Stalking forwards, Naruto flashed from side to side as he avoided magic being thrown at him, and as he got within striking range, Naruto slashed at the second to last mage 4 times, 1 at each arm and each leg. Banishing shift, called Naruto coldly as he finished his 4 strikes, 4 separate green slashes in the air, opening up, sucking the woman towards them, causing her to scream out in pain as she was pulled towards 4 separate slices. Glancing at the last still standing mage, Naruto moved over to the still breathing, if only just, mage impaled by his holy weapon, completely ignoring the shaking form of the 5th mage. As Naruto stepped up to the mage, he placed his hand on the mage's forehead, and before the mage could draw her last breath, Naruto forced millions of volts through the woman's head, ending what little remained of her life. Finally turning back to the last standing mage, Naruto held his hand out flat and formed a ball of green fire above his hand. Before anything could happen, the man turned around and ran from the room, leaving Naruto, Gasper and Kaneko alone. "Aren't you going to go after him?" asked Kaneko, looking to Naruto, who quirked a brow but didn't bother responding as a scream ripped through the building. "No, I don't think so," declared Naruto before he stepped forwards, breaking the magical restraints holding Kaneko upside down, letting the Nakomata down, before following suit with the vampire. "Gasper, can you turn off your sacred gear now?" asked Naruto, looking to the vampire, who sadly shook his head. "No, they did something to me and I can't control it anymore," spoke the vampire. Naruto nodded before pulling out a kunai and quickly slicing his palm. Stepping over to Gasper, the blonde squeezed his hand, allowing some blood to pool in his hand. Gasper looked to Naruto, confused as to what he was doing. "Drink my blood, it should give you back control of your sacred gear," declared Naruto, getting a hesitant nod from Gasper, who licked the blood from Naruto's hand before he felt a great surge of power flow into him. Gasper felt the power surge into him, letting him stop the power flowing to his eyes, unfreezing the entire school. But the damage had been done. The foot soldiers that had been sent to guard the leaders of the 3 factions were all dead, and hundreds of mages were flooding into the school. Naruto glanced out of the window, glaring at the sky and the huge magical rune. Chapter 36, Friends and Enemies 3. The leaders of the three factions putting up a protective barrier together, spoke Kateria amused as she watched the leaders form a barrier around themselves, and their bodyguards and young devils peerages. How pitiful, exclaimed the woman laughing. What are you hoping to achieve, Kateria? Questioned Surzex, narrowing his eyes at the woman. To do exactly what this conference sought not to do. If God and the Satans are gone, this world will be ready for revolution, declared the devil. Kateria-chan, stop this, called Seraphal desperately. Why are you? Began the woman, only to be interrupted. Seraphal? You are the one who stole the position of Leviathan from me, declared the woman, narrowing her eyes at the black-haired woman. I? Muttered Seraphal, unable to respond to the woman once her friend. Don't worry, I'll kill you right here, right now, and take back the Satan title of Leviathan from you, declared the mentally unstable woman. Good heavens. I thought this was a big coup by the devils. Spoke Azazel. But you're after the whole world, are you? Questioned Michael, finishing Azazel's statement. Yes, Michael. This world is caught up in making up for the death of God and the Satans. We're going to rebuild this rotting world and cause a revolution. Declared the woman, only to be interrupted by the sound of laughter. Azazel, what are you laughing about? Questioned Kateria, glaring at the fallen angel leader. Rotting? Revolution? Like I've never heard that before. Whoever says that is always dies first, declared the man. You dare insult me? Snarled the bespectacled descendant of a Satan, adjusting her glasses, letting her power flow. May I, Surzex? Michael, questioned Azazel, letting his own power flow. Kateria, you have no intention of backing down, questioned Surzex in a calm manner. No, Surzex, you were a very good Satan. Spoke the woman with a smirk. But I'm sorry to say you were not the best, declared the woman. I see. That's too bad, said Surzex. With that, Kateria and Azazel quickly rose into the sky. A descendant of the Leviathan and a beast of the apocalypse, you're not bad as an opponent, said Azazel before a curious smirk crossed his features. Let's see how Armageddon looks, shall we? Taunted Azazel. Puny general of the fallen angels, snarled Kateria, glaring at Azazel. The bespectacled woman pointed her staff towards Azazel, several orange magical runes forming in front of her staff before glowing dark orange snake-like energy shot out towards Azazel, who simply dodged from side to side, only bringing his hand up to form a barrier as one of the streams of energy shot directly at him. As his barrier stopped the energy, Kateria smirked before summoning up another 3 magical circles above Azazel's head before more dark orange energy shot out of them, spinning around, forming one cohesive attack that flew towards Azazel. Azazel smirked as he lazily raised one hand, forming another barrier above his head, stopping the attack. Kateria threw her other hand forward, summoning up another round of magical runes in front of her before the power within them launched forwards in snake-like forms. Azazel quickly backpedaled to get away from the overhead attack before quickly weaving in and out of the attacks shot his way again. Are you prepared to die, Azazel? Asked Kateria, opening her free hand, letting a small magical rune form just over the top of her hand before snake-like creatures flooded out of the rune, and the devil let out an almost orgasmic laugh, throwing her head back as the snakes wrapped around her, making her skin briefly turn purple before turning back to normal. Snakes, muttered Azazel to himself, looking at the magic somewhat confused. A second later, Kateria looked back at Azazel and once more a magical rune formed in front of her, but a millisecond later a second larger rune formed between her and her first magical circle, before thousands of dark energy snakes flowed out of the 2 runes towards Azazel, who vanished in the impossibly large number of snake-like magical constructs, causing the descendant of the Leviathan to smirk. I want some answers first, declared Azazel from behind Kateria, enraging the woman, before her free hand was engulfed in a black and orange glow and she swung around, attempting to hit Azazel in the face. Only for her fist to meet the back of his open hand. This aura you have, it ain't something any regular descendant of a Satan could pull off. Who's backing you? Questioned Azazel, smirking, annoying the woman to no end. I have no need to answer you, for you will die here and now, declared the woman before letting her power explode outwards. Hashtag with the other leaders. Hashtag. We're outnumbered. We can't let this turn into a battle of attrition. Graphia is analyzing the enemy gate as we speak, spoke Surzex. We have to buy her time until she finishes, declared Seraphal. We'll keep the enemies at bay, declared Zenovia from behind the 2 Satans. You 5? Questioned Surzex, glancing at Zenovia, Keba, Yuki, Kuroka and Irina. Naturally, I'm here to guard Michael-sama in the first place, declared Irina. Surzex just smirked, nodding to the 5 still unfrozen people. With his nod, Yuki simply vanished and appeared outside the barrier, already slicing at the mages outside with her clockwork blade. Zenovia was next, 2 silver metal bracelets appearing on her wrists before she dropped into her own shadow and appeared rising from Yuki's shadow outside the barrier. The other three were less dramatic with their exits. Keba and Irina leapt out of the barrier, swords gleaming as they moved, while Kuroka shot upwards into the air, her wings flared out behind her. Hashtag with Azazel and Kateria hashtag. The two great being separated once more, Kateria glaring at Azazel, who simply floated in the air with an amused look on his face. I do believe it's time I cut loose a little, declared the man, throwing his hand up, dozens of small lights forming above his head before he threw his hand forwards, and the small lights turned into bullets of light shooting towards the descendant of the Leviathan, who quickly threw her hands forwards, forming a magical barrier stopping the attacks before she shot forwards once more, throwing her fist towards Azazel, only for the man to dodge out of the way and knee her in the stomach. After removing his knee from the woman's stomach, Azazel flew backwards just as a wave of power originating from the occult research clubhouse shot outwards, unfreezing all of the people frozen by Gasper's sacred gear. Now then, let's put an end to our game already, declared Azazel, reaching into his jacket before pulling out a foot-long golden lance-like weapon with a purple orb on the hilt. What is that? Questioned Kateria, looking to the small weapon. My hobby, which is a whole lot more interesting than some war. This is the Downfall Dragon Spear. An artificial sacred gear that I personally made, spoke Azazel, holding the weapon up. Balance break, ordered the man calmly, golden partials shooting outwards, creating a glowing orb around him, cloaking him from view. As the glow subsided, it revealed a sight most unusual. Azazel, once wearing a purple trenchcoat, was now cloaked head to toe in golden armor, armed with a yellow trident of light as long as he was tall. The fallen heavenly dragon armor, Downfall Dragon Armor, declared Azazel, smirking under his faceplate. Now come and get me, taunted Azazel, giving Kateria the "come on" gesture, enraging the woman. Don't underestimate me, snarled the woman, lunging forwards at Azazel, her power dissipating as she was slashed from hip to shoulder by Azazel's weapon. The upcoming war in this new world, there will be no place for you here, declared Kateria, turning back to Azazel, throwing her arms towards him, only for her arms to morph into 5 smaller arms each that quickly wrapped around Azazel's free arm. If it will cost the life of one of the leaders of the 3 great powers, then I will gladly sacrifice myself, screamed Kateria, her arms becoming one with Azazel's armor as she screamed. A suicide plan? Sorry, that just won't do, declared Azazel, quickly stabbing his trident through his arm at the elbow, cutting it free. That deal is far from being equal. For someone like you, declared Azazel as Kateria fell backwards, clutching Azazel's severed limb as he threw his weapon at her head, easily ripping through her skull, making her vanish. Feel free to feast on that arm though, said Azazel, smirking as his armor vanished, leaving nothing but the purple orb floating next to him as he quickly sealed the open wound of his arm. Looks like there's still room for improvement with this one, spoke Azazel, kissing the orb. You'll have to accompany me for a while longer, Dragon King Fafnir, declared Azazel. I know you're not all that attached to your limbs, Tucson, but seriously, just like that? Called Naruto from the ground, alerting all of the beings within the area to his presence. Now really isn't the time to be discussing this, Naruto-kun, as you can see we do still have a problem, declared Azazel, gesturing to the many mages still flying around, launching attacks at everyone. Mikoto, spoke Naruto, making the woman look to him. You know what to do, spoke the blonde, getting a nod from the Uchiha. Chaos Inverse, declared Mikoto, allowing her sacred gear to form the purple gemstone hung lazily around her neck. Holding her hand upwards, pointing at the large magical gate in the sky. Reverse, declared Mikoto, turning her hand to the right, and to the shock of most of the beings within the area, all of the mages were sucked upwards back into the gate. As the mages were sucked up into the sky, Naruto flared his wings out and shot upwards into the sky, and as the last mage was sucked into the gate, Naruto threw his hand out to the side, summoning Brynhildr. Banishing Shift, called Naruto, slashing at the air, leaving a green mark in its place. The devil's attack quickly sucked in the gate, destroying it. As the magical rune was destroyed, Naruto dismissed his blade and lowered himself to the ground. However, before he hit the ground, Azazel was thrown forwards into the ground. Naruto quickly dropped to the ground and rushed over to his father figure. Seems like you're packing quite a wallop, Valley, spoke Azazel, looking up to the White Dragon Emperor. Sorry about that, Azazel. Being on this side seems to be lot more fun, spoke the man. Valley, snarled Naruto, glaring up at the white armored man. Valley, I'd like to ask you one thing, spoke Azazel, flaring out his wings before flying upwards to the height of Valley. Responded Valley. Shemhazai, our vice-general, has gotten word of a group gathering everyone who could pose a potential threat to the 3 main powers. The Cow's Brigade, as I remember, spoke Azazel. Cow's Brigade? Spoke Surzex, confused. To gather all of these dangerous people, one would need a tremendous amount of power to achieve that, declared Seraphal. And the head of them is none other than Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, declared Azazel. Ophis? That can't be, spoke Rias, shocked. It's true that I joined forces with Ophis, but neither she, nor I, have any interest in their world, or their plans for domination, declared Valley. The ones who crave for power simply gravitated towards us, continued Valley. I see, and here I was, thinking you and Kateria were actually close pals, or in line with the others that deliberately tried to take the throne from the original Devil Lord, spoke Azazel. Those who tried to take the throne, spoke Seraphal confused. What are you talking about? Questioned Rias. He's a devil, a descendant of one of the original Satans, declared Naruto, narrowing his eyes glaring up at Valley. Oh, so you worked it out, Naruto. No matter, yes I am Valley Lucifer, declared Valley, shocking most of those present. The blood of the deceased Devil Lord flows through my veins. I am his descendant, the mixed offspring of a pure devil and a human woman, declared Valley. No way, that can't be, spoke Rias in complete shock. I see between a devil and a human, this explains why we don't know anything about it, spoke Surzex, putting the pieces together. A direct descendant of the true Devil Lord, but has the blood of an ordinary human, and apparently became the wielder of the vanishing dragon, heh. Your existence feels like a product of the whims of fate, spoke Azazel. The very word, miracle, was made just for me, declared Valley, letting his 4 pairs of pitch-black bat-like wings flare out from his back. Those wings, spoke Asia, horrified. My lord, muttered Michael. This man is perhaps the most powerful white dragon emperor to ever exist, past, present, or future, spoke Azazel. Naruto Uzumaki, don't you think your destiny is just too cruel? Questioned Valley. No, because I refuse to dance to another's tune. My destiny will never be written by the hands of others. I shall carve my own path. You think your heritage scares me? It doesn't and never will, declared Naruto, glaring up at Valley. Oh, is that the case? Well then maybe I should try something else to make you realize how beneath me you are, declared Valley. I'd like to see you try, declared Naruto, standing to his feet. Well, between all of the people here you care about and what I know of your family, I think I could quite easily do just that, spoke Valley with a smirk. What was that? Questioned Naruto in an eerily calm tone that had even Surzex, Azazel, and Michael flinching. I said with all of the people here you care about and what I know of your family, it shouldn't be all that difficult to dash, repeated Valley, only to be interrupted. Calamity Control Balance Breaker, roared Naruto, launching upwards into the air, ripping Alastor and Excalibur out of their sheaths, slashing at Valley as he drew close to the white armor-clad man. However, as Naruto's blades drew close to Valley, the man threw himself backwards, avoiding the strike, no doubt with a smirk on his face as he did. Tornado, snarled Naruto, pointing his hand towards Valley before a tube of raging wind shot forwards from Naruto's position, flying towards Valley. Divide, responded Valley, pointing his hand at the attack, making the tornado shrink and shrink until it vanished. However, what Valley was unprepared for was Naruto to come flying at him, Excalibur first burning a bright green flame. Valley leant back, letting the blade go flying over his head before slapping Naruto's hand, forcing the weapon off track. As Valley went to lean up, however, he was hit in the chin by Naruto's knee, making him flip backwards. As the half-devil flipped, Naruto shot forwards before delivering a bone-shattering axe kick, throwing the arrogant white dragon emperor downwards into the ground. Heat wave, snarled Naruto, pointing his hand at Valley before the temperature in the immediate area began to rocket upwards, and just as Valley pushed himself to his feet, the ground around him burst into flames. Divide, called Valley, making the flames around him shrink so as not to catch him within them. Naruto then shot downwards once more with his blades ahead of him. Valley managed to kick off the ground and avoid a direct strike to his chest plate, which would more than likely done some damage if not outright killed him. The blonde devil snarled at Valley, lunging forwards, kicking Valley in the chest, launching him backwards. Valley flipped backwards, 2 orbs of white energy forming in his hands that were quickly thrown towards Naruto. The blonde didn't even blink before swatting away the orbs of Valley's power before once more running forwards, swinging his holy blade high. Valley leaning backwards to avoid the strike. Naruto continued to spin around, slamming Alastor into the Valley's legs. The white dragon emperor kicked off the ground, flipping onto his hands before kicking at Naruto's head. The blonde, however, in an instant dropped Excalibur and his hand snapped outwards and grabbed Valley's ankle in a vice-like grip before flipping him over his head and slamming the armor-clad half-devil into the ground, unbeknownst to the 2 fighting devils, cracking the otherwise pristine white armor. Snatching his holy weapon off the ground, Naruto once more attempted to slam the blade into Valley, only for him to roll to the side and avoid the strike, before kicking Naruto, throwing the blonde backwards. However, before Naruto could move to attack Valley again, the barrier around the school shattered and a form fell from above the fight between dragons, landing by Valley's side. Biko, what are you doing here? Questioned Valley, looking to the newcomer. The battle is about to start between the northern assassins, so they say you should quickly return, replied the young man. I see, so it's that time already, huh? Spoke Valley. Who are you, Yukai? Snarled Naruto, glaring at Biko. That's because he's a descendant of the great victorious fighting Buddha, spoke Azazel stepping up to Naruto. So he's a descendant of Son Goku from Journey to the West, questioned Naruto glancing to Azazel and back to the monkey Yuki. I never thought you'd also be a member of the Cow's Brigade. The world sure is at its end already. No, the White Dragon and Son Goku, in a way you both look good for each other, spoke Azazel, only drawing a laugh from Biko. Unlike my ancestor, I live a little more of a free life, you know? Nice meeting you, Black Dragon Emperor, spoke Biko before slamming his staff into the ground, a black and purple mist rising up around him and Valley. Let's fight more fiercely next time. With more strength, taunted Valley as he begun sinking into the ground. Next time I'll wipe your smug presence from the face of the earth, snarled Naruto as Valley and Biko vanished. Chapter 37, Friends and Enemies 4. Naruto groaned as his eyes opened to be assaulted by the early morning sun. Closing his eyes again, Naruto opened his eyes slowly, allowing time for his eyes to adjust. Once his eyes focused on the world around him, he rolled his eyes, seeing the many other occupants of his bed. With all that's happened recently, I think everyone just wanted to be close together, quietly spoke a voice from above Naruto. Glancing upwards, Naruto locked eyes with Sarah's and nodded from his place in her lap before looking back downwards. Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Yuki, Mikoto, Karumi, Zenovia, Kuroka, Kaneko, Rainier, Maria, Mio, Luffy, and even Hana were all laying in his bed in various stages of undress. The blonde Devil King just sighed and allowed his eyes to close again, enjoying the feeling of being around so many that cared about him. Looking down at his chest when he felt movement, Naruto smiled at the unconscious form of Rainier. He figured she was just shifting in her sleep, as there was very little chance that she was awake given she had extracted one of the 14 Longinus the night before and had collapsed just afterwards completely out of energy. Naruto had sealed the boosted gear she extracted into a scroll before taking the energy-less fallen angel to bed. Sighing, Naruto allowed his chakra to flow through him as he quickly formed a clone, which was quickly substituted with, leaving the clone in the bed and Naruto beside it. The blonde king sighed, cracking his knuckles before moving towards the door. He had a body to dispose of. An hour later. Naruto walked out of the shower, having taken the body of the previous wielder of the boosted gear to the Underworld before incinerating the lifeless carcass and returning home to have a shower. Upon entering his bedroom once more, he found his bed was, aside from one still sleeping occupant, empty. Moving over to the bed, Naruto sat beside the exhausted fallen angel. Sleep well, Naruto, you deserve it, declared the blonde, gently pressing his lips to the woman's forehead, before getting up and going about getting dressed. After a few moments, Naruto left his room and headed downstairs to the kitchen, where he found Hitomi, from the looks of it, putting the finishing touches on breakfast. Need a hand? Asked Naruto, surprising the woman, making her jump and turn to him. Lucifer-sama, Naruto-sama, you scared me, spoke Hitomi with a small glare. Sorry, muttered Naruto with a half-hearted smile. It's fine, and to answer your question, no, I don't need a hand, I'm almost finished anyway, declared the woman. You sure I can help you take it out to the table if you need, spoke Naruto with a smile. Yes, Naruto-sama, it's fine, go on, breakfast will be ready in about 5 minutes, spoke the woman, shooing the boy away. With his maid's actions, Naruto found himself quickly leaving the kitchen. Feeling a few spikes of power, Naruto moved to the elevator that was at the center of the ground floor and quickly descended to one of the lower floors where he could feel multiple energy signatures. As the doors opened, Naruto felt a smirk cross his features. He found Ravel next to Pira, the two of them standing at an automated target practice machine. Deciding to have a little fun with the two, Naruto quietly crept up behind them. However, as he drew closer, he lost his playful attitude and just let a genuine smile cross his face. Alright Pira-san, let me see how far you've come, muttered Ravel, looking to Pira, who put her hands close together to the point they were almost touching, however not quite, and with a look of concentration on her face, small light blue sparks started to flicker to life between her hands. However, after a moment, Pira's hands dropped to her side as she took a deep breath and the flickers of flames died down. It's just no good, I can't do it, muttered Pira, unknowingly causing a look of disappointment to cross her king's face. No, that's good Pira-san, you just need to push a little more magic into that and you've got it, spoke Ravel excitedly, trying to cheer up the night. Naruto smiled and was about to step up and add his own input, but Pira spoke, stopping the blonde king in his tracks. Alright, I've showed you my progress, your turn to show me yours, declared the red-haired knight, getting an excited nod from Ravel, who waved her hand above her head in an arc, 5 fireballs forming in the air above her. Now remember, breathe, sight your targets, spoke Pira softly to the girl, who followed the redhead's advice, slowly breathing in and out before quickly throwing her hand forwards, directing the 5 fireballs flying forwards towards 5 different wooden targets. The light blue balls of fire shot forwards at the targets and all of them flew into and burnt the outer edges of the 5 targets. Well done Revelchan, you're getting better, spoke Pyrrha with a smile to the blonde girl. I see you two are having fun, declared Naruto from behind both women, making the two jump as they turned to their king. Naruto-sama/ni, said Pyrrha and Revel, shocked as they turned to him to see him grinning. Don't sneak up on us like that, ordered Pyrrha, glaring at Naruto, who just smirked, stepping forwards, placing a calming hand on her shoulder. I won't do it again, replied Naruto with a smirk. Now Pyrrha, Revel is right, you need to put more magical power into flames, don't get too disheartened, you are really close to getting it, and I mean really close, and for you Missy you are quite close as well, but still I would recommend that to begin with multiple targets, start with them closer together then work outwards from there, spoke Naruto with a smile. Are you here for any particular reason Naruto-sama? Asked Pyrrha, looking to her king, who shook his head. Not really, I just felt energy spikes from down here and thought I'd come and investigate while Hitomi finishes breakfast, replied Naruto. Imagine my surprise when I find my bishop teaching my knight about flame magic and my knight in turn teaching my bishop about accuracy, said Naruto in a curious tone. Pyrrha, picking up on the unasked question, spoke. I asked Revel for some help with learning to manipulate fire, she said she would help if I helped her with her accuracy, answered Pyrrha. And neither of you thought to come to me or Sarah's? Questioned Naruto. People have had high expectations of me my whole life, and that has made it difficult for me to ask for help from authority figures, which given you are my master you count as, spoke Pyrrha sheepishly. You've already done so much for me Nisan, I just wanted to maybe surprise you with my improvement, declared Revel, looking down, pouting slightly. You too, muttered Naruto with a sigh, shaking his head, you can both ask me for help, you're members of my peerage, my family, I won't judge you for it, said Naruto, looking to the two girls with a kind smile. Half an hour later. Naruto found himself within the water of the basement pool, just floating on his back in the middle of the pool, simply wanting to relax. He had slipped out and down to the pool after breakfast. So engrossed in his current activity his senses failed to pick up on a new presence entering the room. You okay Ototo? Asked Hana, making Naruto blink, quickly flipping to see his half-sister standing on the edge of the pool. Yanei-chan, just relaxing, what about you, you okay? Questioned Naruto, not really having had one-on-one time with his sister in months. Yeah, all good, I just thought I'd come down here for a swim, I guess great minds really do think alike, spoke Hana with a smirk. Naruto just smirked as well before rolling his eyes. Not having any more problems with your werewolf blood are you? Questioned Naruto. No, thanks to you Ototo, my lycanthropy has reached its final stage and I am in complete control now, declared Hana with a smile as she moved to change, while Naruto simply lay on his back floating in the water. No problems with your flames either? Questioned Naruto a little louder so Hana could hear the question. No problems there either, replied Hana. You okay Neichan Udon dash, began Naruto only to stop as Hana interrupted him. Cannonball, yelled Hana, running at the pool, jumping over the water and slamming into the water with as much force as she could. A wave of water shot outwards from Hana, slamming into Naruto, throwing him backwards into the water. Upon surfacing, Naruto had a glare on his face, looking towards Hana, who was grinning at him. You asked for it, declared Naruto, a grin splitting his face as he spoke, pushing a huge wave of water forwards. About an hour later. Naruto sat lazily in the lounge room on a large sofa, just relaxing. Either side of him sat Rias and Sona, both of whom were leaning on him. Naruto looked up, blinking, as he saw a magical circle on the floor in the middle of the room. After a moment a light shot up from the center of the circle before a hologram of Mei appeared in the center of the circle. Hey Kaa-san, spoke Naruto upon seeing the woman. Morning Naru-chan, replied the woman, smiling to Naruto. You need me back in Kiri? Asked Naruto. Mei nodded to her stepson. Yes, the Raikage and I are going to be negotiating a peace agreement, in person, so I want you here as my bodyguard, declared Mei, getting a nod from Naruto. Alright, by the way, Yugura? Questioned Naruto with a quirked brow. Ready, replied Mei. Alright then, I'll bring Luffy and Mikoto with me as well, said Naruto. Okay, I'll see you soon, said Mei. Naruto nodded and the magical circle vanished. You heard her girls, I got to go, said Naruto. I'm coming with you, declared Rias. Me too, spoke Sona an instant later. Alright, but you'll have to stay in Kiri, Kage can get a little paranoid when it comes to these meetings, said Naruto, getting a pair of reluctant nods as the three of them got up. Go, pack for a week's journey and meet back here in an hour, ordered Naruto, getting a nod from the two as they left the lounge room. After the two women had gone, Naruto stretched out his senses, looking for Luffy and Mikoto. Easily locating them both, Naruto headed to where Luffy was as she was closer. Walking out the back of the house, Naruto found Luffy on the porch, looking down over the yard where Pyrrha and Arthur stood opposite each other. In the blink of an eye the two dashed forwards, clashing closer to Pyrrha than Arthur's original positions, meaning the holy sword wielder was faster. Their blades clashed, holy sword against technically advanced gun sword. Arthur held Pyrrha back with one hand on his blade. The red-haired unholy knight quickly spun around attempting to slam her shield into Arthur, who quickly jumped backwards from the blade lock avoiding the shield. Pyrrha continued to spin and flipped her sword around and into its rifle form, quickly pulling the trigger 3 times, launching 3 red bullets towards Arthur. The blonde man simply twirled his sword around, deflecting the rounds as he dashed forwards once more, holy energy flowing off his blade. The blonde man swung his blade at Pyrrha, who pulled her head back to avoid the blade. However, it still looked like the weapon was going to slice open her jugular, only for the woman to push a wave of her power out, knocking the blade off course just enough to not slice her throat open before kicking off the ground, slamming her foot into Arthur's chin, throwing him backwards as Pyrrha stumbled from her bicycle kick. As both parties recovered, they once more dashed at each other, Pyrrha's weapon morphing into a spear as her shield rolled up her arm onto her back. Turning, Pyrrha ran into Arthur's strike, allowing her shield to take the brunt of the sideways slash and allowing Pyrrha to get into Arthur's guard, slamming the extended pole of her weapon into his nose. Arthur quickly recovered, bringing his sword down, slamming it into Pyrrha's side. It was at this point Pyrrha was thankful she wore armor. However, even with her armor she could still feel a burn from the holy sword's aura. Jumping away, Pyrrha let her wings flare out and quickly took to the sky. Once more her weapons turned to its rifle form and she quickly once more unloaded a trio of shots at Arthur. The blonde holy sword wielder once more was quick to deflect the incoming shots before running towards a nearby fence, jumping to it before kicking off it and flying at the somewhat low-hanging Pyrrha, slamming his blade against her arm. Thankfully for Pyrrha it was her armored arm, but she was still forced backwards by the strike. Arthur flipped and kicked Pyrrha's shoulder, sending her down towards the ground. As Arthur fell, he slammed his sword into the ground next to Pyrrha's head with his feet on either of her hands. "I believe that's my victory, Pyrrha-san," spoke Arthur respectfully, getting a nod from the woman, before quickly stepping off her and offering her a hand and pulling her up. "Well fought, you two," spoke Naruto from his position just outside the back door. "Naruto-sama," spoke Luffy, surprised to see the blonde not having sensed his arrival. "Luffy pack for a week were needed in Kiri," said Naruto, looking to the blonde woman, who gave him a confused look. "It's time for you to get your new pet," continued Naruto, making Luffy's eyes go wide as she grinned, nodding before heading inside. "Both of you two are more than welcome to join us," declared Naruto, getting a nod from the two. "I will, as I should be watching over my sister," declared Arthur, getting a nod from Naruto. "I will too, might as well see how things are going at home now," replied Pyrrha. "Pyrrha, just to satisfy my curiosity, where do you keep getting ammo for your weapon?" asked Naruto, genuinely confused. He had been meaning to ask for weeks, but things kept being busy, never letting him have a moment to think about it. "I don't like it, but the alternate version of you from my dimension created a pocket dimensions for me and all of my friends to store things like ammo and spare parts in. I was a tournament champion, so I had sponsorship deals, most of them included ammo for various weapon types, so once I had access to the pocket dimension I just stored it all in there, and I guess it just came with me," spoke Pyrrha with a shrug. Naruto shrugged, nodding before heading back inside, holding the door open for Pyrrha and Arthur. An hour later, Kirigakure #. Naruto appeared in a flash of fire with his entire peerage plus Arthur, all of Ria's peerage and half of Sona's peerage, that being herself and Tsubaki. "Alright, Luffy, Mikoto, Arthur and myself will go check in with Kuoh-san, the rest of you can go about your business," declared Naruto. Sarah stepped forwards and fell into her master's shadow. Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Luffy, Arthur and Mikoto fell into step behind Naruto as he began walking off. The group dispersed behind Naruto as he made his way down the streets, people waving to the rebellion general as he walked past. Naruto smiled and waved back to the people as he made his way to the tower at the center of the village. After arriving at the tower, the party of 7 devils and 1 human walked up the stairs and straight into Mei's office. "Really?" questioned Naruto loudly, making Mei and Kushina part from their rather intense kiss. "What?" asked Kushina, looking to Naruto, who just shook his head. "You know what, fuck it, I give up," muttered Naruto. "Hey you lot," spoke Kushina, looking to the 6 women and 1 man behind Naruto, getting smiles from the women and a nod from Arthur. "So do we want to get this extraction over and done with?" questioned Naruto, getting a nod from Mei and Kushina. "Alright, Rias, Akino, Sona, Tsubaki, you 4 are going to have to stay here. The less people involved with this the better, the rest of you come with me," spoke Kushina, getting a nod from the 4 not mentioned members of the party as Kushina lead them out of the room. "So Akino, Tsubaki, have you two confessed to Naruto-chan yet?" asked Mei, causing both women to blush. With Kushina, Naruto, Mikoto, Luffy and Arthur. The 5 beings quickly descended down the tower, going past the ground floor and going down further. After descending 3 long sets of stairs, the 5 found themselves within a long, poorly lit corridor with a large wooden door with metal bars on it at the end of the hallway. Walking down the hall, with Naruto in the lead, the blonde Devil King opened the door, stepping inside a large stone-walled room with only one other occupant. Sitting against the rear wall with his arms chained above his head was Yura. Chapter 38, Friends and Enemies v. So the time has finally come, spoke Yura, glancing upwards as the 5 beings entered his cell. Yes, Yura, despite your insistence of being controlled by a man with Sharingan, you by order of the new Mizukage sentenced to death for your crimes against Kirigakure, declared Naruto. I accepted that this is how it would end months ago, just get it over with, spoke Yura. Naruto nodded, he would at least make the man's end quick. Koto-chan, Kaa-chan, spoke Naruto, glancing back to his mother and the Uchiha woman, both of whom nodded, stepping towards Yura, who quirked a brow as the 2 women stepped forwards. However, any rational thought left his mind as Mikoto's Sharingan activated and Yura and his Biju were placed once again under a Sharingan Genjutsu. Once Yura was firmly under the influence of the Genjutsu, Kushina stepped forwards and unlocked the chains holding Yura to the wall, letting him fall forwards, revealing the seal between his shoulder blades. Once face down on the ground, Kushina quickly examined the seal. Simple but effective, muttered Kushina. Can you unlock it? Questioned Naruto. Kushina nodded to her son before turning back to the seal, and placing her hand over it, she channeled some of her Yukai to her hand, the energy degrading the seal slightly. Kushina curled her fingers over before twisting her hand anti-clockwise, opening the seal. Mikoto, spoke Naruto as Kushina stood up and stepped back, her part done. Mikoto nodded to her king, closing her eyes before they snapped back open, glaring into Yugura's seal. Within a couple of seconds, Yugura's form was engulfed in a semi-transparent red bubbly substance originating from the seal, and quickly following that the substance darkened as a dark purple bubble formed at the open seal. As the energy left the seal, a head and a pair of legs formed standing over Yura before slowly an entire turtle-like body began to form. The last thing to do so was the creature's 3 tails. Once the entire creature's shape had been formed, it gained color. The creature resembled a large turtle, but with a crab-like shell, spikes all over its body, and 3 shrimp-like tails. Under its shell, it had red, muscle-like tissue. It has a pair of human-like arms and hands, but no hind legs. The creature had yellow eyes, but as soon as it was fully formed, those yellow eyes quickly became replaced with blood-red eyes of the Sharingan, signifying it was under Mikoto's Genjutsu. My turn, declared Naruto, reaching to his 2 swords, quickly drawing Excalibur from its sheath. He stabbed the blade into the Biju's head. However, instead of blood or Yukai or whatever else might have been expected, the wound around the blade simply glowed gold. Naruto pushed his magical power through the blade, breaking down the creature's mind and rebuilding it as he needed. As Naruto finished tinkering with the Biju's mind and drew the sword back, he nodded to Mikoto, who closed her eyes, stumbling a bit. Koto-chan, called Naruto, quickly moving to the woman, catching her before she fell to the ground. I'm fine, Naruto-kun, muttered Mikoto, smiling to Naruto. Naruto smiled to the woman before looking to Luffy, nodding to his bishop, who allowed a smile to cross her features before skipping forwards. Putting her hand on the Biju's head, she allowed her magical power to flow. A large golden magical circle spread out from the blonde woman's hand until it was bigger than the creature's head. The magical circle pulsed several times before shattering into golden particles, which were absorbed into the Biju's head as its eyes drifted shut. It will be a while before he wakes up again. I'll stay here until then, spoke Luffy, getting a nod from Naruto. You 3 can go, I'll watch her, declared Arthur. Alright, but if anything, and I do mean anything, looks off about this, come and find me, ordered Naruto, getting a nod from the 2 blondes. With that said, Naruto, Kushina and Mikoto headed back out of the room and back down the corridor, heading back up to the surface. Once more heading into Mei's office, Naruto allowed a smile to cross his features as he stepped into the room. And Naruto-sama, spoke the shocked voice of Fia, looking to the blonde. Hey there, how you girls doing? Questioned Naruto, looking to the team of 4 kunoichi standing in front of Mei, comprised of Fia, Jalen, Redari and Laria. We're doing well, Naruto-sama, thanks for asking, replied Laria with a smile. No problems with anyone since I left? Asked Naruto, getting a round of head shakes from the 4 women. Good, continued Naruto. Naruto-kun, who are these 4? You never told us about them, spoke Rias, stepping up behind the blonde, wrapping her arms around his neck. Rias, this Fia Yuki, Jalen Hozuki, Redari Tarumi, and Laria Mamushi, friends from during the Civil War. Girls, these are my 2 fiancés, Rias Gremory, and Sona Citri, my girlfriend Akino Himejima, and my friend Tsubaki Shinra, said Naruto, rolling his eyes at Rias' unasked question. All finished, Naru-chan? Asked Mei, looking to the blonde. Half done, the Biju's been extracted and its mind manipulated. Now it's just a matter of checking if the changes take. Luffy is waiting for it to wake up, and Arthur is watching her, replied Naruto, getting a nod from Mei. Are you 4 just back from a mission? Asked Naruto, looking to the 4 non-devils within the room. "Yeah, just put down another loyalist resistance group," spoke FIA, getting a nod from Naruto. "Well, I'll leave you guys to it, I'm sure I'll see you lot soon anyway," said Naruto, getting a nod from the women before he, Rias, Sona, Akino and Tsubaki left the room. "They seem nice," spoke Tsubaki, looking to Naruto. "They are, well, at least to me, Kaa-chan, Kaa-san, and about 5 others," replied Naruto, drawing confused looks from the women behind him. "I rescued a group of 9 women from a prison on my first mission, those 4 included, but I had to mercy kill 2. I don't think I need to explain it any further," continued Naruto, glancing back at his friends to see them shudder. The small group walked in silence for several minutes. "Hey Naruto-kun, where are we going?" asked Tsubaki, breaking the silence, drawing the blonde's attention back to the woman. "We're heading to the Tarumi compound. Kaa-san is the last of the clan in Kiri and has said that me and my peerage can use it when we're here unless another Tarumi clan member shows up," declared Naruto. "Okay," muttered Tsubaki as the group approached a walled-off area within which appeared to be a couple of dozen homes. Walking up to the closed gates, Naruto simply pushed them open and allowed the 4 girls to walk in. However, he stayed at the gates, causing the 4 devils to look at him. "Something up?" asked Rias, looking to her fiancé, confused. "I'm just going to meet up with Kaa-chan and Tusan's peerages, make sure they haven't had any problems, that kind of thing. Feel free to explore, I'll be back later," declared Naruto, getting reluctant nods from the women before Naruto turned and walked away from the compound. Naruto allowed his senses spread out over the village, looking for the various other devils within the mist of their new home. Finding the various signatures spread out throughout the village, Naruto took a moment to figure out the best route to meet all of them in the quickest amount of time. Kicking off the ground, Naruto leapt into a nearby tree before kicking off the branch he landed on and allowed his half-flaming wings to flare out behind him. Flying through the mist, the Devil King Shinobi simply enjoyed the feeling of the wind on his face. After a few moments of flight, Naruto dropped back down to the streets, not really shocking those nearby as he landed, as it was known to the populace that Naruto and several others could fly. It was a secret as to how they could, but it was known. Walking along the street, Naruto quickly turned into a home. Walking up the path, the blonde knocked on the door. After a moment, the door was opened, revealing a young man about Naruto's age with red fang-like tattoos on his cheeks and scruffy brown hair. "Hey Keba, I'm here to see Tsum," spoke Naruto simply. Keba nodded, stepping aside, allowing Naruto past him. Walking into the lounge room, Naruto saw Tsum patting her wolf-like Ninken, talking with Hana, who sat opposite her, her own Ninken next to her. "Speak of the devil," spoke Tsum, looking up to Naruto. "Talking about me, were you?" questioned Naruto, glancing to his half-sister. "Yes, I was just saying how you're the worst person I've ever had the displeasure of coming across, and I wish I had never met you," declared Hana. "Oh, why must you wound me so, Hanane?" questioned Naruto, dramatically clutching his heart. "Alright, you two, enough," ordered Tsum, rolling her eyes. Hana and Naruto in turn grinned. "What's up, pup?" questioned Tsum, looking to Naruto. "Nothing, I just came to check up on you, make sure nothing's wrong and that you're okay here," spoke Naruto. "The help in the war afforded us a lot of respect, and your stepmother being elected Mizukage, the only other candidates being you or your mother, has been nothing but good for us," declared Tsum. "Good, so no hostility towards you and Keba?" questioned Naruto, getting a nod from Tsum. "Anything suspicions from Konoha?" asked Naruto. "There have been a few Konoha ninja poking around Kiri, but we're sure that they're just trying to see about the war, not looking for us," declared Tsum, getting a nod from Naruto. "Alright, I think I'll leave you with it, I'm sure I'll see you at some stage in the not-too-distant future, Tsum," spoke Naruto, getting up. About an hour later. Naruto walked towards a bar. He had visited all of his father's peerage minus Jiraiya and Shisui, both of whom were out of the village anyway, all of them repeating what Tsum had said, and was now on the way to meet most of his mother's peerage, who were all apparently enjoying a drink or two. Walking into the drinking establishment, the blonde ignored all of the stares sent his way and quickly walked towards the back where Yugao, Kurinai, Hey8 and Anko were seated. "Naru-chan," spoke Anko with a grin, spotting the blonde. "Hey Nei-chan," replied Naruto with a grin. "It's good to see you, Naruto, come sit with us," ordered Kurinai, shuffling around the booth to accommodate Naruto. "Sarah's too?" questioned Naruto with a smile. "Of course," replied Hey8. Sarah smirked as she rose out of Naruto's shadow, the two blondes taking a seat in the booth. "So what brings you here, Naruto?" questioned Anko, pouring some sake into a pair of dishes before sliding them towards Naruto and Sarah's, the former of whom took the dish, downing the alcohol in one gulp. "Just checking up on you lot," spoke Naruto. "Oh," said Kurinai, looking at Naruto over the sake dish she was drinking from. "Any problems since the wars ended?" asked Naruto, looking around the table. "Nope," declared Anko with a grin before downing some more sake. "Nothing," spoke Kurinai. No response from the two knights of the group, causing Naruto to turn to them. "There is something, what's happening to you two?" questioned Naruto, narrowing his eyes slightly. He was more than willing to spill blood for his mother or father's peerages. They were his family just like his own. Nothing major, just a little friction between some of the aspiring sword wielders and us, as the two of us and Shursui were offered positions in the Seven Swordsmen, declared Yugao. Naruto blinked. That was the first he had heard of the offer. Are congratulations in order? Asked Naruto with a quirked brow. Why do you think we're celebrating? Questioned Anko with a grin. Well then, here's to Yugao and Hei-8 becoming members of the Seven Swords, declared Naruto, hoisting his sake cup into the air. All 5 of the others followed suit, everyone once more downing the sake. So how many of these aspiring sword wielders we talking? Asked Naruto, narrowing his eyes. None that were passed over for the positions, if that's what you're thinking, spoke Hei-8. No, that's not what I'm thinking. How many? Asked Naruto again. Maybe 24, several being young apprentices of the previous members, spoke Yugao. What's their problems with you? Asked Naruto. We're from Konoha, formerly Konoha Nin, and only got the positions because we helped in the rebellion, said Hei-8. They think it's a payoff? Questioned Naruto, getting nods from the 2 knights. And you haven't thrashed these people in spars because? Asked Naruto. We thought that might reflect poorly on Kushina, you or Mei, answered Hei-8. Just do it, it doesn't matter, declared Naruto, getting a nod from the 2 knights. And with that, I think it's time Sarah's and I take our leave, spoke Naruto. What, just like that? Questioned Anko. Yes, I was just checking in and now I should be getting home before it gets too late and I end up worrying my fiancés, declared Naruto. Fiancés? As in plural? Questioned Anko, getting a nod from Naruto. Well, the first one must be this Rias we've all heard about, and the second one is? Questioned Kurenai. Sona, spoke Naruto as he stood. Are you planning on getting busy or can we come and meet them? Questioned Anko with a grin on her face. Do you really want to meet them or do you want to tease me and or them? Questioned Naruto. Isn't that a big sister's job to embarrass her little brother? Questioned Anko. Naruto rolled his eyes. Come on then, spoke Naruto. The 4 devil ninjas stood following Naruto and Sarah's out of the building, before heading towards the Tarumi clan compound. It took all of 5 minutes to reach the compound. However, upon walking in, Naruto found not only had he brought a majority of his mother's peerage, his mother, stepmother, most of his own peerage and a majority of his father's peerage had also decided to make an appearance. Naruto sighed walking forwards. Despite how much he might not want to, it was nice to have these family moments with what he considered his extended family, especially with what he knew was to come in the following months. Walking towards the back of the main home where Naruto could sense everyone, he smiled, seeing everyone smiling and enjoying the time together. Deciding to let his mother's peerage mingle, Naruto stepped away from them, before kicking off the ground and up into a nearby tree. The blonde sat silently, simply observing everyone for several moments before he glanced back, feeling a presence rise up on the branch behind him. Something the matter, Naruto-kun? Asked Sona, looking to the man. No, just enjoying the peaceful atmosphere, not something I get in my life often these days, spoke Naruto, not looking back at the bespectacled woman. You know you could easily make that change, spoke Sona, stepping up behind the blonde, hugging him, resting her chin on his shoulder. Yeah, but I want to solve my own problems, not rely on others for everything, said Naruto before turning his head and kissing Sona, who blinked in shock at the kiss before simply enjoying it. After pulling back from his fiancée, much too soon for her liking, Naruto smiled, closing his eyes. I suppose we should join them, no? Spoke Naruto. Yamei-san wanted to spend some time with us all together before she takes you and Kushina to meet with the Raikage soon, said Sona. Naruto nodded, standing up, before he smirked a devious smirk, not that Sona saw it, before turning around and quickly picked the woman up, causing the usually stoic Sona to let out an undignified eep as Naruto quickly dropped to the ground with a laugh. Not funny, mister, spoke Sona, narrowing her eyes at Naruto, poking him hard in the chest. Sorry, Sona-chan, attempting not to, declared the blonde as he moved to join the crowd of people, only to stop dead mid-stride before looking around as if he heard something. Something up, Naruto-kun? Questioned Sona. Naruto glanced to his left and right several more times before narrowing his eyes. Mio and Maria have vanished, declared Naruto.